takes us to our next demo, a car breaking down a ramp. Now, there are two ways of approaching this problem. There's the physics way and the cheeky game developer way. For the physics way, which I'm going to start with, we apply a force with a magnitude of the braking force in the direction of the back of the car until the car reaches a speed of 0. Then we want to set the applied force equal to the force gravity is doing to the car. In code, I kind of just threw both methods into one script, so bear with my confusion for a minute. The script is attached to the car game object with a rigid body component of a mass of 1,000 kilograms. That is using equilibrium force when braking Boolean is true here, and that basically means we're doing the physics method. All the other variables should be pretty self-explanatory. In the update function, we're setting the is braking Boolean to whether left click is held down. So if left click is being held down, we're braking. And that if statement doesn't concern us at the moment. In fixed update, we check if the car is stopped and if we are braking, and also if the car isn't stopped and we are not braking. Here's the is car stopped function if you quickly wanted to see how this works. But anyways, if the car is not stopped but we are braking, we're going to call the brake function with the brake force magnitude passing as the argument. The brake function just adds a force with the magnitude of the brake force magnitude parameter in the direction of the rear of the car. I use transform.right and not transform.forward because I messed up when importing things from Blender and had to rotate. Now, if we're braking and we're already stopped, the brake force will literally pull the car back up the ramp. So instead, we need to apply a force exactly equal to the force of gravity, but just in the opposite direction. So I pass in the equilibrium force magnitude at the angle of the car's rotation to perfectly stop the car. The get equilibrium force magnitude is just a function that uses that mg times the sine of theta expression we found earlier. Now, even though the car shouldn't move, it does move a tiny amount. And I think that's just the way Unity orders its physics calculations, but I honestly have no idea. But we can do the cheeky game developer way to get around this. In the update function, if the car is stopped, we can set its gravity to false and take note of its position. In the fixed update, instead of using equilibrium force, we can just set the position equal to the stop position. Here, we can see that the car comes to a complete stop and gets moving again when it stops braking. Using a forces approach to physics and game development is usually a lot better than kinematics, because we can take heavier objects into consideration. But it does not end there. The next two sections are applications of what we just learned to make things act even more realistically. And we're going to start with friction. What is friction? Well, it's the force that resists the motion of two objects in contact. All that means is when you slide something, it will eventually stop because friction is acting on it. Now, how do we figure out what friction force gets applied to our objects? We just use this simple formula. The force of friction is equal to the coefficient of friction, represented with the Greek letter mu, times the force normal, which if you remember from the last section, is the force that counters gravity. Okay, this doesn't seem too crazy. The only thing we really need to know about is this guy, the coefficient of friction. And the best part about it is that we really don't have to calculate it. It's usually a value we just come up with ourselves. 9 out of 10 times, this is going to be a value from 0, a frictionless surface, to 1, a very rough surface. It can be greater than 1, but it's pretty uncommon in real life. Here's a really quick example. So say we have a 10 kilogram object being pulled with a force of 30 newtons on a surface where the coefficient of friction is 0.2, and we want to figure out the net force on this object. The net force is just the resulting force of all of the forces acting on the object. And here we only have two unbalanced forces, the 30 newton pull and the force of friction. To find the force of friction, we just take the normal force, which is 9.8 times 10, which is just 98, and multiply it by our coefficient of friction of 0.2 to get 19.6 newtons. Because the forces are in opposite directions, we subtract 30 minus 9.6 to get our net force of 10.4 newtons. And all of a sudden, if we stop pulling this object, we'll have a net force of negative 9.6 newtons, pulling it down until it stops. There are two types of friction, static friction and kinetic friction. If an object is at rest, we use static friction, and if it's in motion, we use kinetic friction. In the previous example, it was kinetic friction. Static friction should always be greater than or equal to kinetic friction on a surface that doesn't change, and there shouldn't be a huge difference between them either. So, all that is pretty cool, but how do we actually use this in Unity? Well, the very first thing you should do is change this setting in the physics section of your project from friction type to two-dimensional friction type so friction works properly, or at least change up patch friction if you're looking for accurate results. The next thing you do is make a physics material where you can enter a static friction and a dynamic friction. Dynamic friction is just another name for kinetic friction, by the way. The friction value you set isn't necessarily going to be your coefficient of friction. Instead, what happens is the friction value of one object gets combined somehow with the friction value of the other object to get a coefficient of friction used in the calculation. These combination types are maximum, minimum, average, and multiply. These names are pretty self-explanatory on how the coefficient of friction is obtained. You usually should just stick with average unless there's a scenario where you need a frictionless surface, then you set friction to 0 and a combined type to minimum. If two objects have different combined types, the type that ends up being used is maximum, if any are maximum, multiply, if any are multiply, minimum, if there's any minimums, and then finally average. The default physics material is 0.6 for both frictions, and the combined type is set for average. And this is important. If an object doesn't have any physics material, it doesn't mean that it doesn't have friction. It secretly has this default physics material behavior. That's why I had to have physics material set to frictionless surfaces sometimes in the previous sections, if you didn't realize. Okay, let's get on to our friction demo. Here we have 4 boxes with a rigid body attached with a mass of 5 kilograms. They also have a script attached that applies the same force of 25 newtons in the same direction when I hold down left click. In addition to that, the boxes each have the same physics material applied to them, with a static friction of 0.3 and a dynamic friction of 0.25, the friction combined of average. The only difference between the 4 boxes is the surface they slide on. The green surface has a static friction and a dynamic friction of 0, with a combined type of minimum, meaning the surface is frictionless. The yellow surface has a static and dynamic friction of 0.1, with average for a combined type. The orange surface has a static and dynamic friction of 0.5, with combined set to average. And finally, the red surface has a static friction of 0.74 and a dynamic friction of 0. Try to predict what's going to happen with these boxes. In particular, what's going to happen to the green one when I stop applying the force, and what will the red one do? If you want to, write your predictions down in the comments, along with the last 2 letters of your third favorite color. And they're off. When I stop applying the force, the green one flies off the surface at a constant velocity. So if you said something like that, give yourself a gold star. The yellow one slows down and stops, and it doesn't look like much has happened with the orange or red boxes. When I reapply the force, we can see that the orange box is actually moving, just really slowly. And when I stop applying the force again, it quickly returns to rest. And for the red box, even though it has no dynamic friction, the static friction is just a little too high to cause it to initially move for the dynamic friction to kick in. Because both friction types are average, the coefficient of static friction on the red surface is 0.52. So using the friction formula, we can see that the box needs to have an applied force greater than 25.48 newtons in order for it to start moving. And our applied force is 25 newtons as a reminder. Quick side note, the red surface is for demonstration only. And if you want a really rough surface, don't have a dynamic friction of 0. Cool. Now that we have that done, let's see what happens with friction on ramps. As we saw in the previous section, the force exerted on an object on a ramp at an angle theta due to gravity is mg times the sine of theta. We also proved that in the same section that the normal force is mg times the cosine of theta, but we didn't do anything with it. Now that we have our friction equation, which has the normal force in it, we can use this to calculate the net force. The magnitude of our force of friction ends up being mu mg times the cosine of theta. So our net force is mg times the sine of theta minus u times mg times the cosine of theta. And think about it, nothing's being taken away from the mg sine theta expression from earlier, because with this new one, if mu is 0, just like everything in the last section, it all simplifies down to mg times the sine of theta. Another cool thing we can do is see what the coefficient of friction is needed in order to make a force of friction must be greater than or equal to the applied force. So the coefficient of static friction times mg cosine theta must be greater than or equal to mg sine theta. So if we divide both sides by mg cosine theta, the mg's cancel out, and the sine theta over cosine theta simplifies down to tangent of theta. So the coefficient of static friction must be greater than the tangent of the angle of the ramp in order to make the box move. And because the mg's cancel out, this works for any mass, and it works for any different gravity amount too. This is exactly what our next demo shows. As you can see, we have a box of 5 kilograms on a ramp with an angle of 30 degrees. The tangent of 30 is 0.577, so in order for the box not to slide, mu must be greater than 0.577. The box and the ramp have the same physics material, so in this case, mu is just the friction value, because the average of 2 of the same numbers is just the number. I made a quick script that changes the coefficient of friction to the inputted value, and as you can see, our mu is 0.57. So take a second and think of what's going to happen. Because 0.57 is less than 0.577, I'm guessing this box is going to really slowly slide down the ramp. And and when we hit play, we can see that I'm right. If we change the mu to say 0.58 and hit play, we can see that the box moves a tiny bit due to the force of the half centimeter fall that it takes onto the ramp does, but it quickly comes to the rest due to the kinetic friction. So in conclusion, just like you should always set a mass when making a rigid body, you should also pick values for the friction, so your object will come to rest when no unbalanced forces are exerted onto it. If you don't know what values to use for your friction, you can just look up a coefficient of friction of steel or whatever material the surface is. And honestly, you can just put a high friction if your surface is rough and a low friction if your surface is smooth. Your players definitely will not be able to tell the difference. In the next section, we're going to look at another resistive force called drag. So we just learned about friction, the force that resists motion when two surfaces are in contact. But what about when an object is falling in free fall and there's nothing touching it? Is there still any sort of resistive force acting on it? And the answer is yes. Only if you're on Earth, though. If you're in space with no atmosphere, the answer is no. We call the force that resists the motion of an object in free fall air resistance, or drag. The equation for drag is the force of drag is equal to 1/2 times rho, the density of the fluid, times the velocity squared, times the coefficient of drag, times the cross-sectional area. This is kind of a lot, and we really can make this a lot simpler and have it work in the same way conceptually, while not really being 100% physically accurate. We can say that the force is equal to negative b times an object's velocity. With this new equation, we get the same idea of having a higher drag with a higher velocity, but the b kind of dumps everything down with the density and the cross-sectional area into a big B, big drag. So as you can see, with this equation, the force of drag is directly proportional to its velocity, which means that the drag force will increase as an object is in the air. The other force acting on an object is gravity, which is constant, and because drag is a force that resists motion, it can't be greater than the force of gravity. So this means that the drag force will approach the force of gravity. Because of that, the object's velocity will approach a single value it will not pass, unless something else happens to the object. This velocity is called the object's terminal velocity. We can more rigorously define terminal velocity as the constant velocity that a freely falling object approaches as the resistance of the medium through which it's falling approaches the acceleration caused by gravity. Here's how we can calculate an object's terminal velocity. We have a 5 kilogram object falling through a medium with a b of 0.08, and we're looking for a terminal velocity. First, we have to recognize that a constant velocity, which is what terminal velocity is, occurs when no net forces are acting on the object, where the sum of all its forces is 0. This means that the force of gravity plus the force of drag equals 0. So mg minus bv equals 0. And if we plug in our values and solve for v, we get a terminal velocity of 612.5 meters per second. If we have exactly the same conditions but with a 10 kilogram mass, we can see that our terminal velocity is going to be 1,225 meters per second, which just so happens to be twice the terminal velocity of the 5 kilogram mass. Whoa. If these objects are exactly the same, besides from their masses, how did Galileo's experiment with his balls show that objects accelerate at the same speed when falling? Well, because the fall probably wasn't big enough for the objects to get anywhere near their terminal velocity. But that's just what I think, and maybe he is absolutely right on this. He wasn't back because on the Apollo 15 mission, astronaut David Scott dropped a hammer and another at the same time on the moon and showed that they both hit the ground at the same time.
Drop the two here and hopefully hit the ground at the same time. How about that?
I'll have the full video linked below in the description. So all this drag stuff is great, but how does it affect us difficulties? Well, it just so happens that we can incorporate the ideas of air resistance into our game physics. In your game engine, we can do this by changing the drag or air resistance, or any sort of synonym of that. And Unity is the drag section of the rigid body. Now, a sane person would assume that the drag value would just be b, but unfortunately, it's not. In Unity, drag is b divided by the mass. So in order to incorporate the examples from earlier in Unity, we can't just set drag to be 0.08 because that would be crazy talk. Instead, we're going to have to take the extra step of dividing it by the mass. So the drag variable for the 5 kilogram object would be 0.08 divided by 5, which would be 0.016. And the drag variable for the 10 kilogram object would be 0.008. When picking a value for b, you could do a bit of calculations by having the target terminal velocity in mind, but honestly, picking values that just seem good is totally fine too. Just like friction, we can be done accurately, but we can also just pick values that give a similar effect. Now let's get into the demo for terminal velocity. In this scene, I have an 80-kilogram skydiver who has just jumped out of a plane that is 1 kilometer high and is falling into the ocean. The terminal velocity of humans is about 55 meters per second. And we can use this to get a value for B, and then we can just find the boundary of the drag. Just set the equation mg minus bv equals 0 and plug in our values to get 9.81 times 80 minus 55b equals 0. And that's all for B to get b equals 14.27. Then we'll find out what the unity drag variable is. So we just take our b and divide it by our mass. So 14.7 divided by 80 is 0.1784. Our poor skydiver will hit the water and, die. So I think we should give him a parachute to open like a left flip. And this parachute will make the drag 10 times what it previously was, which will result in the skydiver slowing down until he floats calmly down to the water. In this demo, going in the water will also increase the drag to simulate the skydiver slowly sinking. Realistically, we would do something in the water with a buoyancy force, but this can be a little research homework assignment for you if you want, because I think it's a little too specific to put inside this video. Anyways, let's get ready to jump. So, drag. And remember, you don't have to be crazy accurate with this one. Just make sure it isn't noticeably a lot. And most of the time, it's not even noticeable when there isn't any. That's going to conclude our little look at regular forces. And now we're going to take a look at what happens when forces happen instantly, like in collisions. In this section of the video, we're going to talk about collisions. You might be thinking, well, you can handle other collisions for me. So why do I need to learn about them? Well, there are a few different types of collisions to talk about, and they also teach us about an important concept called momentum, which we're going to need to understand before moving on to the arguably more important next section. So what is this momentum? All it is mass times velocity. So P, the variable for momentum, equals mv. It's pretty straightforward. Super quick example. If I have a 10-kilogram box moving at 5 meters per second, what's its momentum? Well, P equals mv, so P equals 10 times 5, so P equals 50 kilograms meters per second. Cool. Now that we have an understanding of what momentum is, I'm going to tell you why it's actually useful. Momentum is always conserved. Here's a quick real-life demo of what I mean. And don't try this at home. As you can see, I am standing on my chair that rolls, and I'm going to jump off. Both my momentum and the chair momentum right now are 0, because neither of us are moving. And when I jump off, both of our momentum should be the same, just in the opposite directions. The chair is a lot less massive than I am. The chair obtained a higher velocity. The law of conservation of momentum is the backbone of how collisions work. Two objects collide, their momentum before the collision equals their momentum after the collision. So if two objects are each 5 kilograms and are traveling head-on with a speed of 10 meters per second, how fast are they traveling after they collide? Do they completely stop? Do they have a tiny bit of speed left over in the opposite direction they started traveling? Or do they travel 10 meters per second in the opposite direction? This is kind of a trick question because all of these are possible outcomes. Think about it. The change in momentum from the first object always equals the change in momentum from the second object, so the momentum is conserved. In order to determine what happens to the objects, we need to determine the elasticity of the collision. There are 3 main types of collisions. Elastic collisions, where no energy is lost. Inelastic collisions, where some energy is lost. And perfectly inelastic collisions, where all energy is lost. I could more rigorously define what energy is in this case, but all we really need to know is that the energy I'm talking about is kinetic energy, which is based on velocity. So associate velocity in this case with energy. So let's take a closer look at the collision types. First, we'll talk about perfectly inelastic collisions. That collision describes the first scenario earlier, where both objects go stop. In perfectly inelastic collisions, two objects often act like one bigger, more massive object after the collision. For example, if one 5-kilogram box is stationary from earlier, the result becomes two masses sliding together at 5 meters per second. Think of a car crash as this type of collision. The two objects often interlock after they collide. The scenario earlier describes elastic collision, and in this one, two objects perfectly bounce off If we look at the example we used with perfectly inelastic collision, where one of the masses was stationary, an elastic collision will result in the mass on the left stopping and the mass on the right obtaining a velocity equal to the velocity. So the left object stops while the right object moves at a velocity of 10 meters per second. Think of billiard balls colliding as an elastic collision. Now, the second scenario from earlier describes an inelastic collision. And there can literally be an infinite number of these. If we go back to the stationary example, the object on the left will have a slower speed than before, and the object on the right will have a speed one that is less than the original speed of the object on the left. Think of a bouncy ball getting lower and lower with each bounce. That's this kind of collision. There are most likely ways of adjusting the elasticity of collisions in your game engine, but in Unity, all we have to do is go back to our physics. If you remember from earlier, this is where your objects had friction. Now we're going to adjust the bounciness setting, where 0 is a perfectly inelastic collision, and 1 is an elastic collision. Anything in between is an inelastic collision. And the higher the number, the more elastic the collision will be. The bounciness combined works exactly like the friction combined. So rewatch that part of the video if you forget. Now for our first demo. In this scene, I have 7 10-kilogram balls. Each ball has a different color with a different physical material attached to it. The ground has a physical material with a bounciness of 0, and the bouncing combined is set to maximum. So the collision will always have a bounciness of whatever the bounciness of the ball is. I set the balls so that the dark red ball is perfectly inelastic, and the dark green ball is an elastic collision, while all the balls in between are elastic, with the greener balls being more elastic than inelastic, and the redder ball being more inelastic than elastic. If I were to ask you what bounciness the dark green ball has, you probably would say 1, because it's an elastic collision. But it doesn't. And I don't know why, but when there's a bounciness of 1, a tiny amount of energy is added, meaning the ball bounces slightly higher each time, which is not physically accurate. So I set to a value of 0.977 instead. In the next demo, I have 2 columns with 3 rows of boxes applying friction to the surface. The boxes on the top row are perfectly inelastic. The boxes in the middle are elastic with a bounciness of 0.5, and the boxes on the bottom are elastic with a bounciness of 1. I have a script called Initial Velocity Setter attached to an empty game object. This script has 3 lists of rigid bodies, one for the perfectly inelastic boxes, another for the inelastic boxes, and finally for the elastic boxes. I set it up in the inspector where the box on the left is referred to as box 1 and has an index of 0 in its appropriate list, and the box on the right referred to as box 2 has an index of 1 in the list. I also have 2 fields that control the velocity of the boxes and 2 fields that control the masses of the boxes. The start function just sets all of the box 1 velocities and all of box 2 velocities, then all box 1 masses, and then finally the box 2 masses. So if I set the velocities to 1 and negative 1, so they're going to collide at a head-on collision at the same speed, and I set their mass to 1, predict what's going to happen to each box. Well, that's probably not what you predicted, and that's because there's a secret setting that I haven't told you about. In Edit, Product Settings, and Physics, there's a special setting set to 2. This means if a collision has a velocity of 2 or lower, it will always behave like a perfectly inelastic collision. Let's crank this down to something like 0.1 and try again. That's probably more along what you predicted. With this little script, we can set up interesting situations to see how different collision types affect the outcome. Like this one. Box 1 has a velocity of 5 and a mass of 10. Box 2 has a velocity of 1 and a mass of 2. Now, let's see what happens when we change the mass of box 2 to 50. Very interesting. So as you can see, collisions can be very different based on the type of collision and the masses and velocities of the object. This is all the more reason why you should set an accurate mass as the first thing you do when you make a physics object for a game. And now, picking a value for your friction, you should also consider the bounciness value for your object as well. Now we're going to take our new understanding of momentum and talk about something pretty paradoxical, an instantaneous force. Earlier, we learned about forces and how they accelerate an object when it is constantly applied. But what happens if a force is applied at an instant? That's what we're going to be covering in this section of the video. But first, we quickly have to discuss what an impulse is. An impulse, denoted with the variable j, is a force times a time. J also equals delta p, with a change in momentum. And let's take a second to understand what's going on here. If I have a 1 kilogram object and it's at rest, and a 1 Newton force acts on it for 1 second, after the 1 second, the object will be moving at a speed of 1 meter per second. So our impulse here would be 1 Newton times 1 second, so 1 Newton second. Because J equals delta P, which equals final P minus initial P, we can see that if we look at an impulse in the eyes of a change in momentum, we have 1 times 1 minus 1 times 0, which is just 1 kilogram meters per second, as the impulse, which equals 1 newton second if you just cancel out the units. Let's see what happens if the impulse remains the same, but we act it over a longer time. Because J equals Ft and J equals 1, Ft equals 1. This is what's called an inverse proportion, where when one variable decreases, the other increases. So if our time is 0.5 seconds and our impulse is 1, the force required is 2 newtons. If our time is 0.1 seconds and our impulse is 1, the force required is 10 newtons. See where this is going? Now let's plug 0 in for t to see how much force we need at an instant. So we have 0 times the force equals 1, and 0 times anything is 0, so we have 0 equals 1. If we graph this inverse proportion and see that at time equals 0, we're undefined. But we can also see that our force blasts off towards infinity as time approaches 0 from the right. So what force do we need to make this work? And you know what? That's a great question. You see how paradoxical this whole idea of a force at an instant is now? Okay then, if there's no such thing as an instantaneous force, then how do guns work? And how do collisions happen? Well, the answer is simple. T is just a really small positive value. We call these forces that act over a short time an impulsive force. We can realistically add these impulsive forces by first figuring out what the change in momentum should be to get our impulse, then defining some small value for t and determining how much force will be needed to satisfy everything. Then just set a little timer and count down from t until it gets to 0 and constantly add the force over that interval. For example, if I want a 10 kilogram object at rest to achieve a velocity of 100 meters per second, my impulse would be final momentum minus initial momentum. So 100 times 10 minus 0 times 10, or 1,000 kilogram meters per second. Next, I want to think about how fast this should happen. Let's say 0.01 seconds. So now I set up my J equals Ft equation and plug my variables. So 1,000 equals 0.01 F. Divide both sides by 0.01 to get a required force of 100,000 newtons. After that, I will simply have to code in 100,000 newtons of force constantly being added to the object for 0.01 seconds and then stop applying the force. Now you're probably thinking, well, that's a lot of work to simulate something that people will only really notice the speed change. So should I still do this the realistic way? Absolutely not. We're making games here. We're not making NASA rocket simulations. So if we can change the velocity at an instant to get the same effect with a much easier method, we'll do it. And Unity is so common, it has a special way of doing this built into the add force function. This is done by writing force mode dot impulse as the second argument of the function. Now force is passed then as the first argument will be impulse, which will change the momentum by changing its velocity. The formula that Unity uses here is final velocity equals the initial velocity plus the impulse divided by the object's mass. Okay, awesome. Remember how I said at the start of the video with the catapult demo? That was a much better way of doing things instead of kinematically. Well, now we're going to see how that method works. In this scene, we have 3 identical catapults, each carrying a different sized rock. They also all have the same script attached to them called Catapult Launch Impulsive Force. This script has 3 fields shown on the inspector, where we put the rigid body of the rock being launched and adjust the angle and power. In the update function, all we need to do is check to see whether we click the mouse and if we're not yet in the air, and if so, call the launch function. The launch function first sets the in-air boolean to true, so we won't accidentally add more than 1 force if we accidentally click it twice. It also sets the rock's rigid body's kinematic state to false. It's true in the first place because of something it had to do with the visual event. After that, I invoke the visual event, which is purely visual, so I won't waste time explaining it. Now we add the force. Just like in the kinematic catapult demo, I need to first find the launch direction. So I did the same thing to get a normalized vector pointing in the right direction. From there, I multiply the direction vector by the power, which is the scalar, to get my vector for the impulse. I then set force mode to force mode.impulse, and that's everything. Now back in Unity, my catapults are all firing with 100 newtons of force, set at a 45-degree angle. The small rock is 5 kilograms, the medium rock is 10 kilograms, and the big rock is 15 kilograms. I also gave them a little bit of drag and some friction. If I hit play, I can left click and watch my rocks fly. Doing it this way, we can use everything we already learned about, like friction, drag, and proper collision, while having rocks from different masses launched at different velocities. Another benefit is how much less code is required. The only advantage kinematics has on us is the fact that we can trace out a trajectory and show the user. Where if we're using this method, it makes it a lot more difficult. This is going to wrap up our discussion on actual motion, and now we're going to get into some rotations. So we just went over a bunch of stuff about moving things around, but now we're going to talk about rotating them. And just like how we started the video video with kinematics, we're going to start this section with rotational kinematics, and the two are very similar. The first thing I'm going to do is introduce us to three new variables: theta, omega, and alpha. Theta is basically just the angle, or how rotated an object is. Theta is measured in degrees or radians. If you have never used a radian before, they're just a different way of expressing an angle, where the angle is a fraction of pi, where pi is just 180 degrees. So a 90-degree angle in radians is pi divided by 2, and a 45-degree angle is pi over 4, and so on. Omega describes how theta changes over time, and it's measured in radians per second or degrees per second. Omega is also referred to as angular velocity. Lastly, alpha describes how omega changes over time. It makes our angle speed up or slow down. It's measured in degrees or radians per second squared, and it's referred to as angular acceleration. These seem awfully familiar to position, velocity, and acceleration. And that's because they're literally the exact same, and now with an angle and not a position. Because of this connection to regular kinematics, we can replace the variables in the main kinematic equation from earlier and get something that works for angular kinematics. Let's start with the xf equals 1/2 a delta t squared plus b delta t plus I kinematic equation. Substitute our angular versions for the variables. So x becomes theta, b becomes omega, and a becomes alpha. So our angular kinematic equation is theta f equals 1/2 alpha delta t squared plus omega delta t plus theta I. We aren't going to waste any longer talking about this because we literally did this at the start of the video, but just with regular motion. So let's hop into our first demo. In this scene, I have a car's wheel with a rigid body attached with is kinematic tint. I also have a script called wheelspin also attached. This script has 4 fields visible in the inspector that lets us change our initial angle, angular velocity, and angular acceleration. There's also a Boolean variable to see if the inputted values are in radians or not. I also have 2 other variables, one for the rigid body, which I assign in the start function with get component, and another for time. The angular kinematic equation function is that exact equation we talked about earlier and returns what they happens. The function to get the angle for the current frame. We set the tire's rotation equal to this right here. So this quaternion thing means that we're dealing with rotations, and the dot Euler means we're working with angles. This means we say how rotated we are in the x-axis, the y-axis, and then the z-axis. The only reason we have 180 degrees in the y-axis is because I messed up with the equation from London. The last part basically says if we're in radians, convert them to degrees, and if we aren't in radians, just leave the angle as is. Lastly, we increase the time. When everything is set up in the inspector and hit play, we can see that our car tire is rotating. Okay, awesome. If you crank up the speed sufficiently high enough, you'll see that our tire will start to jitter, and it might even look like it's going backwards. I don't want to spend a crazy amount of time talking about this because it's not very important, but if you want to do some research on it, it's pretty cool. I'll give you a hint. It has to do with the computer's frame rate. Cool. Now let's move on to a non-kinetic topic called torque. Now torque is a pretty easy concept to understand, but it gets more confusing when you try to see how a torque affects an object's rotation. So we're going to start with the easier part. So what is torque? Torque is just a measure of a force that causes an object to spin around an axis. Torque is represented with the Greek letter tau, and it is a vector quantity equal to the distance from the place it twists at to the point where the force is applied, represented with r, times the force that is applied. This may have been a little bit confusing, but it's not that bad. If I have a seesaw 10 meters long and I have the fulcrum thingy in the center and apply 100 newtons of force at one end of the seesaw, the torque is just the distance to the point where the force is, which is 5 meters, times the force, which is 100 newtons. So the torque is 500 newton meters. If our force is applied at an angle, then we want to find the perpendicular component of our force and multiply that instead. So our equation becomes tau equals Rf sine theta, where theta is the angle between the force and r. Most of the time in game dev, your theta will just be 90 degrees, so that sine of 90 degrees is 1, so you don't really have to worry about it. Now, if this fulcrum gets moved 3 meters to the right, our r is now 8, so our torque is 800 newton meters. This also means that our torque on the other side must also be 800 newton meters. We know our r on the other side is 2 meters, so we can now say 800 equals 2F to get a force of 400 newtons coming off the other side. Fun fact, this is why levers are such an effective simple machine. In Unity and most likely in other game engines, we can add forces to specific points on our objects to create torques. Remember, we haven't quite learned how these torques rotate the objects around their axes, but before that, I'm going to do a quick demo of the earlier concept. So in this scene, I have an invisible gun, and there's a bad guy in front of me. He has a rigid body attached with a 75 kilogram mass. He's also made out of capsule colliders. Attached to the camera, I have a script called Shoot Gun. It has a field for the magnitude of the force, and also a bool to check whether we're aiming. I'll explain that one in a minute. In the update function, I check for when the player clicks with the mouse, and when they do, I first get the vector in the direction of where the camera is to where the mouse was clicked, and then I use that direction in red, starting at the camera's position. From there, I raycast 10 meters in the direction in red, and if I hit anything, I'll check to see if it has a rigid body. If it did have something with rigid body, I'll add force of the rigid body at a point using the add force at position function, with the first argument being the force and the second argument being the position. The last argument being force mode. So this is where the is aiming variable comes in. The player can either shoot from where he is, the is aiming variable true, or the player can shoot directly in front of where the hit point is. The first will have an angle in it, and the second will just straight up perpendicular to point. So to put this in code, I first got the direction, either the normalized direction of the ray or the vector straight ahead. Then I scaled up with the decimals. The second argument was the point where the ray has hit the collider. And the last argument is force mode.impulse, because this is the one-time instant hit, not a constant force. Phew, that was a lot, and probably a bit confusing if you don't know what raycasting is, but let's just shoot this bad guy for a bit. Okay, cool. Now it's time for the more confusing part, how torque affects the rotation of an object. So remember from force equals mass times acceleration from earlier? Well, we're going to use something similar here, where our torque is going to equal the angular acceleration times inertia. So what is inertia? Well, it's the inertia tensor's component value for the same axis you're rotating around. So what's the inertia tensor? Well, maybe you've seen it, maybe you haven't, but on the rigid body component, there's a section called the inertia tensor, and it describes how mass gets distributed around the object. And I do not know how this calculation works, and frankly, I don't want to. I'm just glad Unity does it for us. So if we are rotating a 10 kilogram cube around the x-axis, its inertia will be 1.67 kilograms meters squared. So if a constant torque of 10 newton meters is applied to this 5 kilogram rectangular prism, let's find its angular acceleration. So our torque equals our inertia times our angular acceleration. So 10 equals our angular acceleration times 10.833. And we got that 10.833 value from the inertia tensor. So alpha is going to equal 0.923 radians per second squared. So we can make objects rotate by using the add torque function in Unity, which will simply give an angular acceleration around a specific axis by dividing the magnitude of the torque by the inertia from the inertia tensor. Oh, and a positive torque will rotate an object counterclockwise, and a negative torque will rotate an object clockwise. We can make an instant torque by setting force mode to impulse, and it will work exactly the same as instant forces from earlier, except we're dividing our impulse by our inertia and adding it to our initial angular velocity, instead of dividing it by mass and adding regular velocity. Okay, awesome. I know this last section with torque and inertia can be a little bit confusing, so great job sticking with it. I'm now going to do one last demo for rotational dynamics about spinning objects. In this demo scene, I have 5 different boxes. The 2 on the left both have a mass of 1 kilogram, and the only difference between them is that the one on the right is longer. The middle box is 5 kilograms, and the box to its right has a mass of 10 kilograms. Finally, the mass of the large box on the far right is 10 kilograms. Next, I have an empty game object with a script attached, which is responsible for giving all objects the same torques. Here, we have a list of the rigid bodies, and in the spin function, we loop through this list and add the same torque to all of them. We add an impulsive torque if the right mouse button is clicked, and a constant torque when the left mouse button is held. Now make your predictions about what's going to happen to our boxes. And I'm going to start by simply adding an impulsive torque of 1 to all of them. As you can see, the boxes are arranged in a way where the fastest spinning objects, aka the objects with the lowest moment of inertia, are on the left, and the objects with the most inertia are on the right. Hopefully seeing the effect that mass and the object shape have on the object's rotational velocities was helpful. That's going to conclude all the main physics in this video. And the last section is pretty much going to be everything else about rigid bodies in Unity. If you're using a different game engine, you probably will still find some value in it, so I wouldn't go anywhere. In this last section of the video, we're going to go over pretty much everything else about the rigid body component in Unity that we have yet to already talk about. First is the collision detection mode. If an object is moving slowly, has a mesh collider, or you simply just want better performance, use discrete collision detection. Otherwise, you want to use a continuous one. Use continuous dynamic for objects that are going to be moving fast. Use plain old continuous for objects that aren't going to be moving per se, but will be getting collided into. And use continuous speculative if you want a cheaper continuous collision detection method. Next up is the rigid body constraints. These ones are pretty straightforward. If an object has a constraint along an axis, whether that be freeze position or freeze rotation, the object will not be allowed to move or rotate respectively along the checked axis when a force acts on the object. Note that the objects can still be moved and rotated kinematically with these constraints ticked. If you specifically want an object not to rotate at all, set the rigid body's freeze rotation boolean to true. Next, I want to mention the on-trigger and on-collision function, even though they're not technically something that has to deal specifically with rigid bodies. When giving an object a collider, you can mark this collider as a trigger, and this makes it ignore all collisions and instead just calls the trigger functions. The on-trigger enter function gets called when something enters the trigger, the on-trigger stay function gets called each physics tick an object is in a trigger, and the on-trigger exit function gets called when a collider exits the trigger. The on-collision enter, stay, and exit functions work exactly the same, but just with talking about if the objects are in contact. Now I want to talk to you about the center of mass, and I'm not going to get into exactly what the center of mass is, so if you don't know and are curious, just look it up. But in Unity, we can change where our center of mass is if our object doesn't have a uniform distribution of mass. We can do this with rigid body's center of mass variable, and assign it a new vector 3. This center of mass will be local to the object, not global. If you want to revert back to the object's original center of mass, just call the reset center of mass function on the rigid body. Next up is the set density function. Density is a scalar equal to mass divided by volume. And when you call the set density function on a rigid body, you pass in a density as the argument. From there, Unity will calculate the volume and divide the density by the volume and set the object's mass equal to the result. This is a more niche function, but it will probably be useful for having an object whose shape may vary. The next rigid body function we're going to talk about is the add explosion force function. This function has a single point acting as the explosion point. Then it figures out what point on the rigid body's collider is closest to that point, then it gets the direction from where that point is to the explosion point, and adds a force in that direction. With that said, there are 5 parameters for this function. The first is the explosion force, which is a float acting as the magnitude of the explosion force. This magnitude is proportional to the distance from the explosion point, so objects farther away get a smaller force exerted on them. The next one, explosion position, is a vector 3, which is about a point in world space where the explosion is coming from. The next parameter, explosion radius, is a float responsible for the radius that affects the rigid body. So if the object is in the sphere created by the radius, it will have a force exerted on it. Next is a completely visual effect called upwards modifier, which gives the object a small upward force to send them flying into the air too. This one is not physically accurate and is purely for dramatic effect. Lastly is the force mode, and this one should pretty much always be set to force mode impulse because explosions are pretty much always impulsive forces. Once you set these parameters to your liking, you can simulate an explosion. The next rigid body function I want to talk about is the add relative force and torque functions. These do exactly the same as their normal counterparts we talked about earlier, except they act locally, not globally. What I mean by this is that an object rotated 180 degrees on the x-axis will behave the same way if a relative force in the up direction acts on it as it would if a regular force in the down direction acts on it. Now, I want to talk to you about this interpolation thing you see right here. Most of the time, you want it off, but in the case of the main camera following a rigid body around, you might want to change this if things start looking jittery. This happens because physics updates with a fixed tick, while the graphics updates as many times as it can. If you set this to interpolate, the movement should look a lot smoother, but it may lag behind due to interpolation from the previous frame and the current frame. This is the bigger problem. Switch to extrapolate, which will predict where the object will be in the future and render it there. Extrapolate generally has more problems though, so first try interpolate. Now, there's kind of a big part of the main rigid body component that I have yet to discuss, and that's angular drag. I understand what this does conceptually. It slows a rotating object's rotation down, where higher numbers mean a bigger slowdown, for lack of a better word. And I honestly have no clue what the math behind this angular drag variable is, and how it affects the angular velocity. So that's why I really haven't mentioned it earlier. You should have some drag rigid bodies though, so they can eventually become something. And a quick side note, this angular drag will also yield an angular terminal velocity, is pretty cool too. The next two things are going to be very niche, and I can't really think of a scenario where you actually need them, but you can figure out the tangential velocity of a rotating object by using the getPointVelocity function and passing in a vector 3 in world space as the point for the first argument. The next function is called closest point on bounds, which also takes a vector 3 from the point you want to find the closest point on the rigid body's collider. This function returns a vector 3 for the closest point. Now, there is one more big topic with rigid bodies that I haven't really covered yet, and that's rigid body sleeping. I think it's a little bit confusing and out of the scope of this tutorial, so I'm not really going to mention it right now, but if you're noticing that your physics objects sometimes just aren't interacting stuff, you may want to look into this because they might just be asleep. Let's take a few minutes to recap everything we learned today. First, we talked about what position, velocity, and acceleration are, and how they relate to each other with time. We also got this fancy formula for finding the position of an object at a certain time given an initial position, velocity, and acceleration. It's xf equals 0.5a delta t squared plus v delta t plus xi, if you forgot. Next, we brought this in two dimensions and learned what a vector was. After that, we learned what mass was and then about Fermat. We also saw how the force of gravity affects an object, and then how it affects them on ramps as well. Then we learned about friction, being a force that resists the motion of an object, and it's equal to the coefficient of friction times the normal force. Then we saw how we can add friction to the objects in our game by making physics materials in Unity. After this, we talked about drag, and how the terminal velocity times b is equal to its mass times the acceleration due to gravity. Then we mentioned how the drag variable in Unity is equal to your b divided by m. After this, we talked about collisions, and how in perfectly inelastic collisions, objects stick together, and in elastic collisions, objects bounce off of each other with no energy lost. To determine the elasticity of a collision, you pick a number for the bounciness variable in the physics material. Next, we discussed how forces can be made instantaneous, with using an impulse to instantly change the momentum of the object. To do this, we use force mode.impulse in our last argument in the add force function. After this, we went on to rotation of kinematics, saw how theta, omega, and alpha connects to x, v, and a. We also learned the angular kinetic equation. Then we discussed what torque was and how it's created by a force applied at a certain distance from an object's rotational axis, which was new game development too. If this is your first time here, you should check out some of the other stuff I do too. I'm making a 3D puzzle game, which you can watch the videos on right here. And I also love doing game jams, which you can check out. I also try to respond to all the comments on my channel. So if you were confused on how something worked or any other questions, put it in the comments and I'll try my best to answer. Thanks again. See you soon.
The time to advance your data science career is now.
Data and being able to translate it into meaningful actions is so critical for any modern business to succeed. It's not enough to generate insight. Companies need to make data-informed decisions that drive growth and keep them moving forward.
This data science career accelerator is focused on shaping the future of business through data. It's not just about algorithms.
I don't know if you guys know this about me, but I like video game, kind of, and I think I want to start making my own. Don't worry, the YouTube channel is not going anywhere. YouTube will always remain king. I love making fun videos the most, and even during this process of making games for 2 weeks, I started to like really making those. But making games is something I really want to invest my time in on the side. And I'm not trying to start like a large scale studio right away. I'm not trying to put the cart in front of the horse. I don't even have a cart, of course, the YouTube channel. That being said, if this horse needs the first time to be used, then I might want to start looking for a cart with a couple of game devs to pull around. This analogy is weird. I've also noticed while making videos about video games, there is a couple of pain points I keep running across, which is as I'm critiquing developers' work, I feel a little bit of guilt about the fact that I don't participate in this medium. I don't make video game. And I'm not saying that you need to make video games to have a good opinion about them. You don't need to make your own line to be a sommelier. Yes, I know a little bit of French. You don't need to steps to know that but I bet if you stun them grapes, you would have a broader, better understanding of what's into it. So before we talk about my attempt to learn Unreal in 2 weeks, I do want to bring up kind of like a dream thing for mainly my subscribers. So if you don't really care, if you're new to the channel, you can skip to this part in the video where I actually like start the process. The main reason why I want to make games is selfishly, conceitedly, I think I have really good ideas for video games. And I also feel like I've gathered like a lot of random sets in my life that kind of feel like it's building towards this. I was a graphic designer for 9 years. I didn't go to college. I worked in teams pretty much my entire career. I've played thousands.
Why is the website still not live in English? Did you copy paste content for the translator?
Working on it.
Do the language buttons work on mobile?
They should.
Thousands and thousands of hours of video games, and I clearly love them. And now the craziest thing is I make a living talking about what's good and bad about them. I think I'm a decent communicator. I'm working really hard at listening part. I've been drawing since I was 5, mainly wannabe concept art, and videos has taught me so much, like the deep process from beginning to end, from conceptualization to like final product. It's taught me to follow my instinct and where to cut the fat in a video. Even if I really love something, you can feel that it's not working. And most importantly, every day that I've thought about realistically making a game studio and making my own games, I'm extremely of it. Like I really, really want to do this. I also have you guys, my subscribers, my audience. If I'm developing a game, I can have you guys test it and give me feedback about it. And you guys are an audience that hopefully, if I were to launch a game, you also buy it. Or maybe that's helping me with like a GoFundMe if I don't want to get the publisher, it's like raise the money ourselves. It's a lot to think of. It's a big and it's going to take time. So you might be wondering what kind of video games would I want to make? And I thought really hard about this and kept it pretty high level because I want to make third person co-op, not turn-based, no offense, Baldur's Gate, adventure games. I know that might sound kind of ended, but that's intentional. I want to like shut down different ideas. I want to have people comfortably collaborate in the early stages. The main inspirations for the game would be games like Valheim and Risk of Rain 2, both made by very small teams. I think Risk of Rain 2 is made by 3 people, Valheim by 5. I want to be realistic here. I'm not trying to make the next Skyrim right away. Even Valheim, I think, is way too big of an idea for like our first game. High level, I picture that would make like 2 overwhelmingly positive reviewed Steam games at first. And we take a big swing for our third game where maybe we try like the Balls type game that I was talking about in my Bannerlord video. I just want to under promise and over deliver and learn a million different lessons while making our couple of games. Then we can really go for it and just like shatter the entire video game landscape with our unbelievable. Like I said, then take a long time. This is going to take years. And that's the reason that I want to start now. I'm 27. I turn 28 in a month. And before I'm 30, I want to get this game studio started. And yes, I do have a name for the studio that we will reveal once we're working our first project that we can announce. So if this idea and concept like genuinely excites you and you didn't hate working with me, I'm actually going to set an email so you guys can reach out to me because definitely interested in working with people. Send me an email at jacksatherstudio@gmail.com. I think the first people I would need to bring on board is somebody that really knows Unreal Engine, just like a general game developer. And the next person would be somebody that's a really good 3D modeler. If you're one of those two things and have experience, definitely send me an email. But if you're not, but you're just still super excited about this idea and want to get involved, still send me an email and tell me about what you're feeling and what you want to do. Something about the studio is like, if it ends up being something where like people can come and have like full-time salaries and stuff, I want a single person there to be thrilled to be working at the studio. I want people to love work that they do and really feel like they're a part of building something that is actually impacting the world. That's something that I feel like was missing my entire graphic design career. Also, I can offer you no money at the beginning of this. This is a free endeavor. I'm just surviving on YouTube right now. I've just recently started my second life, and taxes are coming up, which, yes, I know I should them quarterly, whatever. Who knows? This might just cut my whole YouTube career off at the knees. The reason why I want to start now is because there is no better time in history to learn game design. Indie games are blowing AAA games out of the water. Like Little Company outsell Call of Duty for like months. That game was made by one guy. Virtually all the software to make these games now is free. Unreal Engine, Godot, Blender, Cascadeur, all the software is free for us to use. There's hundreds of hours of free tutorials on YouTube. Things inside the engines themselves are getting so accessible. Like in Unreal, you don't even need to know like technical code anymore. You just need to know the visual scripting blueprint method, which I gotta say is a little oversold as being like super easy to understand. It's still hard if you don't know code, but it is much more easy to learn than having to learn like a whole coding language from the ground up. It's just crazy when you hear like old game devs talk about learning code, like Todd Howard building his first games on the Apple II, which is basically making a game on the freaking Fallout 3 terminal. And if you're not an artist, like there's so much free assets out now and like good cheap assets online in the on marketplace. Like in Quixel Bridge, you have all their free mega, everything you can picture outside, leaves, trees, rocks, like everything. There's just no excuse to find to not get into game design today. So I did. And I spent the last 2 weeks to figure this thing out. All right, so let's get into it. First of all, I want to say you're a real designer and you're actually watching this video. If you have any tips or constructive criticism on how I learned things or advice for newbies that are getting into this, your comments are more than welcome and appreciated. Comment down below. The plan for the 2 weeks was constant exposure. Unreal Engine is an intimidating program, and I just wanted to live in it for 2 weeks straight. And by the way, any tutorials that I found really useful, I'm going to include in the link in the description. There should be a bunch of them. And I began where most of us do, which is going straight to the master of Unreal Sensei. Arigato gozaimasu. This 5-hour-long tutorial is the most viewed learning Unreal video out there, and it's for good reason. This is a beast of a video with a ton of great information, and the teacher is amazing. Full transparency, I actually watched this Unreal Sensei video last year at some point, but I feel like I've kind of forgotten most of it, so I started with it on this journey of making my own game and my descent into madness.
very happy in our relationship. We do appreciate the flexibility and the scalability of SSO2 products, which can be tailored to meet the specific business needs.
The first thing I did was I wrote out a list of what I could realistically do in a matter of 2 weeks as a complete newbie. So I came up with make a third-person world, make a small environment, have grass, trees, etc. Maybe add fog if we're feeling crazy. Create a Viking character or just have a character in Unreal Engine work. Possibly create a physics ponytail because physics rule and so do ponytails. Create an enemy, implement those characters, create an axe, have swingations like hop and a swipe chop. Keep combat simple, have a damage system, but that's the whole list. I think I could do that, right? I started Unreal Sensei's video and a lot of the basics kind of came back to me pretty quick. Like you can set up a lighting system in a game and just feel like a god right away, just commanding the sun with a simple key. In that tutorial, you're introduced to Quixel Bridge that has a bunch of mega stands, which are basically super high quality assets that you can import into your game free of charge. And this was also my introduction to my first problem, which I'm just going to call over downloading. Basically learning something, they would teach you about like how to import a certain asset. And I'll be like, I got of like the tutorials to download 3 or 4 and just started. I'd be like, let me go download everything that would possibly be in my world and just spending hours in Quixel bridging every single asset that I I'll make this tiny little game. You just heard list. In reality, I should have just gotten 2 or 3 and just kept it moving. I finished up my first day, cruised through the tutorial, and I realized that I kind of wanted to get a different volumetric clouds and skybox in the background. But here is where my second problem, my second big personal issue comes into play, which is I started to look up a tutorial on YouTube about this. The recommended page on YouTube for an ADD, possibly, I've never been diagnosed, brain of mine gets so distracted at looking at anything on the recommended page. It's an absolute war zone fighting for my attention. Of course, I want to see Mark Rebier's apartment.
Get the fuck out of bed, bitch, go.
I kept watching the Unreal Sensei video, and once you got to like putting into mountains, for some reason my brain was like, some fog will look good on the mountains, and I'm pretty sure I saw a tutorial about that. So I went to YouTube and immediately got distracted again and watched a 15-minute long video on black holes from Epic Spaceman. Go watch it. It is actually so awesome. Then I watched a video about Biden being an NPC from Skyrim. Hello. Then I watched a girl get 5 million views for a cat slightly gray. Oh, that's awesome. I love putting in so much effort into my videos. And then I watched about 20 more videos after that, then played a couple of games at TFT because apparently I played that. And then I decided it was awesome, all that work, and just decided to break. Then I finished up Unreal Sensei's tutorial.
Pat yourself on the back, since this was a lot of work.
And then I called it a day. I had finished Sensei's tutorial, but like I said, I did it last year, so I didn't implement all of the stuff that he did. So by day 3, I had a floor. So I decided to actually start doing his tutorial and add instances. Then I added a plugin called Interactive World, which is actually like a super awesome plugin, make your game look super AAA. It can make you have like mud footprints and like push things around in the snow. And most importantly, it has interactive foliage that your character can touch that I was about to put down. Unfortunately, the guy doesn't really explain that well how to put it into your game. And apparently he just made this plugins because he was trying to find a job. But it's a pretty popular plugin, so I decided to look up some tutorials on it. And this is the third problem that I've run into. There's like no proper tutorials on this plugin. And I'm not blaming the plugin. I'm actually talking about Unreal Engine 5 in general. Is such a new software, Unreal Engine 5 specifically, that there's actually a lot of missing tutorials out there. I tried to find a lot of stuff on interactive foliage in just like any way that it could be implemented, and I got sent down a bunch of different rabbit holes, a lot of errors and things not working properly.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about foliage that you can pick up. I was talking about foliage that you could push around.
I just want to put this out there. If you really know game design in Unreal Engine 5, you could start a huge channel and make a ton of money explaining this stuff to people on YouTube. So something that I recognized early on and was just like blatantly obvious and disgusting was the grid lines and texture repetition on my floor. And I wanted to solve this before putting in foliage. And I knew that there was a way to solve this. So I went to YouTube, got distracted again because I saw that Shane Gillis is on February.
If I ever get on SNL, I will Bud Dwyer. I'll be like, live from my mouth, this fucking gun.
Then I started some tutorials on how to fix the brass. I thought it was going to be like a one-button solution, but next thing I know, I'm like studying micro and macro variations and textures.
In the red channel of the result of the micro variation blend to draw transition between the two variations.
And when I thought I had it figured out, I tried implementing it into the game. But what do you know? On like the last step, it just doesn't work for some reason.
Nothing change.
That has happened to me a lot in Unreal Engine. That kind of stuff and stuff like follow a tutorial to a T. For some reason, a tool shows up on their screen and it doesn't show up on mine. The texture repetition problem would just not go away. I tried to fix this for a while. I tried to fix this for hours. I tried to fix this for the next 2 full days.
I'm 35 and I want to retire by 50, living here in Europe. What should I do?
Okay, so you live in Europe and you're thinking about retiring early. Maybe you've heard about the FIRE movement, financial independence, retire early, where regular people in different professions, such as teachers, designers, programmers, invest their money and escape their 9-to-5 and retire at 40 or 50. Maybe you've read about how if you bought $10,000 of Amazon stock 20 years ago, today that would be worth $1 million. You realize that the key to retiring early is investing your savings. But if you're new to investing, it can seem like a confusing game, especially if you live here in Europe. How do you buy a stock, and which stocks do you buy? What bank brokers do you trust with your money, and how do you do with taxes? Advice that you find online is for Americans. It talks about 401ks and IRAs, which don't matter to us here in Europe. And of course, you're a bit worried because you don't want to make mistakes and lose money. If that sounds familiar, then you're in luck, because I've put together the ultimate guide to investing and retiring early here in Europe. It's based on my 17 years in finance, including my time on Wall Street and experience building a European investment company, which today manages over €1 billion. It's a step-by-step training program called the Index Masterclass. And full disclosure, I think it's pretty wonderful. Within a few weeks, you will build your passive investment portfolio, choose a brokerage, and start investing. You will get on the road to financial freedom and early retirement. The program includes screen shares, brokerage shortlists, useful spreadsheets, a community of investors all across Europe, support from our team in case you get stuck, country tax briefings for 34 European countries, and a lot more. It's got everything you need to start investing and, most importantly, be confident in your decisions. Now, the good news is that the first module of the masterclass is free. It's a 90-minute long value-packed webinar that I made based on my personal journey from zero to financial independence. I do this webinar live, so you can get all your questions answered, and you can sign up for it by clicking the link below this video. Every webinar brings together hundreds of people from all across Europe. So if that's you, and if you want to discover how to grow your wealth without sacrificing your lifestyle, and build the kind of capital which can allow you to retire early, then click the link below this video and sign up. Hi, I'm Tom Sill. I've invested hundreds of millions of euros as a professional asset manager, and I personally reached financial independence at the age of 37. I even retired early for a while, but then I got bored, so I started the Index Masterclass instead. Now I'm doing what I love, helping Europeans start their own journey to financial freedom. And at this webinar, I will share how to get started even if you have zero experience using the key investment strategy behind our Index Masterclass training program. These are the best investment struggles for investors here in Europe. And that makes investing simpler and much more effective. I'll even show you exactly how I invest my own money. This is an approach recommended by Nobel Prize winners in economics, and it takes only a few hours per year. So click the link below this video, sign up, and I'll see you at the webinar. And I'm also going to share a really cool passive investing toolbox that I've put together specifically for European investors. This toolbox will only be available live at the webinar. So sign up, and I'll see you there.
On day 5, I finally found a solution. Turns out I should have done Unreal Sensei's tutorial because his auto landscape brush comes with a feature that's called cell bombing that basically takes any natural texture and completely randomizes it on textures and seamlessly makes it so it all combines together, so all the grid lines disappear. You can't do this with like a texture because it cuts it up. Any natural asset, it works extremely well. I tossed the material onto my grass and started painting, and things were starting to look pretty dang good. Pretty dang good for just a floor by day 5. At this time, I was frustrated that I was still walking around a normal mannequin, and I wanted to start adding in my own character. And I heard about MetaHuman, and I was wondering, like, does that actually apply to a little indie game dev like this? And so I decided to give it a shot. And yes, MetaHuman is freaking awesome. I'm surprised that you make your character through like a browser. It seems pretty intense for that. But I loved making my character. It's super intuitive and easy to learn. And I make under an hour, and that's me being a total nut job when it comes to creating characters. I love the character that I made, and he's just chock to like Blizzard cinematic. I wasn't sure how much my game would need this level of detail, so I put him into a game, which is, you have to go look up another tutorial about how to do that because nothing explains it. Put him into my game doing a simple retargeting method, and that seemed to work pretty well, actually. Look at that. I got him walking around in the sunlight. It's beautiful. He looks a little blurry from where he's at, but this felt very awesome. It felt awesome to actually progressing into making a game. I actually got to talk about that for a second, which is progress in making a game, because I definitely crediting myself enough this early on. And I'm becoming extremely discouraged at this point for what I'd made so far, which was a floor. It was my fault. It was my arrogance and perfectionism that got in the way and wanted to skip ahead to exactly what I wanted of the game and make sure it's perfect before moving on to the next step. When you're learning something, and I got to get better at this, when I'm learning something, I got to get better at realizing when to move on. Things are definitely not going to be perfect when you get started. And if you start fixating small little issues, you're going to go down rabbit holes just like me for hours and hours. It makes you feel like you're wasting your time, even though in the end, I don't think you really are, but it will feel discouraging. If I had just followed a tutorial again, like Gorka's first game, I would have felt so much more satisfied and encouraged because of how much guidance. So I found the updated version of Unreal Sensei's Landscape Brush, implementing it into the game. I also started watching the part of his tutorial going over virtual textures, which is basically putting textures on your assets that blend into the landscape below it. I hugged Ralphie for some much needed comfort in my journey so far, and little did I know that I was about to start losing my mind. I started watching some Prismatica dev videos, which are really great. He's a phenomenal presenter. He has videos and now his own plugin on interactivity in game worlds. And I wanted to know more about it. So I started watching a bunch of his videos. His stuff is pretty high level. And I came into my next mistake that I made, which is trying to understand information like I'm drinking water out of a fire hose. Prismatica is providing great information, but a new bleed does not need to be this into the weed yet, which once again, I am at the level of just having a f***ing floor. I watched a bunch of his videos, and then I ended up just calling it a day, completing the first week. There's no way I can make a game in just a week. I started the day deciding to start over and actually use the updated landscape brush effectively this time. Then I got distracted and a new interview with Christopher Nolan, which was extremely interesting because they're masters of the craft. I was about to start laying down some footage, but then I thought, wait, what if I just go back to Prismatica Dev's videos and just buy his plugin for his interactive world and just throw it into my game? I know how to do that, right? So I bought it, and then I joined his Discord. Then I started looking at like the people that have been using this, and it's crazy the results that people are getting from using this plugin. It's awesome. Started watching the tutorials on how to put into your own game, but it's not a straightforward process. So as a newbie, I just got kind of overwhelmed and ended up just putting it off to the side, saying I'll put it out later after I'm not making a video about how to make a game weeks. After that, for some reason, I watched my favorite scene from That's How I Felt after all my work so far, which was before. That kept over downloading, but eventually I started downloading trees. After that, I ended up going plugin shopping for some reason, which I will. There is one good thing that came out of this, and that is if you're willing to spend money, the best bang for your buck, I think universally, tell me if I'm wrong or not, but is a thing called UDS, Ultra Dynamic Skies. And I wasn't going to spend any of this video, but come on, man, I hadn't gotten anything done. It's crazy. It adds any weather effect you can possibly think of seamlessly, and it's highly customizable, whether it's rain, snow, thunderstorm, dust storm, sandstorm, lightning, clouds, different skies, aurora borealis, like I said that is French, whatever. The Northern Lights, stars, and everything is just so high quality. Most of the things have sounds included. And with everything that I put in the game, it seemed to perform actually really well. This plugin that I paid money for really made me feel like I was starting to get somewhere, especially with those trees. Look at those trees. That's not just a floor forest. But of course, for whatever reason, it didn't work whenever I started actually playing the game. That you just turn up on this game alone. I tried it on another project, worked fine. Then I started going over to rock texture, and for some reason it had a bunch of black squares all over it. I don't know why the hell it happened, but I had to fix that too. I started to fix it, and then I eventually just got a headache and went to bed. I started day 8, scrapping my world again, because UDS, the f***ing rock textures don't work. I started making the game just using Unreal Engine principles. I started laying down some mountains. Then I started over downloading again, but this time it's for a reason. It's because I'm going to make the game this time. I've only got a week left, but I actually made a landscape that I legitimately liked. I started making progress until I decided to start working on the virtual textures. So I was trying to get my assets to just melt into the floor and match the landscape they were above. I added in the 2 runtime virtual textures that you need to incorporate it, and boom, 90% of my landscape disappeared. I do not know why. I still don't know why. If you know why, please, for the love of God, tell me. This is where I started to crack.
Why? How? Why? What? What? Why? How? Why?
What?
Why? Like literally, like everything was fine, even to the point where I can do this like next step, whatever. I'm like, oh great, it works.
I'm going to talk about data analytics.
Want to start a business? Start with an address. Choose from a range of domain name and new domain extensions to help make your business stand out from the crowd. Give your online business the best start with the right address from GoDaddy. Start for free at godaddy.com.
It's like great, awesome. This makes my fucking blood boil.
Why? Luckily, I had Ralph beside me who was able to comfort me in my moments of absolute sheer rage. I tried to fix it for hours on end. I Googled everything.
Like, just give me something. Unreal's Google sucks fucking cock. There's never a solution. What the fuck?
I looked at Unreal discussion forums. I even pretty sure I've joined an Unreal Discord and asked if anybody could help me with this problem. Nobody got to me. And I just said, F it. I have to leave. I had to go out that night. Started day 9 thinking, I need a clean slate. I was running time to make a game, so I was like, okay, I should just follow a big tutorial and take a game from start to finish, then customize from there and make it my own.
Get out of town. Jordan Peterson interview.
I was like, well, if I'm going to do that, I should probably make my own character first. That's a stupid idea, Jack. So I started drawing my own. I started looking at references. My favorite place to go is ArtStation. I love ArtStation. It's crazy what will inspire you. Like I found this one image that I found to be so intriguing, and it made me start thinking of a smaller game that I can make, kind of based around the concept of what I felt in this image. Funny because this is like a fairly futuristic looking setting. I wanted to go more medieval, but I love things like the setting. I was thinking about storm and a foggy kind of setting, and I could easily make that with UDS. And I like that beacon-looking thing where the ground looks really healthy around it. And it made me start thinking about what the actual game part of the game would be. Like, what if you're a winter Viking with a two-handed hammer, and you're caught in a blizzard, and all you see is this vague beacon of light in the distance. And once you get to it, you realize it's like this giant green glowing rock with grass around it. And if you smash it with your hammer, the rock crumbles and it heals you, and the grass around you dies. But in the distance, another glow appears, and you go to that one next. But on your way to that one, ice cannibal things start coming out and trying to kill you on your way to it. And every time you get to a new beacon, it's harder and harder into one, and you like, I don't know, ascend to a Valhalla or something like that. Seems simple enough, right? Right? Wrong. Wrong. I have f***ing floor at this point. I can't make this in a week, but I decided it was worth a shot. I ended up starting to make my character in Blender, another program that I had little to no experience. I also discovered that you can download 3D models from Sketchfab at this point, and started over-downloading like crazy on all the characters that were going to be in my small game. It was 10 days into making my game, and I had gotten, for some reason, I was still optimistic in an insane kind of way.
Today is the day I make a video game, something you can play.
From the fateful day when stinking bits of slime first crawled from the sea and shouted to the cold stars, "I am man." Our greatest dread has always been knowledge of our own morality. But tonight we shall hurl the gauntlets of science into the fateful face of death itself. Tonight we shall ascend into the heavens. We shall mock the earthquake. We shall command thunders and penetrate into the very womb of Impervious herself.
And we'll be able to play it. It's going to be a fun time.
I zombie mesh and put them into Mixamo, which is a place where you can get free animations and characters from. And I ended up getting a bunch of different animations for this zombie that, spoiler alert, I never used, and over down crap out of them for hours. But I also found on Sketchfab my character, the kid that I would want to play as. Unfortunately, he had a bunch of like weapons on the side, so I had to figure out in Blender how to be able to take those off. And I managed to do this. And then I ended up finding a free program called AccuRig that automatically rigs your characters once you have a few points set up. And that seemed to work. I'm not sure how Accu works with Unreal. It did allow an FBX file where I could put into Cascadeur to make my own idle animation and walking animation.
Oh, boy.
I suck.
And this begins day 11, which I worked on this game for 15 hours straight, from the moment I woke up to basically the moment I fell asleep. I put my character into Cascadeur, and it looked good. I made an idle animation, and it worked.
That's so sick, bro.
But I also realized that the cloak was going to be an issue not moving properly and stuff, so I decided to take it off. One problem there, though, taking off the cloak, this character also takes off his head. I made a new head and figured out how to Gorilla Glue it on top of this model in Blender. I re-rigged it and put it into Cascadeur to do my walk animation, and I started realizing if I'm going to like walk and make idle animation for this guy, he should also be holding something since I want a two-handed hammer. Unfortunately, to put your weapon in your game in Cascadeur, that's a paid. I was going to have to eyeball it, and the way I was going to eyeball it is to use reference. How do you get reference for free? You do it yourself. As cringy as it sounds, I asked my girlfriend to film me standing and walking around and even sprinting like a video game.
So I gotta do an idle, walk, run, sprint, slash, like 3 different slashes. Okay? So fucking cringe. Here we go. Jump. I need a jump. Oh gosh.
I wouldn't shoot under the fan.
Yeah, come on, Grandma. Front idle.
As a video creator, our biggest enemy is time, and something that takes a lot of time is color grading.
My name's Harry, and I'm no expert in colour grading.
With Envato's huge LUT library, I've been able to create some amazing content, and let me show you how. Head on over to Envato and type in LUTs into the search bar.
And just like that, you've got access to thousands of LUTs, textures, animations, and more.
Once you've applied your conversion LUT, you're going to want to head on over to the Lumetri Colour tab. Here, just select the LUT you've just downloaded, and just like that, it will apply to your footage. And there you have it. To find lots and more for your next project, head on over to Envato.
Got it.
Teasing animation.
And you can stop. I think everyone looks bad when they run.
I was bad.
Everyone does.
Are you watching things?
Stop.
Fucking back. Straight like this. Swimming.
That's adorable.
Also, while getting these poses, I freaking hole in the wall.
A slash is gonna be holding like this. Whoa.
Did you dent the wall?
That's okay.
But this was actually really useful. I also needed a weapon, which I ended up for some reason not choosing a hammer because I guess I couldn't find one, and I used a dragon glass battle axe. I got to work on my walk cycle, and Cascador is awesome. It's so intuitive and really fun to use, and there's even like AI capabilities to make things look super realistic. And I think the walk I made, as crippled as it looks, kind of fits the vibe I was looking for, but also makes me concerned about that reference was my walk. I have the walk cycle, but the big test was if this is actually going to work in my, and fortunately, thank the Lord, it actually somehow worked. And I even got a battle axe to like get into my hands. It all came together. I did discover that this animation process was actually like kind of my favorite process so far, which is a good sign because you have to add in a lot of animations into games. Then I tried to get the cape physics to work, and that was just a process. And another thing that's not a lot of like efficient tutorials on YouTube for Unreal Engine 5. I just cannot get this thing to work. But let's not focus on that. I actually got my guy to walk around and hold an axe and look cool. It was the first day where I felt a little proud of myself.
It's crazy that I'm actually doing this. This is wild.
Day 12 began with, surprise, surprise, over-downloading once again. I wanted a new character without time. Anna Thompson for some reason, because it was my favorite looking gun. I ended up finding a character that matched the Thompson in the setting that I was kind of like thinking and manipulating the game in my head. But again, I got to the physics part and he just kept exploding like a hot air balloon and it just didn't work. And that was a waste of a day. Day 13, the day before my last. I started the day by talking directly to the camera and getting some stuff off my chest.
So I've been going crazy the past few days because I can't seem to get anywhere because I keep getting sidetracked on these things that are important to me, but I end up not making an actual playable experience. I would argue I haven't played a playable experience this entire time. So today we're going to go through a tutorial that is strictly just making a game. 2 hours long, and I think I'll learn a lot, and I think I'll actually have something to play.
So that was the plan. Just finish this one tutorial so at least I have something to show. But first, I know that tutorial doesn't cover how to put your own character into the game, so I got to do it. So I wanted to simply add my own, which is a bad idea. Surprisingly, I actually got a character into the game, changed some colors on him, and he looked pretty decent moving around. Besides the oxygen tank on the back that looked like a black hot dog moving around. I followed this tutorial and worked on it for 6 hours and went a little crazy in the process. But check it out. After all that work, I had a guy shooting a gun.
Oh, there we go. That's starting to feel like I'm actually making a game, dude. Fucking finally. That feels so good.
And it looks pretty decent. Don't look at it from the side or see the floating magazine. Who cares? This is the last day, and I tried to finish the tutorial by Frizzo that I realized was 6 hours long. And I was following every step of the tutorial. I realized I'm just following every step tutorial. I'm not like even grasping these concepts. I was doing the thing that you should avoid while doing just clicking wherever the teacher clicks. And so many parts of this project were just not going right. Things were breaking left and right. The physics asset, the holding of the gun, the character himself.
Oh, I hate this. Arms deflated, Unreal. Okay, I'm done.
So that day, I scrapped what I had, and my time was up. So what I have to show is, drum roll please, virtually nothing. Phone, not done here. Yes, this is the end of the 2 weeks, but I felt like I was doing you guys a disservice of not showing you the product of what I've learned over the past 2 weeks. So I decided to go. So I spent the next 2 days starting from scratch, making my own game, doing my best to dodge all my past pitfalls and doing the right way. I went back to that Viking game idea, and here's what I made.
If I was a tree growing tall and green, all I'd want is you to shade me and be my lead.
Why is the website still not live in English? Did you copy paste all the content for the translator?
Working on it.
Do the language buttons work on mobile?
They should. Let me double check.
And is it indexed?
Not yet, but soon. I think.
Wiggle Attend, AI-powered with human control and ready to launch. The easiest way to translate a website.
Freak. It's low key kind of hard. There we go. 3 is 10. I'm up in forest for this one. Oh gosh, a line of them. I'm gonna make kill themselves. Making this little thing, I feel like I'm about to do the pursuit of happiness. This one little moment is happiness. This one little game I made after the 2 weeks of just like ups and downs and torturous problems and problem solving, this makes up for all of it and much, much more. Because through this video, I thought I was failing the whole time. And I feel like it shows that failure isn't the only thing that failure is. I don't know. Does that make sense? I was learning the whole time and I knew that I could do this. I just needed one last shot. And I know it might not look like much, but I genuinely impressed myself by the end of this. Even though, if I'm being honest, it's mainly just an extension of the Gorka Games first game tutorial. It's super rewarding, and I can't wait to keep plunging deeper and deeper into Unreal Engine and go learn that Prismatic Dev interactive system. In a few months or some big chunk of time, we'll come back and do this experiment again and see what else I've learned. I want to give a personal thank you to all the YouTubers that are teaching game design and Unreal Engine for free. Unreal Sensei, Gorka Games, Thomas Brush, Prismatica Dev. What you're doing is awesome and inspiring wannabe game devs like me to actually give this thing a real shot. So thank you.
But thanks for all the support, guys. Like I said, if you are interested in this concept and just like talking to me about game studio and game design stuff, email me at jackstatherstudio@gmail.com. If you're a 3D artist or just really familiar with Unreal Engine, I would love to talk to you. I've also got a merch you guys can buy, Stather's Arcade, and a Patreon where you can have your name show up at the end of this video, like the ones that are happening right now. So thanks, guys, for watching this video. Thanks for supporting me. See you in the next one.
Une idée d'application web révolutionnaire? Donnez-lui vie avec Hostinger Horizon. Commencez à Horizon ce que vous voulez créer et recevez une première version instantanément. Prévisualisez votre objet, effectuez des modifications en discutant avec l'IA. Publiez votre création en un clic et partagez-la avec le monde entier. Connectez votre nom de domaine directement depuis l'interface. Avec Hostinger Horizon, créez votre application web sans coder, configurée. Rendez-vous sur hostinger.fr et donnez vie à vos idées.
Tu ne devineras jamais ce qui s'est passé. Je suis mort. Je suis revenu. C'est parti. J'ai rencontré Johnny aussi. Plus. Longue histoire.
Hi, my name is Gabe, and today I would like to talk about some of the technical difficulties most of us are familiar with. This game is the result of countless hours of effort from several different teams of people over the course of a little over a decade. Most people see a simple game that could have come from the 80s, but what seems to be a simple game on the surface is actually a complex problem that's waiting to be solved. For those of you that don't know, Minecraft is a sandbox game where you can create anything you want, infinite terrain to work with. The concept for a game like this has been around for over years. However, the technology available at the inception of this idea was not strong enough. The reason it was not strong is because the key component that makes a game like this possible: voxels. Voxels are essentially pixels extrapolated to 3 dimensions. We all know what a pixel is. It's the smallest part of a picture on a computer. Using pixels for art was the standard when making games in the 90s. A team of developers thought, hey, why not bring this to the 3rd dimension? So they began to develop a game that would use this concept. The only problem was that the game industry was shifting towards the concept of using polygons, so their game, Outcast, got left in the dust. The shift in the game industry led to the standard form of polygonal rendering done on the GPU. This can be seen in early 3D games and is prominently featured in most games today. This meant that Vox would take the back to the gaming industry for the better part of another, while polygonal rendering reached new heights. That is, until a Swedish video game programmer, Marcus Notch Pearson, decided to make a fun little sandbox game. Inspired by games like Dwarf Fortress and Infiniminer, Notch decided to embark on a project that he envisioned would be a mix of his favorite game and an RPG. I could go on describing the history of Minecraft's evolution, but instead I want to highlight some of the difficulties that would come with trying to beat the game. Like I mentioned before, voxel, the main feature of Minecraft, were a concept that had been around since the 90s, but Minecraft take them to new heights. The same problem that persisted in the 90s still plagued Notch as he tried to build this game. That problem being, how do you efficiently render a game world that can be completely destroyed and reconstructed at the player's whim? Well, the hardware had improved enough to be able to handle this. As you can see from the game, Minecraft consists of thousands of cubes that the player can break and place all over the world. The logical approach would be to build a game in exactly that manner. That is, write a program that places a bunch of 3D cubes everywhere to create a world. This is where we encounter our first problem. You see, the way a computer's GPU works is that the less geometry it has to deal with, the faster it will run. If we dissect a simple Minecraft cube, we can see that it actually contains several different components. One cube contains 8 vertices, 12 triangles, and 6 faces, each face with a unique image. And that's just for one cube. Imagine that we continue to do this for our entire world. We simply start placing these simple pieces of geometry all over until a world starts. We start to run into a problem though. Minecraft's standard setting chunk radius is 12. That means there are 12 chunks surrounding the player to the north, east, the south, and the west. Each chunk is 16 by 16 by 256 blocks. That means that each chunk consists of 65,000 blocks. That is 790,000 triangles. In comparison, most Overwatch characters only have around 60,000 triangles. I hope you can begin to see the problem here. The solution is pretty straightforward. Don't render all the blocks. There's no sense trying to render all the blocks because the majority of the faces are being hidden by other blocks. So you just need to find a way to remove the faces and vertices of unseen blocks. This involves a complex process of using a predefined algorithm to create a mesh, which collects of vertices that contains all the visible faces. The mesh is basically just combining all the blocks into one big weird shape. This can reduce the try count up to 1/10 as many tries. Now that you can remove the faces of hidden blocks in each chunk, you might want to remove the faces of the blocks between each chunk. This will continue to reduce that try count and effectively solve our first problem, which was reducing the try counts that we can render enough block on the screen. We may have solved some problems, but the problems above pale in comparison to another problem that loomed in the distance. Minecraft is seemingly infinite and can generate completely unique worlds every time you play. How in the world do you create a completely unique world that still looks good and is fun to explore? How can you create such complicated yet ordered thing like land that is structured yet chaotic? This same question plagued a man named Ken Perlin. Ken Perlin was tasked with creating computer-generated imagery, or CGI, for Tron in 1982. He hated the way CGI generally looked in films. It was too structured, and he wanted a way to make it look more natural. Take, for instance, a mountain. If you see a mountain silhouette in the distance, you could almost draw the lines of the peaks and the valleys, trace your finger, and create a discrete image that describes that mountain line. The line would rise and fall within reasonable limits, never seeming too sporadic, yet always seeming completely random. This is the effect Ken Perlin wished to achieve with computer graphics. So he developed an algorithm that can compute this random movie. Later became a for structured randomness in things from video games to cinematic effects like smoke and fire. The basic premise used to create the noise is to build an n-dimensional grid based on how many dimensions of noise you want, like 2 dimensions, 3 dimensions, 4 dimensions, etc. And then you draw a vector pointing in a direction away from the grid point it's attached to. You then compute the gradient, which is the angle between the vectors, on the sides of this to come up with a structured noise. Then you interpolate, which is smoothing out those values to get a more gradual feel. The result of all of this is Perlin noise. The way that this is used in Minecraft is by building a basic 2D height map. It's a map of what the terrain would look like if you were looking down on it from directly above. You can then use the pixel value, a value from white to black, and multiply it by the point you want your terrain to go to. In Minecraft's case, that's 256. Then it will give you how tall that particular point map is supposed to be. Next, you can throw in some variation of blocks based on the height, like grass at the top and stone in the middle, and you have yourself some basic terrain. The final piece of the puzzle that's also solved by Perlin noise is reducibility. Not only does Perlin noise create the random yet seemingly landscape, but it also works on a graph pattern so that you can continue to query points in any direction and get more noise. That's how Minecraft is able to create infinite terrain and continue creating it as the player explores in any direction while it melds seamlessly together. Of course, solving the problem of terrain and drawing the terrain onto the screen only takes you so far. The caves, the overhanging cliffs, the biomes, these are all questions that would in due time as Notch continued to develop the game with the help of his ever-growing team. Let's see how to solve the first problem, caves. In Minecraft, there are randomly placed cave systems that form vast, complex underground worlds. Inside these cave systems are dungeons and mine shafts and monster spawning holes. The caves take random twists and turns and vary in size enough to represent what a real cave system might look like. But how do you build these complex cave systems? Well, pick a point in 3 space, determine this will be the end of the cave, then meander through the world in a noisy way to create some tunnel system. Rinse and repeat this process a few times, and you'll have some decent looking caves. Once again, this seemingly simple concept is quite difficult to pull off in a natural looking way. Enter Perlin noise. Perlin noise comes into the rescue again. We can use this Perlin noise to our advantage to create some looking caves. The specific method that is used in cave generation is something called Perlin worms. This uses the same basic concepts as the terrain generation, but it extends it to 3 dimensions.
The third dimension helps determine what angle to branch off in at each. Then you some random point in the world and begin to use this noise to branch off in several different directions. This is most likely part of the method that was used to generate Minecraft caves. The next interesting feature that needs some explaining is biomes work. A biome is just a type of ecosystem we see present in the world. Things like deserts, swamps, mountains, and jungles are all examples of biomes. One of the big problems when it comes to biomes is placing natural biomes next to each other. For example, a desert should not be placed next to a jungle. Initially, Minecraft used the following method to ensure that two disparate biomes were not placed next to each other. The method was to create a lookup chart that contains precipitation and temperature mapping to some biome. Then you create two more Perlin noise maps, the same way that we created the terrain. And then you use those maps to assign temperature and humidity to each part of the world. Then you would use a lookup chart and the Perlin maps to determine what type of biome each part of the world. If it's dry and hot, you have a desert. Dry and cold, the Arctic. Wet and hot, you have jungle, and so on and so forth. The only problem with this is that as more biomes get added, more and more complicated to keep the lookup chart going. So the Minecraft team decided to ditch this and use a simpler solution that allowed for disparate biomes to be placed next to each other. Verse. Instead of trying to blend biomes together, you can just have a hard line of separation, and the separating line is the river. This reduces the need to make sure that each biome is predefined and complex that allows multiple biomes to be added with relative ease. Creating rivers is also pretty simple. We just find the line of separation between the biome and put a river there. Now that we have interesting worlds being generated with complex caves and varying biomes, we have an issue of how to light it all up. In typical modern AAA games, lighting is calculated as much as possible before the game is even run. This is done through a process called baking. The way this process works is by taking a mostly static scene, think of an indoor scene where objects don't move, and then processing all the shadows on all the objects before the game is run. All this information is then saved and then loaded once the game starts running. Minecraft is completely random every time you play. So there goes the idea of baking. This rather large problem was also solved in quite an ingenious way. Instead of calculating lighting using photorealistic methods, which is what most AAA games would do, Minecraft chose to stick to a stylistically simple method that looks fine for a cartoonish game. This method involves a few different things. The premise of the solution is to store the light level of every single block in the world. This light level would then be used to determine how bright that specific block is. The first step to calculate this light level is to start at the top of the world, which means Y level 256. If there are no blocks on the top there, then each block is marked as having a full light level, which is 15. The process continues downwards. If a non-transparent block is hit, then the light level underneath that block will take on a mixture of the values to the left and the right and the bottom of it. So if you have one block that's floating in the air, the empty space beneath that block would have a light level of 14, since this is the next smallest value from all the spaces around it. As you continue downwards, the light level directly above takes precedence over the light levels to the right and to the left. This means that lighting can now be calculated and stored the same way that all the blocks are stored in memory. It also means that the lighting no longer poses a large threat to the GPU. There is one more complication in this lighting schematic, though, and that is light sources that can be placed. In Minecraft, you have items such as torches, glowstone, and end rods that can be placed and give off light. These are actually quite easy to integrate into the current lighting system because they simply change their source block's light level to a level of 15, and then all the source blocks around them follow the same rules as outlined above. This gives Minecraft a unique advantage over almost all other games, the fact that you can place unlimited light sources. This is almost impossible to do in games like Call of Duty because all the lighting games are calculated to be photorealistic, and have too many light sources can slow down the GPU tremendously. As you can see, the game keeps getting more and more complex by the minute, and we aren't even close to have all the features that modern-day Minecraft has. I hope this is enlightening you to how difficult it is to not only create a game, but to create a groundbreaking game, an innovative game, and most importantly, a fun game. Minecraft may look simplistic and easy to create, but But underneath that guise of simplicity is a vastly complex web of problems that all had to be solved over the course of a decade and are still being solved to this day. This concludes the brief look into some of the many complexities of the game Minecraft. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thanks for watching.
Mit Ionos und professionellen Webauftritt. Wenige Stichpunkte eingeben und mit KI sekundenschnell eine komplette Website erstellen. Mit hohem Design, sofort suchmaschinenoptimiert. Wir sind die ihrer Seite. Ionos. Domain, Website, Cloud.
Das ist eine Altersvorsorge. Warum zeigen wir dann eine Frau, die ihre Lieblingspuppe aus der Kindheit anstarrt und eine verblüffende Ähnlichkeit mit ihrem Freund entdeckt? Weil es genau diese kleinen Lieblingsmomente sind, die man schützen möchte. Mit der richtigen Altersvorsorge. Immer abgesichert. Das Leben, wie du es machst. Zukunft beginnt mit Zürich.
Minecraft is, in a sense, an Earth simulator with animals, oceans, mountains, trees, weather. Of course, there are some differences. On real Earth, you won't find floating trees and armless cactus suicide bombers sneaking on you. But overall, terrain is designed to feel Earth-like. Have you ever wondered how this terrain is actually generated? Well, I hope so, because that's what I intend to talk for a while. In the Caves and Cliffs update, we radically changed world generation. The initial goal was to just add mountains and improve the systems. But we ended up changing almost everything to make the world more interesting, more varied, and more dramatic. In the past, terrain generation in games was just magic to me. I didn't understand how it works. But now I've spent a bunch of time with it and learned a lot. And I find it kind of fascinating. You can do really cool things with just some math and a few lines of code. First, I'd like to talk a bit about size. Minecraft is big. Let's compare with Earth. Earth is a round ball with an area of about 500 million square kilometers. A Minecraft world is a flat square with a surface that is about 3.5 billion square kilometers. So about 7 times larger than Earth. And that is only one world. Every time you start a new game of Minecraft, you will land in a new world. Almost certainly a world that nobody has seen before. Because there are 18 quintillion different unique worlds. That is an 18 with 18 zeros. Let's compare this with our galaxy. The Milky Way has about 100 billion planets. So if each Minecraft world was a planet, we would need about 180 million Milky Ways. It's big. Minecraft is a digital world, though, not physical. Digital worlds take less space, but they do take space. Every Minecraft world is a grid of blocks. Think of it kind of like a Rubik's Cube. But instead of 3 times 3 times 3 blocks, it is 60 million times 60 million blocks wide, 384 tall. A digital representation of a Minecraft world is really just a list of which block position contains which type of block. For example, dirt here, air there, water, flower, etc. Storing one complete would require about 97,000 terabytes. In comparison, the largest disk in the world is about 100 terabytes, so that's not even close to enough space to store a world. If we were to store all 18 quintillion worlds on disk, we would need all hard disk space on Earth times 200 trillion. But yet, the Minecraft download is only about half a gig. How can that be? Where are those worlds stored? Well, they aren't stored at all, not initially. The download doesn't actually include any worlds at all. It contains the code to generate the world, and that code is tiny. In biological terms, you could say that we aren't shipping a body, we are shipping the DNA with instructions for making the body. When you create a world in Minecraft, it looks like you are in an existing world that continues beyond the horizon. But that is actually a carefully crafted illusion. There is nothing beyond the horizon. When you move in that direction, the world gets created in front of you as you go. You can see it happening if you move really fast and the game struggles to keep up. This approach is known as procedural terrain generation. So how does it work? As you may notice, as we move around, the world is generated in chunks. Each chunk is a vertical column 16 by 16 wide and 384 blocks high. The job of terrain generation is to answer a very specific question. What block should we use here? It is basically a function. We can call it getBlock. It takes a coordinate expressed as x, y, z values and returns a block. When generating a chunk, we call this function for each position in the chunk. So how do we make each chunk fit with its neighbors? It is like a giant 3D puzzle where each piece just somehow magically fits seamlessly with each adjacent piece, no matter which order we generate them in. We'll get to that. Chunks are actually generated in steps. Here is an example. I made this chunk wider just to illustrate more clearly. The first step is terrain shaping, where we determine which blocks are solid and which aren't, basically just placing stone or air at each position. Then we calculate which of the air blocks are beneath ocean or river or lakes and fill those with water. Then we apply a surface layer, replacing the top blocks, things like sand, dirt, etc., depending on the biome. Kind of like applying a coat of paint. Finally, we add features and structures, such as trees and villages. In this presentation, I will focus mostly on the first step, terrain shaping. How do we procedurally generate terrain that is random, but also looks somewhat realistic and interesting? Let's start with a very simple example. What if we just make it random? So the getBlock function returns stone or air with equal probability. This is what we get. This is actually procedurally generated terrain. Not very fun or realistic, you can't even get around in there, but it is procedurally generated. But let's tweak it. Instead of just random, let's decide that the surface of the world is at y100. Y is the vertical dimension in Minecraft. So the getBlock function returns stone for positions below y100 and air for positions above. Double. But now we actually get a world that you can move around in. And if we apply surface decoration, we get something like this. Better than before, right? But the world is still all flat and boring though. No rivers, no mountains, no oceans. All the worlds look the same. So our work is not yet. Now that we have a surface height, we might as well randomly vary it instead of having it fixed at y100. In this case, we say that at each position, the surface height is 100 plus a random number between 0 and 19. One thing of examples in this talk, I've simplified the code quite a lot to easy to read, skipping all performance optimizations, things such as interpolation caching. That would be a separate topic. Anyway, now we have a terrain with a random surface height, but it looks kind of messed up, right? There's no continuity or smoothness to it. How can we fix this? Sine curves are actually a good model for this. Here is a graph of sine x. It goes up and down smoothly, and it continues forever in both directions. If we extend to the left or right, each part of the curve fits perfectly with the part before. If we generate our terrain using a sine function, here we go. Surface height is now 100, which is our base terrain height, times 10. Sine x returns a value between -1 and 1 depending on x position, which is the east-west dimension in Minecraft. We then amplify the result by factor 10 in order to make the difference more visible in the terrain. This is what we get. The terrain is a sine. I'll make it configurable using two variables, frequency and amplitude. And using that, we can easily get terrain like this. All right, so now we have smooth terrain. It moves up and down just like in real life. And the code is still very simple. Let's make a curve like the north-south direction, the z dimension, as well as east-west. This gives us round. And while we're at it, why not add a sea level? Let's define sea level as y102. So any position that's above the surface height but below sea level should be water. Cool. Now we have a procedurally generated world that is starting to look like an actual world, still with very little code. But wait, what about the randomness? All parts of the world will look the same. How do we get randomness without sacrificing smoothness and continuity? In 1983, a smart fellow named Ken Perlin came up with a cool mathematical trick, which came to be known as Perlin noise. Imagine a random field of black and white gray dots, kind of like TV static in an old TV set. Now imagine
Dein Online-Spiel geht in die nächste Runde. Und deine nächste Party wird zur weltweiten Sause. Und das ist erst der Anfang. Dich erwarten über 1000 weitere Online-Spiele mit Nintendo Online.
Imagine smoothing it out so each pixel is somewhat similar to the neighboring pixel instead of just a random mess. You get something like this, like a smudged version. The general term for this gradient noise. Perlin noise is just one way of achieving it. This is an example of 2D Perlin noise. That is, 2 inputs and 1 output. The inputs in this case are x and y coordinate, and represents the brightness of the pixel at that position. You could just well treat this as a height map with white blobs as hills and the black blobs as valleys. We can generate terrain based on this. Here's an example of 1D Perlin noise. The x coordinate is the single and the y coordinate is the output. This could be a height map in a 2D side-scroller game, or it could represent the tree height in different parts of the world, or difficulty level, or maybe precipitation levels in different parts of the world. It's really up to you to use the data, but the approach is used for all kinds of things. Basically, anytime you want smooth randomness. Let's put this to work in our getBlock function. I'm not going to get into the internal math of how Perlin noise is calculated. There are plenty of third-party libraries that do it for you, so you don't really need to know. So I'll just assume that we have a Perlin noise object as a helper. The code is really simple. We sample the noise at the given xz coordinate, give a value -1 and 1. We amplify it, again, by a factor 20, and add it to base terrain height of 100. So now the terrain height varies smoothly between y80 and y120. Check it out. Pretty smooth, eh? I can keep going in any direction, and the world will be generated procedurally in front of me, and it all fits together really nicely. For further variation, we can apply a neat trick called octaves. Let's use the sine curve as an example again. Let's pretend this is a Perlin noise graph, and the y-axis is the terrain height. So we have a valley over here to the left and a hill to the right. Okay? Now let's make a second curve, this one with a higher frequency and a lower amplitude. I'm going to call it y2. Let's say that also represents terrain height. So let's add them together, y1 plus y2. And we get this. At a large, we still have a valley and a hill, but on a smaller scale, kind of overlaid on top. We get some up and down terrain happening within the valley and on the hill, just like in reality. Let's add a third octave, again with higher frequency and lower amplitude, and add it all together. Now the terrain gets even more interesting and varied, while still maintaining the high-level valley and hill shape. And remember, this is just a sine curve. There's no randomness here even. This is what it looks like with actual Perlin noise. 1 octave, 2 octaves, and 3 octaves. We could, of course, tune the frequency and amplitude of each octave, but a good simple default is that each higher octave has double the frequency and half the amplitude. All right, back to the code. I've now adjusted the Perlin noise class so that it takes the number of octaves as a parameter. That's it. Internally, it does exactly what I showed you. So when I call sample 2D of XZ, it is actually doing 4 samples and adding them as I showed with the sine curve. The result looks like this. Much more interesting, much more realistic. And the code is still simple. The only cost is performance, because more octaves means the computer needs to work harder. There are ways to optimize that, but I won't talk about that here. Let's decorate this a bit, adding water and surface decoration and trees. Looks pretty cool, right? I find it amazing how far you can get with just a few lines of code when generating this way. However, there's still something missing. As we move around in this world, it initially looks really nice, but after a while, it's repetitive. The terrain is random and somewhat natural looking, yeah, but missing more dramatic real-life features like cliffs, river valleys, plateaus, mountain ridges. Where's the drama, right? How can we make those kinds of things happen, still maintaining the smooth randomness? In an example earlier, we applied noise transformation. When calculating the terrain height at a given position, we sampled the Perlin noise at that spot to get a value between -1 and 1. And then we transformed the value by multiplying by 20 and adding 100. The result is a surface y, in this case between 80 and 119. To make more interesting terrain, we wanted to enable more advanced transformations without making the code really complicated. And we ended up using spline points for that. I'll show an example. Let's give our noise field a name, continentalness. Each part of the world has a value of continentalness. It varies from -1 to 1. The purpose of spline points is to define how continentalness influences terrain. For starters, I'll add 2 spline points. The first point says, continentalness, the terrain height is 100. The second point says, at continentalness 1, the terrain height is 100. Using these 2 points, the system will use interpolation to plot the terrain height at all different values for continentalness. And that's just a fancy way of saying it will fit a curve to those points. In this case, the result is a straight line. Terrain height is always 100, regardless of continentalness. We have effectively created a flat terrain. But using this approach, we can now easily start shaping the terrain by simply adding or moving spline points. Let's say that noise value of -1 means terrain height 50, and a noise value of 1 means terrain height 150. Fitting a curve to these points gives us a direct relationship. High continentalness means high elevation, and vice versa. In effect, this means continentalness noise directly represents the height of the terrain, kind of like where we were before. Again, not very exciting. Where is the drama we're looking for? Well, okay, let's spice it up. Here we say that as continentalness goes from 1 to 0.3, terrain height goes from 50 to 100. A pretty gradual change. But then in this small span from 0.3 to 0.4, terrain height shoots up to 150, which is a very sudden increase. And then beyond 0.4, terrain height stays at 150. This tiny change of just a few numbers gives us a terrain that is completely different from before, with dramatic cliffs and plateaus on top. Pretty cool, right? To add even more variation, we actually use 3 different noises to control terrain height, not just one. We call them continentalness, erosion, and PV, or peaks and valleys, each with its own configuration of amplitudes and octaves. As you can hear in the picture, they look quite different. As you travel the world, each position has values for each of these noises. They are normally not visible to the player, but if you're curious, you can see them in the Java edition of the game by pressing F3 in a single-player world. So this is basically how we do it. This is how we generate the world. We've configured a bunch of spline points describing how these noises should influence terrain shape. For example, steep mountain ridges form where PV noise is high, continentalness is high, and erosion is low. When erosion is high, the landscape is just flat regardless of the other noises. We've spent a lot of time fine-tuning these spline points to get just the right mix of terrain types. But the nice thing is that the code is actually quite simple and consistent, just a bunch of spline points. Here's an example, a relief map where you can see rivers and lakes and mountain ridges and all kinds of different types of terrain. This system is very flexible. It allows us to make dramatic changes to the terrain by changing just a few numbers here and there, and sometimes with very unexpected results. When we add biomes decoration and features, it's even more varied and interesting. On this, I felt kind of like Slarty Bartfast, a planet designer in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, especially when working on the fjords. Okay, I admit I've oversimplified things a bit. The stuff I've talked about so far is used to calculate the overall terrain height. But when it comes to the detailed shape of the terrain, that is done using 3D noise. Bear with me, I'll try to explain. The problem with 2D noise is that you can't get overhangs and super weird random terrain, the kind of terrain that Minecraft is famous for. So what is 3D noise then? How does that help us create super weird random terrain that Minecraft is famous for? Well, 3D noise just means a Perlin noise function that takes 3 inputs and gives 1 output. In our case, the 3 inputs are x, y, and z coordinate, and output is something that we call density. So each block position has a density value from -1 to 1. You can't see it anywhere in the game because it is used to calculate the terrain shape and then it is thrown away. Because it is a Perlin noise, the values change gradually, not suddenly. So what happens if we treat positive density as solid and negative density air? You get a very strange but interesting world like this, some kind of crazy Swiss cheese cave world. Now let's apply a height bias. Density is decreased the higher we go and increased the lower we go. And there's a center point, say at y100, where density is left unchanged. This effectively squashes the terrain. When we are high enough above y100, density will always be negative, and hence there will only. And when we are deep enough below y100, density will always be positive, and hence be stone. This is how the base terrain generation is calculated in Minecraft. It's controlled by 2 parameters, squashing factor and height offset. If squashing factor is high, we get flat terrain. And if it is low, we get fractured or even hanging blocks. Height offset moves the whole terrain up or down, so that is the base terrain elevation. Both squashing factor and terrain elevation are configured via terrain shaping, the thing I showed earlier, where spline points are defined based on continentalness, erosion, and peaks and valleys. So if you see some crazy looking terrain in Minecraft, that's because squashing factor is low, thus exposing the 3D noise. 3D noise is also used to generate the new cave systems. We use the same basic approach, giving each block a density value. I'll illustrate it using 2D. Here's a noise field, again, like the TV static out, right? If we decide that white is air and black is stone, then this already gives us cool looking caves. We thought this looked kind of like Swiss cheese, so we call these caves cheese caves. They typically generate large caverns like this, and the size and shape of them can vary quite a lot. To create long tunnels, we apply another variant approach. Instead of saying that white is air and black is stone, we say that the border between white and black is air and the rest is stone. This gives us long spaghetti-like tunnel systems, so we call these spaghetti caves. It is slightly different in 3, but you get the general idea. These tunnels can get very long. Combine these 2 approaches to generate interesting cave systems with a ton in size and shape. In fact, I still get surprised quite often by the caves I find, even though I've worked so much on this. Okay, I've talked a lot about terrain shaping, and I'm going to wrap it up by talking a bit about biomes. A Minecraft world is divided into distinct biomes, such as jungle or desert or forest. Think of the biome as a thin layer of material on top of the underlying terrain shape. For example, a jungle biome will add a bunch of jungle vegetation to the terrain, and a desert will add a bunch of sand. Biomes also control which types of creatures and features appear there. For example, desert temples can only appear in deserts, while igloos appear only in snowy biomes, such as snowy plains. Biomes have a major impact on game experience. Here's an example of the same terrain shape with desert, meadows, grove, badlands, swamp, and jungle. They look completely different. So one important part of terrain generation is determining which biome place at which position in the world. And, well, guess what? Of course, biome placement is done on the 3 fields I already mentioned, plus two more, temperature and humidity. So each point in the world has separate independent values for continentalness, erosion, peaks and valleys, temperature, and humidity. And the values change gradually as you move around. The combination of values at each position, of course, determines which biome is there. And we configure that through a bunch of tables. I'll show an example. This configuration table is applied when peaks and valleys noise is high. That means we are potentially on a ridge or peak. To make biome configuration a bit simpler, we've taken the different noises and split the values into specific ranges. Erosion index 0 represents all erosion values from -1 to -0.78, for example. And yeah, we kind of sliced up the value space in this way. So let's say continentalness is high and erosion is low. This means we should use a peak biome. The specific peak biome in turn depends on the temperature noise. In this case, temperature was low, so we ended up with jagged.
Den Kopf voller Ideen, aber keine Zeit, eigene Web zu erstellen? Mach es einfach mit Strato. Die Strato-KI-Tools helfen dir bei einzigartigen Texten, Bildern und Designs, so deine Seite in 0, nichts startklar ist. Bei Strato bekommst du alles, was du für deine professionelle Website brauchst, inklusive eigener Domain und E-Mail-Adresse. Starte jetzt online durch für nur 1 Euro im Monat im ersten Jahr. Auf.de. Strato. Gedacht, gemacht.
A bit further off, we find a place with high value for peaks and valleys, so we are still on the same table. But over here, continentalness is low and erosion is somewhere in the middle. So this tells us we should pick a middle biome. And what is that? Well, that in turn depends on temperature and humidity, which is configured in this table over here. So we look at that, and in this case, humidity is high and temperature is high. So we're in a hot, humid area, and therefore we pick jungle. Unless weirdness is positive, in which case we pick bamboo jungle instead. Weirdness is yet another noise that I haven't talked about, but never mind that for now. Anyway, long story short, use a bunch of configuration tables like to specify which biomes should apply to which combinations of these noises. And doing so, we take into account the terrain shape, desired biome size and rarity, and also which biomes make sense to place next to each other. A lot of tinkering around. For example, we try to keep warm biomes like desert and badlands close to each other and not directly neighbor cold biomes as taiga. Configuring this is actually quite tricky because it is effectively a 5-dimensional matrix that we are trying to put stuff into. That means each cell has up to 10 potential neighbors to take into account. Trying to understand this can be a bit mind-bending. It took me quite a long time, to be honest. But if you want to, you can pause and stare at this drawing until you either understand or go insane. Okay, let's wrap this up. So what are the takeaways from this talk? Well, surprise, there are none. Or more like, it's up to you. I won't serve you any specific learnings or takeaways. I learned a lot when working with this stuff. I hope you found that interesting. And even if you don't play Minecraft yourself, maybe you have friends or kids who do. And now you can impress their vast and deep understanding of how things work behind the scenes. Thanks for watching.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another episode of Coding Adventures. Today, I'd like to dive into the world of fluid simulations. So to begin with, let's draw a circle. Very nice. This circle represents a tiny bit of water, or whatever fluid we want to imagine, and it's going to move around in response to various forces. For instance, gravity is probably a good place to start. So back in the code, I'll add in a gravity variable, and I'll also keep track of the particle's position and velocity. Each step I want it to be accelerated downward by gravity, and to then move according to its new velocity. Let's take a look. Okay, not bad, but it is falling off the screen, which is a bit annoying. So I've added a tiny function that just checks if the particle is moved outside of a box, and if so, we shove it back into the box and send it bouncing opposite direction. I'd actually also like to alter velocity by some collision damping factor between 0 and 1 here, so that we can control how much energy it loses with each bounce. Alright, so we can set up our little bounding box and turn on the gravity again, and off we go bouncing. By the way, I've also made it so that we can control the display size of the particle here. Okay, let's then also try out our collision damping setting, and we can see the particle now bounces lower and lower each time until it comes to a stop. Believe it or not though, one particle is not enough to simulate a fluid, so I've quickly upgraded our position and velocity variables to instead store a whole array of positions and velocities, which we can then loop over and just do the same update as before to each of them. I've also created a simple function that runs at the beginning to set up the particles in a little grid arrangement, just so that they're not all on top of one another. So let's make a bunch of particles, and I'll quickly tweak the size and spacing here to something more reasonable. And then we can let this run. Okay, there's a pretty clear problem though, which is that the particles are all just collapsing on top of one another. So I guess we need some sort of force to push them apart. I'm curious to learn how this is typically handled in the fluid simulation world, so I'm going to do some reading. I found a bunch of intriguing particle-based fluid papers, and I've just spent the last few hours trying to work my way through those. Honestly, most of maths has gone well over my head as it does, but the broad ideas at least are encouragingly simple. So I think my goal today is not to try and make an amazingly accurate simulation, but just to build a rough starting point from which we can delve deeper into the maths and physics in the future, when I'm hopefully a little bit smarter. Anyway, the first step to fixing that flattening particle problem we were having is to be able to estimate the density of our fluid at any point. I have an example. Since we're imagining that this represents some kind of fluid, in reality there should be way more particles in this. We're all going to be limited by what our computers can handle. So to approximate reality, we can just cheat a little bit by blurring or smoothing out the few that we have, so that it appears more as a continuous field than a bunch of individual points. This simple idea is the basis of smoothed particle hydrodynamics, a technique introduced back in the 70s to help solve astrophysics problems and further our understanding of the universe, which today we'll be using for the equally lofty goal of making some little pixels go splish-splash for our amusement. Alright, so to see how to calculate the density we have, let's zoom in on a single particle and define a smoothing radius, which gives us this circle of influence around the particle, where it will have maximum influence at the center, falling off to no influence at all at the outer edge. Let's draw a little graph of this behavior. So on the x-axis, we'll have the distance from the center of the particle, and because negative distance doesn't make a huge amount of sense, I'll just make the left side of the graph be a mirror of the positive side. Then the y-axis will represent the influence of the particle at any given distance. And let's say for now that our smoothing radius is just 1. So a super simple function we could use would be something like this, just subtracting the distance from the radius and to never go below 0. And here's what that gives us. This is not very simple though, so we could take that straight line and cube it, for example, which will ease it out as it approaches 0. Another option, if we wanted to be smooth at that as well, would be to also square the radius and distance before subtracting them. And here's how that comes out. Obviously, we also try different powers or different functions altogether. I think it's mostly a case of just playing around and seeing what works best. But let's go with this one for now. So I've used that to write this little density function, which takes in the point we want to find the density at, and then for each particle, it gets the distance to that sample point, which determines how much influence the particle has at that location, and then it simply increases the density by the particle's mass multiplied by the influence value. And the mass I've just defined to always be 1 for simplicity. So let's test this quickly with an evenly spaced grid of particles. I'll just try sampling the density at the center here with a radius of 0.5, for example. Now, at the moment, the density is coming to about 0.48, but if we squish the particles closer together, we can see that the density value goes up, which makes sense, and if we move them further apart, it goes down, of course. What about if we increase the smoothing radius? Well, our density value has just shot up through the roof, which is very concerning, because making the radius bigger should only make the result more blurry, which for this uniform grid of particles should actually have no effect on the density at all. So let's think about this a bit. For each particle, we're calculating an influence value, which we could draw as height, and here we can of course see the shape of our smoothing function emerge. Now, we're effectively just adding all these heights together to create our density value, but it's kind of note if we were to first also multiply the heights by the width and breadth of these little boxes I've drawn here, what we'd actually be doing is estimating the volume of the smoothing function. So with that in mind, I think it's reasonable to say that if we want density to stay the same as we change the smoothing radius, then what we'll need to do is make the volume of our function remains the same when we change the smoothing radius. That means we're going to do volume, or make Wolfram calculate, and that has come out to pi times the smoothing to the power h divided by 4. We can then go back to our smoothing function and calculate the volume in here, and then simply divide the output by the volume, which means that now the function will be 1. Let's quickly make sure this is working. So the density is 187 at the moment, and now if we change the smoothing radius, that should stay the same, which it does. Of course, if we make the radius too small, the results will get a little dodgy since there just aren't enough parts. But apart from that, we now have a nice way of determining the density at any point with whatever smoothing radius we choose to use. Okay, so let's return to our random arrangement of particles, and we can now propose the density values here as we increase the smoothing radius. Now, we're claiming that this represents a fluid, so one would assume it's a gas at the moment because we have all these regions with different densities. But I'm more interested in simulating liquids today, which in practical terms are incompressible, meaning their molecules are packed together as tightly as they can be, and so we'd expect the density to be the same everywhere. For our simulation to behave at least somewhat like a liquid then, we're going to need to rapidly correct these density differences by moving particles from areas of high density towards areas of low density. So we need to figure out how to calculate that. But I started to get a bit confused at this point while I was doing my research, so I'd like to take a step back for a moment and just play around a bit with an abstract example to try and wrap my head around stuff first, and then we'll come back and apply what we've learned to our actual problem. So here's a little function that takes in a point in 2D space and outputs a single value, which looks like this. And what it represents is nothing at all. It's just a made-up function that we're going to try and represent with particles to hopefully gain a better understanding of this whole smooth particle business we're working with today. So I've now added some code that spawns in a bunch of particles at random positions, and each of these just looks up the value of the example function at its location and stores that in the vaguely named particle properties array. Now, we're going to pretend that we no longer have access to that example function for whatever reason, so we only know the values at the particle positions. Our first goal is to simply approximate the missing values. To do that, we'll use the same smoothing idea from when we calculated the density earlier. So I've made this little calculate property function that takes in a point in space, loops over all the particles, and just adds up the values of their properties multiplied by the smoothing function, since again, that just tells us how much influence it has at the current point, then also multiplied by the mass, since that affects scales how much influence the particles have. Let's see how that comes out. So here's the original function again, just for reference, and here's our approximation. Obviously, it isn't perfect, but we could simply use more particles to improve that. What's more concerning, though, is that the values are clearly being greatly exaggerated. Now, we could try to correct this by reducing the particle mass, but that just reveals a deeper problem, which is that the values are being particularly exaggerated in regions of high particle density, since obviously more values are being added together there than in regions of low density. So to fix that, all we actually need to do is calculate the density at each particle using the function we wrote earlier, of course, and then divide each particle's contribution by its density. our approximate result looks like this, without needing to make any adjustments to the mess, which is a whole lot better, and it's reasonably close to the original function. So what we've arrived at here is actually one of the core equations of this whole technique, which says that to calculate some property A at any position x, we just need to loop over all the particles and add together the value of that property that's stored in each particle, multiplied by the particle mass, divided by its density, and finally multiplied by the smoothing function, given the distance between the particle and the sample point. What's interesting to note here is, say that the property we want to calculate with this equation is the particle's density. In that case, we replace A with the density, which then cancels out with the density over here, leaving us with just mass times the smoothing function, which is exactly what we came up with in the beginning. So that bit of math seems to check out at least. Okay, that's nice and all, but what we're more interested in right now than calculating the value of a property at any point is calculating in which direction it's most rapidly changing, since that's essential to our problem of correcting the density in our fluid. So I've started writing this little calculate gradient function to do that. And all this does is define a tiny step size, and then figure out how much the value changes if we take that tiny step along the x and y axes, using the calculate property function we just wrote. The estimated gradient is just those two changes, each divided by the size of the step that we took. Let's try it out. So I've drawn in some little arrows to visualize the gradients at different points, and this visually it looks like they're all correctly pointing along the direction where the values are most rapidly increasing. So that's great. What's less great is that it's taking almost 20 seconds to calculate all of these, which is ridiculously slow. Fortunately though, there's a more efficient approach. Imagine we have just a single particle, and I'll draw in the smoothing radius here as well, and we're trying to calculate the gradient of whatever property at this point over here. Well, first of all, the direction in which that property will most rapidly be increasing is either directly towards the particle, or directly away from it if the property is negative, so that's easy enough. The gradient only tells us the direction, but also how fast the property is changing, and that depends purely on our smoothing function. At the current distance, we can set the smoothing function very steep, which means that the property will be changing quite slowly here. Whereas, of course, if our sample point was over here, for example, then it would be changing a lot more rapidly. So after struggling to remember how basic calculus works for a minute, I figured out the equation for the slope of the smoothing function, which I've just translated into code over here. And that means that we can now easily look up the slope value at any distance. So let's return to our first attempt at the gradient function, and I'll delete the old code and replace it with our calculate property code, since that's almost exactly what we need, except since we want to know the gradient now, we'll multiply not by the smoothing function, but by the slope of the smoothing function, and then also by the direction towards the current particle. By summing up all these individual gradients, we logically get the overall gradient. Then if we return to our little visualization and just run it again, it should look exactly the same as before. Which it doesn't. I guess I get direction back to, so I'll just stick a minus sign in there quickly. I come from the trial and error school of mathematics, but now it does look the same as before. The optimization has taken us from 20 seconds down to about 5, which is still uselessly slow, but headed in the right direction at least. Okay, I've just been having a look at our gradient function, and we definitely need to stop calling calculate density all the time. I somehow forgot already that that's also looping over all the particles. No wonder this is so slow. So what we can do is just create an array of density values, and then pre-calculate those for each particle, so that we can just use those cached values in our gradient function. That brings our computation time down from 5 seconds to 18 milliseconds. I probably should have started with that. Anyway, it's still not fantastic, but it's usable for now. So let's return at last to our little density test over here, and see if we can apply this gradient stuff to make the density So in the code, I've defined a target density that we want to aim for, along with a pressure multiplier. Just strongly we're going to push the particles to try and reach that density. Then I've also added a function for converting the density to a kind of pressure value, and this just looks at how far away the density is we want it to be, and then multiplies that by the pressure multiplier. From what I understand, this isn't really a super realistic way to calculate pressures in a liquid. It more so describes the behavior of gases, but it still seems to be a choice for its simplicity, so let's stick with it for now at least. I would like to quickly visualize these values, so I've set up 3 different colors over here. One for the regions where it's negative, this meaning that the density is lower than we want it to be. Another for where the value is positive, meaning of course that the density is higher than we want it to be. And finally one for the boundary between them, where the density is just right. I'll also change the particle color to black so that it stands out a bit better here. Okay, so let's finally get these particles moving along the pressure gradient. And for that, we can just use the gradient function we wrote, which I'll rename to calculate pressure force. And then the property we're interested in here is, of course, the pressure. So let's substitute our little calculation. Then our simulation update loop now looks like this. We still have the gravity, position, and collision stuff from before, but I've added in the density caching we decided to do. We still need to actually apply pressure forces here though. So I'll make another loop quickly to calculate those for each of the particles. And then we know that force equals mass times acceleration. So acceleration is force over mass. So my first thought was just calculate the acceleration like this. But actually, we're thinking about the movement of tiny volumes of fluid here. And density is the mass volume. So it's in fact the density that we want to use instead. All right, all that's left then is to just increase the particle's velocity by this acceleration, and we can finally try it out. This has been a long coming, so let's get a little drum roll going. The rest of the drum roll continues. Okay, the position's all not a number I see, so most likely we're dividing by 0 somewhere. Oh, of course, we're being given the position of a particle here, but then we're also looping over all the part and finding the distance between the two. And that's where everything's going wrong. What I'll do is just have this function take in the particle index instead of the position, and that way we can very easily just skip over the case where the 2 particles are the same. Okay, I just need to fix this up quickly. And I suppose it is technically possible for 2 different particles to be in the same position. So if that edge case occurs, let's just pick a random direction then. Let's try this out again. Well, at least everything has an existence, but particles are getting more dense, which is the opposite. I guess I need to stick a sign in them. Let's see if this works now the 3rd time. Okay, that was looking promising for a moment there. For a brief instant, I thought it was working. But there's a lot more red areas than I'm hoping to see. Ideally, the whole screen should turn red, since that represents our target density. So to try to figure out what's going on, I want to see what happens if instead of adding the acceleration to the velocity, we just assign it directly. So we're removing any inertia from the particles, they're just purely moving based on the current pressure force. Okay, if we run this now, nothing happens, but that's fine, we aren't accumulating velocity anymore. So I guess we just need to turn the pressure multiplier up right. Alright, that looks interesting. I am a bit surprised by how close together some of these particles are, although they seem to gradually be pushing each other apart. And you remember one of the papers mentioning this potential problem with the smoothing function we're using, since its slope becomes very shallow as the distance becomes small, meaning that our pressure force will also be small when particles are close together. That seems odd, so let's maybe ditch this nice smooth curve for the key version instead, since of course the slope of it just gets steeper towards 0. So I had to do the volume and derivative calculations again, but ended up with these 2 functions here. Plugging those in, you can see our little map looks just ever so slightly different, and then I'm going to turn up the pressure multiplier again now, and see what happens. It's looking a lot better actually. The question now though is what does this look like if we put the accelerator back to how it's supposed to be. So that, and I'm going to try. let's maybe try increasing the pressure multiplier a bit so that the particles can react more quickly. That's looking reasonably good, I think, although maybe I'm imagining, but it seems to be getting worse over time. Okay, I'm definitely not imagining it. So another thing we need to think about, in Newton's third law of motion, every force has an equal and opposite reaction force. So when we're adding on this pressure force between the current particle and some other particle, we want to make sure that the other particle experiences the same force, just in the other direction. I've seen a bunch of different suggestions on how to actually do this, but a nice simple version is to calculate this shed pressure, which is literally just the average of the pressure values calculated at both particles. So let's try that quickly. I'll just increase the pressure multiplier. And this does seem to have made a pretty big difference. Maybe that Newton guy was onto something. Now, we're only dealing with a few hundred particles at the moment, which is not very many, so let's ramp this up to 1,000 instead. And this is running at 5 frames a second. So we'd better start optimizing. And by far the most critical place to do that is when we're calculating the densities and pressure force, we really avoid looping over all the particles that lie outside of the smoothing radius, since those don't contribute anything, and they're slowing us down immensely. To do this, we're going to need to chop space up to a grid, and we'll choose the size of the grid to be the same as our smoothing radius, since that means, if you imagine there's a bunch of particles on here, that means that to find the particles inside of the smoothing radius, we only need to consider the 3x3 grid of cells around the center of our circle. And in that way, of course, we cut out a huge amount of unnecessary work. Now, to actually implement this, we could say that each cell has its own list that grows or shrinks to hold however many particles are currently inside of it. But we're probably going to want to convert the whole simulation to a computator at some point to run on the GPU. And there, we need to be able to specify ahead of time how much memory we're going to use. So I'd like to experiment with a different GPU-friendly approach, which I've been reading in this paper here. I'm going to modify it very slightly, though, so that we don't need to know the dimensions of the grid ahead of time, meaning particles can travel anywhere in the world, and it'll still work. So what we'll do is create a single array with at least as many entries as we have particles. So here it has 10 entries, meaning in this case we could have at least 10 particles. Then for each of these particles, we're going to calculate the coordinate of the cell that it's in. So for example, particle 0, which happens to be this one over here, is in cell 2, 0. We need to turn that coordinate into a single number to make it easy to work with, though. So we'll just do something like multiply the x and y by 2 different prime numbers, and then add them together to get some arbitrary hash value. We can then wrap that around the length of the array so that it becomes a valid index, 3 in this case, and let's call that our cell key, not to be confused with the seal people. So since this was 0.0, we'll store the cell key here at index 0 in the array. Then the next point, it turns out, has a key of 6, and so we'll record that in the next place. And so on and so for all of the particles that we have. Now, we want the points that share a cell to be next to one another in this array so that we can efficiently loop over them. Of course, if they're in the same cell, they're going to have the same cell key, so we can simply sort the list based on those keys to do that. And now we can easily see from this array that particles 2, 5, and 7 are all together in the same cell, particle 0 is in a cell all by itself, and so on. Anyway, let's call this array our spatial lookup, because that sounds nice and fancy. And then the final thing we need to do is create a second array of start indices, which looks like this. To understand this second array, let's just do a quick example. So say we know which points are in this cell over here. We would first calculate the cell's key like before, which is 9 in this case, and then we'd proceed to look up the 9th element in the array of start indices, which is this one over here, the number 6. That lets us know that we need to head over to index 6 in spatial lookup in order to find the first entry with the cell that we're interested in. We can then simply loop over all of those to get the indices of the particles that are in that cell. Unfortunately, it is possible for different cells to end up mapping to the same key, which would mess with these results. But we're anyway going to need to do distance checks to see which points are actually inside the smoothing radius, and so that'll get rid of any mistakes. Obviously, having to check extra particles from some other random cell that just happens to have the same key does waste time, but that's what we get for trying to implement an infinite grid with a sadly non-infinite amount of memory. Anyway, turning the concept into code didn't go as smoothly as it possibly could have, but after a bit of frustration, here's what I finally ended up with. We have a function for updating the lookup whenever the points move, and this just calculates the cell key for every particle and records that along particle index. The array is sorted based on those keys, and lastly, the stat indices are calculated simply by testing if each key is the same as the key that came before it, because if not, then it must be the first occurrence of that key, and we can record its index as the stat index. Here are the little helper functions, by the way, for calculating the cell coordinate, hash, and key. Then finally, there's the function that allows us to actually find all of the points within the radius of some given sample point. Works, as we've seen, by just looping over the 3x3 block of cells around that sample point, calculate each of their keys. Each key is then used to look up the stat index for that cell, so we can loop over all the points in the cell. And of course, once we reach a point that has a different key, we just exit out of the loop. All that remains then is to do a quick distance check to make sure the point is actually inside the circle, and we can do whatever we want with it. Trying this out now, we've gone from barely 5 frames per second up to 120, so that was a reasonable success, but I'm a lot happier about it if our simulation wasn't in total chaos over here. One clunky way I've found to improve this is to simply start off with a regular multiplier. This way the particles don't have such huge initial acceleration, and they can count a little, and then we just gradually apply, and it seems to work a bit better at least. That's not really a usable, so I've just been painting an idea I've read about where we basically predict what the next position of each particle is going to be, simply based on the current velocity, and those predicted positions when calculating the densities and pressure forces. I guess this could help the particles to better react to upcoming situations, and maybe compensate for the fact that time is obviously not continuous in a computer simulation, but rather broken up into discrete steps. Okay, let's try it out. I honestly don't see it making a big difference, though. Never mind, it's actually making a pretty massive difference, I'd say. Well, that's a nice surprise. Just for fun, I've quickly gone into the particle rendering code I have here, and just set it up so that we can visualize the speed of the particle with a color. Here's a little gradient I made for that. So the slowest particles will appear blue, fading to red for the fastest particles. I also added in some simple controls for things like pausing the simulation, stepping through frame by frame, and resetting it. Alright, I've been playing around more, and one thing is that it behaves very instantly at different simulation frame rates. There's a little grid of simulation to observe this problem. So we're going from 60 simulation steps per second on the top left to almost 1,000 steps per second on the bottom right. And as we can see here, if the number is higher, meaning the time step is smaller, and so we're predicting less far into the future, particles take longer to settle down. So even though this feels a bit wrong to me, I'm going to try just removing the delta time here and use a constant instead. Let's then run the same comparison again, and interestingly, it is actually behaving a lot more consistently now. Well, okay, I guess we'll go with that then. Now, I think it'd be fun if we could interact with the particles in some way, so I've written this little function that basically just pulls nearby particles in toward the mouse, or pushes them away if the input strength is negative, left or right clicking. So let's give it a shot. I'm going to start by pushing these particles outwards, and then racing through the fluid. I feel like this is slowly starting to get somewhere. Clearly, we haven't really succeeded in our goal of making the fluid incompressible. It's sensing and expanding all over the place, but the density does even out over time. That's something at least, and we can look into fancier methods of this better in the future. Anyway, now that this seems to be not working at any rate, I think we brought back in. So I'll reset this quickly, and let's bring in our settings window. I feel like the density could maybe be set a bit higher, so I'll turn that up, and then let's get the simulation going again. Okay, I guess that's a little too high now. So I'll dial that setting back down a bit. Then let's turn on the gravity. Wait, that's upside down. Let me make it go the other way instead. The particles are quite wild at the moment, so I'll also increase the pressure multiplier to try and rein them in a little. Okay, let's try picking up a ball of water. And dropping it back in. Splash. This is actually working surprisingly well, I'd say. I mean, I realize I've been droning on for over half an hour already, but all that we've really done is made a bunch of points that don't like to be too close together, but not too far apart either. And while this is obviously far from being super realistic or anything, I think it's still quite fascinating that this behavior has already arisen from just the few little things we've implemented. Anyway, let's see if we can still improve this at least a little bit more today, and perhaps even venture into the third dimension. A few issues are jumping out to me at the moment. For example, the fact that the particles are really tightly squeezed together along the edges here, and that's causing a gap between the rest of the particles since they're trying to get away from that overly dense region. And a similar effect to be happening along the surface of the fluid as well. Another thing is that we have fast-moving particles, such as when starting up the simulation, for instance. The fluid seems to be overly chaotic. For example, zoom in on a single frame here. We can see from these colors how the velocities are all over the place, even between nearby regions. For this last problem, at least, I think it'd be a good idea to try add a bit of friction between the particles in the fluid, more commonly known as viscosity. So let's take a moment to look at the famous Navier-Stokes equations for incompressible fluid flow, which underpin everything that we've been doing. First of all, this equation here just says that the density of fluid must be the same everywhere. And, I mean, we're trying. Then the other equation tells us that each tiny little volume of fluid is accelerated down the pressure gradient, and that it responds to external forces such as gravity and mice in our case. So we've done both of those terms. But then the slightly scary looking term here is the viscosity. And essentially what it does is cause the velocities of nearby regions of fluid to become blurred together. Now, we could implement it this way, but for today at least, I actually want to go with an approach I've seen that seems much simpler, but still achieves the same sort of thing. So I've added this little just takes in the index of a particle and over particles within the smoothing radius. For each of those, it then calculates the difference between the velocities of the two particles and adds that on to the viscosity force, meaning that over time, each particle's velocity will become more like its neighbors, and nearby neighbors have more influence as usual, which is done using this viscosity kernel, for which I've just repurposed the function that we were originally using for the pressure force. Okay, let's try it out. Oh, settings have been reset, so we're back to no gravity at the moment, but let's see what that looks like. Current our viscosity is at 0, so let's stand it up. I'm not sure what a good value would be. Let's just try 5. Nope, definitely not. That's very strange. My guess is that the viscosity is just way too high at the moment, and so some of these particles are almost exactly matching one another in velocity, and that's causing them to group together weird. So let's reduce at 0.5 instead and see how that goes. Okay, it's looking pretty good actually. We can see how the particle velocities are more smoothed out, and so we no longer have those few particles with super high velocities shooting off on their own. I want to see how this looks with gravity enabled again. So I've set up a quick comparison here with a range of different viscosity values, and let's see how it goes. I think the one on the top right looked best to me, but let's see that again quickly. And I'll freeze it here actually, because this gives us a nice view of the increasingly smoothed out results we get with this new artificial viscosity term. Obviously, we don't want to smooth out too much detail though. I'm going to keep that value pretty low. Okay, now I'm not quite sure yet how to tackle that boundary problem I mentioned earlier, so I'm going to just ignore that for now and instead work on something else that's bothering me. If we lift up a bunch of water and then let it go, we can see how it quickly splits up into these little droplets of just a few particles each, which looks a little strange. We could get rid of this behavior by simply cutting the pressure values that they can't go below 0, meaning that the particles won't pull each other together anymore. So let's try that out. But now the particles are just raining down individually, which doesn't look right either. I guess allowing that negative pressure was giving us a very crude kind of surface tension effect. And so I think until we implement a more accurate version of that, a video perhaps, we should probably hang on to it. So I'm going to undo that change, and instead I want to try an interesting workaround one of the papers suggested, which is to simply have a second pressure force pure for pushing apart particles that get too close together. So this is the shape of the smoothing function we're using for our density calculation at the moment. And what the paper recommends is to use another, even spikier version to calculate what they call the near density. From this near density, we calculate the near pressure simply by multiplying it by some constant, meaning that this will be a purely repulsive force. So let's try it out quickly. And just for fun, I'm going to see what happens if we make the near pressure multiplier negative. Okay, they just collapse in on one another, which makes sense. So let's then try a positive value. And now I want to try picking up a ball fluid again. And dropping it. And as we can see, this time it's able to hold its shape a lot better, since the particles aren't getting pulled into the clusters we saw before. So I think we've succeeded in improving the fluid a bit with these last two changes, although I'm certainly not entirely happy with how it's behaving yet. For example, something that bothers me quite a lot is how it often appears to sort of bounce, more like a jelly than a liquid. This is happening pretty much all the time, but we can see a dramatic example if I just let the fluid come to a rest, and then change the target density, for example. Now, we could get less jiggly results simply presetting the pressure multiplier, which is why it's often actually called the easiest constant, by the way. So here, a little test where it has a value of 1,000, and if I change the density now, we can see that it does settle down a lot more quickly. But that doesn't come for free though, because the greater the forces in our fluid are, the more simulation steps we need to run per frame to avoid things evolving into chaos. For example, if I just lower the number of steps here slightly, we can see that already we're on the brink of pandemonium. Anyway, sure about ways to overcome or at least improve this problem in the future, but for right now what to do is finally convert the whole simulation to a computator so that we can run it on GPU, which excels at doing loads of tiny tasks in parallel, which should be a perfect fit for our particle calculations. I doubt that'll be long, so I'll see you in a minute. Okay, I kept finding new and creative ways to mess everything up, but it finally seems to be running properly in a computer. I'll still need to test the performance with more particles, of course, but just glancing at the FPS counter looks promising so far, hovering at around 5 frames per second. By far the trickiest part was translating just one line of code, the array.sort, from our neighborhood search. I ended up spending quite a while trying to figure out how to implement a parallel sorting algorithm called tonic sort to replace it. In particular, I was trying to generate this pattern of lines and generalize it for a number of inputs. The inputs here are represented by the horizontal lines, and we have 16 of them in this case, meaning that this network can sort 16 values. Let's actually assign a random value to each input so we can see how this goes. Then each of these little lines represents a pair of inputs that we're going to compare and potentially swap around. So to start with, we're going to look at each of the 8 pairs that we have over here. And let's say we want to sort from high to low. So in the first pair, we have 5 top and 3 on the bottom, which we're happy with. So that can be unchanged. In the next pair, though, we can see 7 on top and 8 on the bottom. The bottom is a higher number, which is not okay, and we'll need to swap them around. So we can roll these pairs in parallel, figure out which need to be swapped, and then swap them. Of course, this alone is unlikely to sort the list, so once that's done, we'll need to continue to the next stage. Here the pairs are arranged a little differently, but the operation is still exactly the same. We can see this first pair has 5 on top, 7 on the bottom, so it will need to swap, as will this pair with 3 on top and 8 on the bottom, and so on. This pattern has been carefully devised by some clever person, such that following it will do all the comparisons required to guarantee that the result is fully sorted by the end. For anyone interested, I'll quickly give the implement I came up with. So this part runs on the CPU and is responsible for simply looping through each of those patterns and telling the GPU to sort the pairs. And then here's code that actually does that pairwise sorting. So it starts by just figuring out which pair of numbers it's actually looking at, and then it compares to see if they need to be swapped. And if they do, it of course swaps them. Alright, I've been doing some testing with different amounts of particles. So here is 100 particles, for example, and I think it's kind of cute watching these little droplets wobble about. Then after that, I tried 100,000 particles, but my computer was not happy about that. So there's definitely a lot of room for optimization. Here's a test with about 1,000 particles though, which seems to be running okay. Although I'll have to fine-tune the settings, of course, because at the moment there are some weird tendrils shooting out of the liquid, and I really don't know why. Or perhaps we could call this a speculation of how liquids might behave on an alien planet. The settings are definitely quite finicky at the moment though, so that's something else I want to improve. Here's another little test I've set up, by the way, and this one is an obstacle over here with a gap beneath, because I just want to see if the simulation is able to keep the height of the liquid the same on both sides. So I'm just going to start bucketing some of this liquid over to the end, and then let's grab another blob, and another, and then let's just wait a bit for this to settle down, but already we can see the height gradually leveling out. So even though our simulation is far from being realistic, it's nice to see at least that it's not really unrealistic either. Okay, now as always, so much I still want to do, but to end with for today, let's see if we can get this working in the third dimension. This basically just means replacing a bunch of float 2s with float 3s in the compute shader, as well as updating the scaling factors of the various smoothing functions and their derivatives, and making sure our neighborhood search is aware of this brand new dimension as well, of course. I've also updated the collision function to work in 3D, and I tweaked it to account for the bounding box being moved or rotated as well as scaled, simply by transforming the points and velocities to its local coordinate system, then resolving those the same as before, and then finally transforming them back into world coordinates. My first attempt running this did not particularly well, but after some trial and error with the settings, I managed to get this rather goopy looking result, and with a few more tweaks there, I was finally able to get something that I would be happy with. So let's play around with this a bit. I'm going to try squeezing it together. And what's nice about how we implemented the neighborhood search stuff is that we aren't constrained to any predetermined bounds, so we can stretch out however much we want as well, and it should still work. Those leaves them quite nice, I think, so we'll actually smush this together again, and then try that out once more. Now, another thing to add to my list of a million things I want to improve is how the fluid is actually rendered. These walls are good for seeing what's going on, of course, but it would be nice to make it actually look more fluid-like. And I guess some sort of matching is probably the way to approach that, but we'll have to see. So let me actually make a quick note here of my sort of wish list for this project. I want the simulation to be more stable and performant so that we can have many more particles. And I'd like the parameters to be less finicky so it's easier to get good results. And also for the particles to behave better in the boundaries because it looks really odd at the moment. Another thing that's really nice is to be able to do stuff like put little boats or rubber ducks in the water and just watch them bob about. Then finally, of course, there's the rendering stuff I just mentioned as well. So plenty of work for the future, but until then, I hope you've enjoyed following along with the process so far. Okay, that's all for today. Let me know if you have any suggestions for this project or for anything else you'd like to see. Alright, thanks for watching and goodbye.
Hello, there's no two ways about it. If you want to get started in games programming, you're going to need to know some mathematics. But it's not all doom and gloom. As I have demonstrated many times on this channel, you can achieve some really cool stuff by just understanding a core set of mathematical functions and operations. The recent videos on the channel this year have been a little bit more complicated than usual, and this has prompted quite a few of you to ask the question, what maths do I need to know in order to be a games programmer? Well, I hope this video goes some way to answering your question.
So I'm going to start with something that's really fundamental, and that's Pythagoras' theorem. And as games developers, we'll be using this all over the place. And it works with right-angled triangles. Now, angled triangle means that one of the angles is 90 degrees. And that's really important, and we'll see a lot in this video. If I label the sides of the triangle in the following way, so here we've got A and B, C, Pythagoras' theorem links together the lengths of these three sides. And there's an easy way to remember this relationship. It's as follows. We have C squared equals A squared plus B squared, which means if we know the length of A and we know the length of B, we can calculate the length of C, which is known as the hypotenuse. With some simple algebra, we can rearrange this to be C is equal to the square root of A squared plus B squared. Calculating the length of C is quite an important thing in game development. Let's, for example, assume we're working on a two-dimensional game and we represent our screen as a pair of X and Y axes. So here I've got X and here I've got Y. This event is our origin, 0, 0. Now, let's say I have 2 points on my screen. I wanted to calculate the distance between the 2 points. One of these points, for example, could be the player. And the other point could be the enemy. Perhaps when the player is close enough to the enemy's response changes. So knowing this distance becomes a critical form of gameplay manipulation. But all we have are the 2 points. So here we've got P1x and P1y. And here we've got P2x and P2y. If we form a right-angled triangle at those 2 points, then we could say that B is equal to P2y take P1y. It gives us the difference between the 2 points. And likewise, we could say that A is equal to P2x take P1x, which is distance in the x-axis. Therefore, we can substitute into our formula to determine the length c, c equals the square root of, it's going to be a long one, p2x take p1x squared plus p2y take p1y also squared. In principle, it doesn't matter whether we do p2 take p1 or p1 take p2. All c is the distance between the 2 points. And that distance, well, it's just a fixed scale of value. So whether we look at it from the player's perspective or from the enemy's perspective doesn't make any difference. Once we know this distance, we can make assumptions. So for example, if c is less than or equal to 50, that might be some unit in our game tack. Whenever we're working with dimensional games, we'll always be working with an x and y axis like this. And it's important that the x and y axis are at 90 degrees to each other. And this is enforced by the layout of the screen and the layout of arrays in memory. So it's very natural to think of things in a two-dimensional system such as this. And even though we didn't specify a triangle explicitly, we could derive a triangle just from these coordinates in the 2D space. And this is a principle which we'll keep coming back to time and time again throughout this video. We're going straight into 3-dimensional games, or 4-dimensional games, or 27th dimensional games. You can simply add more terms to this, where each term represents a distance along one of the world's axes. The next area of essential mathematics that you'll need to know about for game development is vectors, and I do not mean standard vector. This is not what I'm talking about. They are not the same thing. Let's take an axis again. And somewhere on my axis, I have a point. We know that the coordinates of that point are defined by its location along both of those axes. So here will be x coordinate, and here will be its y coordinate. And we can happily represent this position, let's say it's P, as being x, y. On the one hand, the point is just a point in 2D space, but we can also consider it as being a distance travelled from the origin. So starting at 0, 0 and going to our point P. If we always assume it starts from the origin, we never need to include that anywhere. So the only information we need is the location of the point. When we think about things in this way, what we have described is a vector. And vectors are quite, because not only do they describe a point in space, but they also describe a direction. Our vector can point in any direction and be any length long. When we want to describe a vector, we usually see an arrow above the letter we use to describe it. And it's convention to use a column of parameters to specify the point part of the vector. So in this case, we know that our point was y. So in the literature, if you start to see this notation, you know you're going to be working with vector. The key thing to remember is a vector has a length and a direction. Now, how do we calculate the length of a vector? Well, hopefully it's already obvious that what we've is a right-angled triangle. And if we know these two sides, and we do, this one is y and this one is x, then we can use Pythagoras' theorem to calculate the length of this vector. The length of a vector is also known as its magnitude. So here is our vector, and usually you'd put 2 bars either side of the symbol to represent the magnitude or the length of the vector. And we know now that that is simply Pythagoras' theorem. Vectors can be added and subtracted. So let's say I get to this point, and I then use another vector to define another point. And let's say I do it again. This time we have a vector, quite a long one, going this way. And one more time, why not? Long vector going over here. I'll call my vectors v1, v2, v3, and v4. We also assume a vector in isolation starts at the position 0, 0. And when we add them together, we assume there's a little 0, 0 just here. And then there'll be another little 0, 0 just here. And up here. Adding vectors is very simple. If we wanted to work out the location of this final point over here, we can add up all of the vectors on this path to give us that point. And therefore we can say that P is equal to V1 plus V2 plus V3 plus V4. To add the vector, don't forget these will each have their own sets of x and y's, we add together the common components of each vector. So it becomes x plus x plus x, and y plus y plus y plus y will give us the position of our point as a vector. And this holds true because this is still, it's a point in 2D space, but it is still a vector starting from the origin. So let's assume we have a player character which is walking along a path, and it visits all of these points. We can describe in 2 dimensions that path quite nicely with vectors. We can also sum the lengths of each vector to see how far the player has walked by working out the magnitude of each vector as we go along. And after we've walked along that path, because we've got a resultant vector p, we can work out the length of that vector, which will tell us how far we are from our starting position. The important thing to remember about vectors is they are a length and a direction. But what do we do if we don't care about the length of the vector? And really, all we're interested in is the direction. So we're going to lose this scalar value of the vector. Well, there's no such thing as removing the length. The best we can do is assume that the length is 1. And vectors that have a length of 1 are a unique type of vector. They're called a unit vector. And we'll see later in this video that there's quite a few properties of unit vectors we can exploit to our advantage. The nice thing is any normal vector can be converted to a unit vector through a process called normalizing. Fundamentally, our vector is a right-angled triangle. And I've already shown that the magnitude or length of a vector is calculated by Pythagoras' theorem. Assume the original length of our vector was 10, but we want to represent it as a unit vector, its length must become 1. The direction remains the same, but this has, of course, changed our x and y values. They've become smaller. And due to the proportionality effects of right-angled triangles, this has in fact become x divided by 10, and this has become y divided by 10. They've become 1/10 of their original size. The hypotenuse will have become 1/10 of the original size, and therefore the sides of the triangle must also reduce by a factor of 10. This means if we can calculate the length of our original vector and divide that vector's components by the length, we can establish the unit vector, which has a length of 1. Notation for a unit vector has a little hat over the top, or a chevron, and therefore we can also imply now, well, you won't see this written out very often, that the unit vector consists of components x divided by the square root of x squared plus y squared, and y divided by the exact same thing. And therefore, by taking our vector, dividing its individual components by the length of that vector, we end up with our unit vector. This has a magnitude or a length of 1, and of course it still has direction. And it's this direction that we're interested in. If we always assume the length is 1, all that's left is the direction, the only interesting feature of this vector. Unit vectors have many uses, but perhaps the most obvious one is that they can be scaled very simply. Let's say I wanted to find a point along the direction of my vector, but that point must be, and let's just pick it for the sake of argument, 8.3 in length away from the origin. Instead of doing any complicated calculations, we can simply multiply our unit vector by 8.3, because multiplying 1 by 8.3 is equal to, well, 8.3, and the direction is still the same. So this point here we could define as being p equals our unit vector b multiplied or scaled by 8.3. Unit vectors in games are great for specifying direction. So here I've got a crude car, and if I say that the center is lying at the origin, I can represent the direction the car is traveling in as a unit vector. The distance that the car travels, I can just represent as, well, the distance, a scalar value. I don't need to know the direction. The direction is included in this unit vector. The distance is what will scale the unit vector by to work out where the car is in the future. So we know that the distance will lie anywhere along that direction vector. And to work out where the car is in the future, we just scale our unit direction vector by the distance that we're interested in. I think Fundamentally, vectors are a great way of navigating space. So in 2D, we'll use 2D vectors like I have here, but the same applies to 3D as well. Now, the next area I want to cover is angles. This is very basic trigonometry. And when working with angles, it's useful to just memorize a few formulae. We're already now quite familiar with a right-angled triangle. It can represent the distance between an enemy and player, and it can represent a vector. The important thing is this angle here is 90 degrees. But what if we wanted to know what this angle was? This is the symbol theta, commonly used to represent angle. As usual, we've got our x-axis and our y-axis. When we look at the triangle from the perspective of this here, we can label the sides. The longest side of a right-angled triangle is always called the hypotenuse. In this configuration, over here, the axis will be called opposite side, and the is called the adjacent. We're looking at the triangle from this corner. And the rule I want us to learn here is that the tangent function, you'll have seen that on your scientific calculators, of theta is equal to opposite divided by adjacent. It's a ratio, and therefore we can also assume that theta is equal to the inverse tangent, so it's tan with a little -1, of the same thing. And just to keep the writing down, I'm going to use y over x. And so that's simple enough. Hypotenuse could be a vector. We know how to calculate the length of a vector now, and we know its direction, and we know how to break it into its x and y components. We can work out the angle of that vector relative to the x-axis. Now, just a little side note. In a lot of programming languages, we don't see tan -1. Instead, what you'll see is a tan y divided by x. But whenever you see a divide over potentially a variable you don't have control of, we need to be sure that this x is equal to 0. And, well, why is this? We know that the internal angles of the triangle must add up to 180 degrees. And if we draw a triangle where the length x is equal to 0, well, we don't have a triangle at all. We have just a line going up. And this means this division can start to yield problems with our program. It could crash, it could make the numbers invalid. It's better if we can perform this calculation with a degree of safety. And so again, a lot of languages provide a secondary tangent function, often called a tan2, which takes as arguments y and x. And this function performs the necessary safety checks to make sure we get an answer that we might expect. So if we were looking for the angle of a point away from the origin, in this instance, we'd get theta. And as the angle moves round towards y, we would hope here, well, 90 degrees. And the atan2 function will make sure that we get the result we expect. I should also point out at this time, most programming languages don't work directly in degrees. Instead, they work in radians. And convention is to always specify these angles in radians or degrees relative to the x-axis. And as we go around, we start to form a circle. And a circle starting here is 0 degrees or 360 degrees. They're the same thing. And we're here, we would have 180 degrees. 90 degrees are great for humans to understand. They're a bit naff for mathematics to understand. Maths prefers pi. Don't we all? In radians, 0 degrees is 0 radians. 180 degrees is pi. And a full circle is 2 pi. 2 times 180. Our 90 degrees is pi over 2. Or if we look at that in relation to the entire circle, it's 2 pi over 4. It's the first quarter of the whole 2 pi. 180 would be 2 pi over 2. It's the first full half. 3/4 of the way round would therefore give us 2 pi times 3/4, which is 6 pi over 4, which is 3 pi over 2. It's a bit awkward, that one. But what we can see is the relationship between degrees and radians. And we can define that as being radians equals degrees divided by 180 times pi. And naturally follows that degrees, therefore, are radians divided by pi times 180. It takes some getting used to. As humans, we like to think in terms of degrees, but the functions in our computer programs, they like to think in terms of radians. With a bit of practice and experience, eventually humans start to think in radians too. But I want to highlight this in case you start using some of the trigonometric functions and you're not quite getting the results you expect. Now, I started this section by saying that there are things you just need to memorize. And one of those things was that the tangent of theta is equal to the opposite over adjacent. And I like to remember that as TOA. Tangent of theta is equal to the opposite divided by the adjacent. TOA is 1/3 of this phrase. So, ka, TOA. And depending on what information we have to hand, decides which part of this phrase we use for calculation. So when we knew the opposite side and the adjacent side, we can work out the angle with the tangent function. If we know the adjacent and the hypotenuse, then we can work out theta with the cosine function. And if all that we have is the length of the opposite side and our length of the hypotenuse, then we can work it with the sine function. And writing it out like this makes it a very easy thing to remember. So, ka, TOA. Now I've just introduced the sine and cosine functions, so let's have a think about those. Sine and cosine are periodic functions. Why they do what they do is well beyond the scope of this video, but they do have some useful properties. An axis, and I've got y in the vertical direction, and I'm going to put theta, the angle, along the x. I'm going to do my very best to accurately plot y equals sine of theta. It goes up, it comes down, it goes up again. And it'll keep doing that forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. And it goes between +1 and -1. But just clarity, I'll write these in colours. Red was sine theta. In green, on the axis, I'm going to plot cos theta. And cos theta looks like this. It's not bad. And again, carries on doing its thing forever and ever and ever. Now you're thinking, sine and cosine important. Let's plot a second axis, y and x. At this point here, we've done a full revolution. So this would be where the angle is 360 degrees, or of course 2 pi in radians. So let's have a look at x and y when we calculate x and y using sine and cos. And I'm going to use y is equal to sine and x is equal to cosine. Starting with a theta of 0 and looking at the green line, which is our cosine in x, we can see that our x coordinate is +1. If we look at the red line for sine, so I'm going to plot that here. It's 1, 0. I'm now going to look at other locations on this plot of sine and cosine. So let's look here where it's cos 0 on the y-axis. This also happens to coincide with the peak of the sine wave. Here, my x is now 0, but my y is +1, 0, 1. Look at the next interesting feature, which is here, where the sine wave crosses the x-axis, also happens to be the lower peak of the cosine wave, which gives me an x of -1 and a y 0. And no prizes for guessing. If we look at this last point, we see that x, which is cosine, is 0, and our y is -1. Now, I've picked out points here that are easy to draw and represent on the axis. I picked every single point on this waveform, absolutely every single one. What we need is it plots a perfect circle. As we increase theta. And this circle always has a radius equal to 1. It's a unit circle. And if we think back to our vectors where we had a unit vector, it looked very similar. It was a vector pointing in a direction with a length of 1. So given a specific theta, we can calculate a point in x and y, which also happens to be a unit vector. And this is quite important because just having a theta value alone, we're able to derive a unit vector, and we know that we can scale a unit vector, which will get any point in our 2D space. This is also known as a polar coordinate. We're given any theta and any radial length, we can describe any point in 2D space. So why is this important to developers? Well, in a similar way to our car example before, let's use time we have a spaceship, but all we know about spaceship is what angle it is relative to the x-axis. We now know how to turn this angle into a direction vector for the spaceship to travel along. And it's also now very easy to rotate the spaceship because all we need to do is increase or decrease the angle. So knowing about sine, cosine, and tangent, we can easily swap between using vectors and use angles. And it depends on the gameplay scenario you are trying to invent as to which approach you might prefer to use. Rotating things is certainly easier to think about when with angles, whereas moving things along paths and in certain directions is much easier to think about using vectors. So being able to swap between the two when necessary is a requirement for most aspects in development. However, there are some things to be aware of. Sine, cosine, tangent, and square roots can all be considered quite computationally intensive, i.e. they require a lot of CPU cycles in order to give you an accurate result. However, what we've found with vectors, other than the square root function, vectors are trivial for a computer to compute. But where possible, we prefer to work in the domain of vectors instead of angles. And this is where another important mathematical concept which is essential for game devs is the concept of the dot product, which amongst many things allows us to think about angles in terms of vectors. Here I have a space with two vectors. I'm going to call this one v1 and this one v2. And I'm interested in trying to work out the angle theta between these two vectors. Well, let's look at doing this the long way round first. I can break my vector down into a right-angled triangle to give me an x and a y component, and I can use inverse tangent to give me an angle relative to the x-axis. I can do exactly the same for my other vector. Give me a big theta this time, and it should be intuitively obvious that the red theta is equal to the orange theta minus the green theta. So we can express that. So the angle between the two vectors is going to be equal to the inverse tangent of v2y over v2x minus the inverse tangent of v1y over v1x. But here we've got lots of things to worry about. Firstly, we've got this divide condition has come back. That's okay, you can use the atan2 function. And then we've got these computationally expensive functions to use any of these inverse tangents, but we'll get the result that we want eventually. There's a slightly different way to think about solving this problem. Recall that vectors can take direction and a length, but the length is largely irrelevant in this situation. It doesn't matter how long these vectors are, the angle between them isn't going to change. So let's represent vectors as unit vectors. The dot product is defined as being the sum of the product components of the vectors. So in this instance here, we might see v1x multiplied by v2x plus v1y multiplied by vy. It's a scalar result. It doesn't give a vector as a result, just a single number. And let's have a look why. For the time being, I'm going to assume that our x-axis is also a unit vector. So here we've got 1, 0. So if I were to take the dot product between v1 and my x-axis, I would have v1x multiplied by 1 plus v1y multiplied by 0. Therefore, the dot product in this instance is simply the same as the x component of the vector. What we have calculated is how much does our v1 vector project onto the x-axis. And by project, what you can think of is if there's a light force cutting down onto our x-axis, this line here would be where shadow stops. And this line will always be at 90 degrees to this vector represent our x-axis. Notice, and not uncoincidentally, we've created a right-angled triangle. And in this right-angled triangle, we happen to know the adjacent, we happen to know the hypotenuse, trying to calculate is theta. So if we go back to the K part of SOHCAHTOA, we can see that cos theta is equal to our dot product result divided by our hypotenuse. But our hypotenuse was a unit vector. So we know its length, it's 1. Therefore, our theta is simply the inverse cosine of our dot product. We got optimization because we moved to unit vectors. If we didn't move to unit vectors, we could still get the correct result, but we would have to use the proper length of the hypotenuse. We would have to use Pythagoras' theorem to get that value. But I wanted to emphasize the importance of unit vectors. They can save a lot of computation. So now we've worked out the angle of one of our vectors relative to the x-axis. We could go and do the same for our original v2. Calculate how much it projects onto the x-axis and perform a similar equation to up here where we look at the difference between those two results. However, there is no reason at all for us to project directly onto an axis. Our dot product will allow us to project one vector onto another. So assuming we want to project v2 onto v1, we want to see at what point does the shadow extend to along v1, providing we've got some light source that is perpendicular to v1. And this is precisely what the dot product calculation is. It doesn't matter whether it's the x-axis or another vector. And so assuming we're working with unit vectors, we can calculate that angle as simply being to -1 of the dot product between the two vectors. And that's represented literally by a dot. But I emphasize this is for unit vectors. If you don't have unit vectors, you're going to have to calculate the magnitudes first. Calculating angle is all well and good, but we've got this nasty inverse cosine function to use. Now, if you do need the angle, there's no ways about it. You've got to do this function to convert this ratio into a meaningful angle. There are intuitive other uses for the dot product scalar value that we get as a result of this calculation. Consider the following. Here I've got my x-axis, which I'm going to do unit vector. And here I've got another vector, which is also a unit vector. To calculate the dot product between these two unit vectors. So we've got v dot large X in this case, both unit vectors. We'll calculate the dot product. So that's 1 plus 0 times 0 equals 1. Now let's consider our unit vector traveling along this y-axis. I'm still going to take the dot product with the x-axis. Unit vector dot x is now 0 multiplied by 1 plus 1 multiplied by 0 equals 0. Let's take a look at a final vector. Again, a unit vector. In this instance, I've got -1 times 1 plus 0 times 0 equals -1. What we see is as we travel around like this, we've gone from 1 to 0 through -1. I like to think of this result as how similar are two unit vectors. When they are the same, we get the result 1. When they are perpendicular to each other at 90 degrees, we get 0. And when they are in opposite directions, we get -1. And so if I were to have two vectors like this, they're quite similar. I'd expect my dot product between those two vectors to be somewhere near 1. If I have two vectors like this, well, not very similar. So I'd be expecting the dp to be somewhere around 0. And if I have two vectors like this, well, they're not similar at all. In fact, they're quite opposite. So I'd be expecting the dp to tend towards -1. And I find identifying the similarity between vectors to be a very important thing indeed. Let's consider a small section of racing track. And on that racing track, we've got some sort of finish line marker. And I have a car driving along the track. When the car passes this marker, I increase the number of laps. I know the direction vector of my car. And for this region of the track, I've specified a line that we want to cross, but I've also specified a direction vector that must be crossed at. In fact, it's 90 degrees. As the game is being played, at some point, the car crosses that line and we detect it. And at that point of detection, I can take the dot product between the direction of the track of the direction of my car. And I know that if my dot product result between those two vectors is greater than 0, then I have crossed the finish line the right way round, so I can increase my lap counter. However, if the direction vector of my car dot product with the track direction is less than 0, I know that they're not similar at all, and in fact I must have crossed the finish line in completely the wrong direction. Maybe I want to decrease the number of laps. Let's consider a slightly different scenario. Here I have some terrain for a small simple platform game. The character has a direction vector, and these segments of terrain have what's known as a normal vector. It's at 90 degrees. As my character is travelling along the terrain, I can take the dot product between the two vectors. Here we can see they are 90 degrees to each other, so the dot product is going to be 0, and the same applies down. But as the character gets onto the hill, the direction vectors become far more similar. They tend towards 1. So I could use this number to influence speed of my character. As it's going down the hill, it's travelling faster. Let's look at it from the other side. My character is trying to go up the hill. Well, now we see that we've got direction vectors which are going in directions. They're not similar at all. And so in this instance, the dot product is going to tend towards -1. So I could use this information to really slow down my character as he struggles to climb the hill. These two examples I've shown, they're quite trivial. But knowing the similarity between vectors, and in this instance the similarity between direct component vectors, has a lot of utility in game development, especially when it comes to things like collision detection and physics. And we're able to calculate these reasonably complicated relationships without falling back onto any computationally intensive functions. At no point during these calculations do we actually need to know the angle of anything. We're just looking at the relationship between vectors, which is expressed as a scalar value, the dot product. So please remember, everything I've shown assumes that the vectors you're using are unit vectors. The dot product can start to mean different things when you're doing the dot product between non-unit vectors. And I think that's a bit beyond the scope of this video. Okay, another absolute mathematic essential is linear interpolation. This is also known as LERP for short, or lerping. Let's assume I have 2 points in space, P1 and P2. And I know that I want to travel from P1 to P2 in precisely 5. So I want to travel in this direction along that line, and I want it to take me 5 seconds to do so. This means that every frame we're rendering a game, we're going to render a slightly different location, somewhere along this line. Now, it's quite useful to think about this in terms of percentages. So when we're at the start, this is going to be 0%, and when we get to the end, that's 100%. Halfway along that line, therefore, is 50%. Start by trying to understand where 50% along that line is. And we'll call that point T. Well, let's break this down into, yep, you've guessed it, a right-angled triangle. And we will work out where the point T is in the x-axis and y-axis separately. So for point T in the x-axis, we know at 0%, we must start at P1. So it can't be less than P1. We also know where the location is at 100% in the x-axis. Since we know the ending location in the axis and the starting location in the x-axis, we can work out the distance travelled in the x-axis. And 50% must be halfway along that distance, simply due to this proportionality rectangle triangles that we talked about earlier. So I can take a find point x, work out the distance from the starting point, and multiply that by t, which is my percentage. Of course, computer, we wouldn't represent 50%, we represent this as 0.5, 1, and 0. Exactly the same calculation for y. And so by specifying a value for parameter t, 0 and 1, we can get any location along our line. We have interpolated linearly in a straight line between points P1 and P2. Now, let's assume that per frame, 0.1 seconds of time passes. And since the start of the motion, I'm accumulating the time in capital T. I wanted the whole motion to take 5 seconds, and therefore I'll express T over 5 as being the percentage that controls my parameter little t in my linear interpolation equations. I've taken the rather odd approach of introducing linear interpolation in 2 axes. The number of axes is completely irrelevant. Linear interpolation works with scalar values, vectors, multidimensional variables. It doesn't matter. The fundamental principle is this, that given 2 values, we can find another value in between them at any point. Nt equals n starting point, or starting value, plus n ending value, maximum value, minus the starting value, multiplied by our percentage. 100% will give us the end, 0% will give us the start, and it doesn't actually have to be bound between 0 and 1. We could continue extrapolating along that line. And linear interpolation has uses all over game development, not only for controlled motion such as this. So imagine we had a sequence of vectors and we wanted to linear interpolate along each vector per frame, so we got enemies that follow a path. Or perhaps we wanted to fade between different colors. We could use linear interpolation in the red, green, and blue spatial domain. A slightly more advanced use of linear interpolation is to implement functions that we can't define mathematically. Let's say I have some curve that looks like this. Deriving the function for that curve would be quite a challenging thing to do, but our game requires that we follow a trend of y equals f of x. If we can't define such a function easily, we can approximate it with known points that we want it to provide. These could be handcrafted. So now when we're given a specific x value and we want to look up in this function what its y value could be, take the x value and round it to our nearest point, which would end up giving us something like this. The problem here is our approximation to the function isn't very smooth. A better approach would be to, given any arbitrary x value in this space, work out the 2 neighboring points that we know and linearly interpolate between them. It doesn't give us a perfect curvature, but it does remove the set-like nature of just using x on its own. So linear interpolation for approximating functions can save you the headache of deriving the function in the first place. And it's also very useful in things like audio applications and sound. If we assume that these were sound samples, we've taken a crude approximation of the sound, which might end up sounding quite robotic or distorted, and instead we can access value on that curve at any spatial resolution of x, and we linearly interpolate between the points that we know to smooth out all of the rough edges. We've just looked at how linear interpolation could be used to make an enemy or a player follow a particular path. But what happens if we don't know that path in advance? For example, we have a player character running along, and at some point the player presses the jump button, which causes the character to jump. We haven't redefined the path in advance that we want the character to follow. But also, the path is non-trivial because the world in our platform game has gravity. We can use some very simple kinematics and bring together everything we've seen in the video so far in order to solve this problem. And you might think that sounds absolutely horrific, but I think also there's a certain elegance to it when you actually see its simplicity. We can represent our player's position in space as a point, and we know that a point is also the same as a vector. As the game is progressing, time is moving forwards, and time is an important part of motion. You may remember that speed equals distance over time. And if you're not familiar with this, well, think of it in terms of miles or kilometers per hour or meters per second. And so if we happen to know the speed that we're moving at, we can rearrange this to tell us how far we've traveled in a particular time. It's simply speed times time. Now, speed on its own is a scalar value. We've been working with vectors. So when you actually have speed in a direction, that's known as velocity. So our player should also have a velocity vector. In games, we typically chop up time into the amount of time that's passed per frame. This can be known as delta time or elapsed time. And so taking a character with a given velocity vector, how do we calculate where it should be on the next frame? Well, this is simply a matter of taking the player's current position and adding to it the traveled given the speed and the time. Now, our speed is not scalar, it's a velocity vector. It includes direction, but we're only going to travel a certain distance because we've capped on how much time we're traveling in that distance for. This means we can argue that the position of the player on the next frame is equal to the position of the player on the current frame plus the velocity of the player current frame multiplied by our delta time, the elapsed time between frames. So, with respect to time, velocity changes position. The problem is, if our player has a velocity vector, they just keep on moving in that direction. Nothing's ever going to stop them. Yes, when the user presses the jump button at a particular location, we can change the direction velocity to potentially magnitude to change the position of the player in time. We can get this jump, but that's going to happen in a straight line because nothing ever changes the velocity. Well, that's not true, is it? Because we know that we won't just keep jumping in a straight line all the way across the universe. At some point, you actually have to come back down to Earth. And there is a force that does that called gravity. And gravity is an acceleration, and accelerations change velocity. So I'm going to use exactly the same formula, but this time I'm going to change my velocity on the next frame is equal to my velocity on them plus an acceleration multiplied by our delta time. I can keep acceleration fixed. So for gravity, for example, it might be something like there's no change in the x-axis, but it pushes us downwards in the y-axis. We can use acceleration to change velocity, and we can use velocity to change position. And this is a very nice system because at no point do we need to know in advance where the player is going to be. So whereas before we were linearly interpolating along vectors between points, now we can let the system update itself and the character will move in accordance to motion that we've described by our acceleration and velocity vectors. I wanted to include this at the end simply because it does bring everything together. We're now working with vectors, and we might be interested in changing the directions of vectors based upon the landscape or the orientation or angle of the player. And now we're equipped with all of the tools to convert between vector and angles and understand how to work out where we are along a vector with respect to time. This video has been a brief introduction to the essential mathematics I believe game developers need in order to get the most out of and fundamentally, I've only talked about angles, vectors, and motion. But we've seen throughout the course of the video that actually all of these are related in quite simplistic ways. And that understanding the relationships between these things allows you to make better decisions as a game developer. It's up to you to decide what to use and when to use it. But don't make life difficult for yourself by making a decision at the start, I'm only going to use angles for things, or I'm only to use vectors for things. This video should have equipped some of the basic tools to translate between them. Another way to look at this, if you did want to explore things a bit further, is angles is all about trigonometry, and vectors is really all about geometry. Motion, and I know we've only very simply, comes under kinematics, or indeed plain old physics. Those of you that have been game developing already for some time or have watched a lot of the videos on my channel may notice there's one important thing missing from here. And I'm not going to talk about it in this video because I've covered it in lots of other videos on this channel. Be matrices, linear algebra. All of these things combined together give you the ability to manipulate space, whether it's 2 dimensions or 3 dimensions or more. And manipulating space or manipulating in space is fundamentally all game development is. Perhaps I shouldn't say all game development, but most conventional game development that involves characters, action, movement, that sort of thing. And I hope this video has provided enough confidence for people that may not have the strongest maths, that you don't necessarily need to know advanced maths in order to achieve quite cool things in game development. Maths certainly helps, I can't deny that, but you don't need much in order to do lots of fun stuff. If you found this video useful, a big thumbs up please, have a think about subscribing, and I'll see you next time. Take care.
So in all my years of programming, I've never actually a multiplayer game before. And since my retro FPS is stuck deep in the content mines right now, for this video, instead of doing any actual productive work on that project, I'm going to try to make a 2D co-op multiplayer wizard game called Sorcery Squad in just 1 week in C with no game engine. Just a couple utilities from the FPS project. Let's get started. After getting our build system set up and eventually breaking the world record speedrun for a build error, I decided that the first thing I needed to do to make a multiplayer game was to get a basic client and server up and running to do, multiplayer. Now, it had been a while since I'd done any network programming at all, and as per usual, I didn't want to pull in any libraries, but buried deep somewhere in the depths of my brain, I had an idea that these two POSIX functions called send and receive were network sockets that could get the job done for me. So a few man pages later and some further investigation will allow me to crack open NeoVim and show you how I got things started. So here we've got a tiny C program that either acts as a client or server depending on the argument passed to it. Well, as soon as we'll in these functions up here. So let's start by writing our server. To get started, first we create a socket, which is just an integer that acts as a handle to some IO stream. Then we tell the system to bind the socket to whatever port it can find, and then we start waiting to accept a connection from whatever tries to connect. When the server does get a connection, we just receive whatever data is coming down the network pipe, print it out with absolutely zero sanitization, and exit. Probably the world's most basic and insecure server, especially considering it doesn't even properly handle errors, but claim without any complaints, and if we run it, it looks like this. Which is very cool and all, but it's not going to do anything until we've written a client for it. So our client code looks a lot like our server code, but instead of binding the socket to end port, we tell it to the server on our local machine at a specific port, shovel a nice little hello message to the server down the network socket with a send function, and then we exit too. Now our server has a little friend to talk to, so if we bring it back up, rebuild the program over here and run a client with the correct port, a connection gets opened up, the client says hey to the server, and then both programs exit. And we can see that our server got the message. And what may seem really simple, that's basically the scaffolding for the netcode for this game. You're probably wondering, though, how we go from this to a fancy, fully networked game with lobbies and real-time player movement and things, and that makes two of us, because it's about as far as my network programming knowledge could take me. Before we can figure that out, though, this video is sponsored by Brilliant. Brilliant is a free and easy way to learn math, computer science, science, and, well, a bunch of the concepts that I like to talk about on my channel. Brilliant has thousands of different lessons from beginner to advanced, so if you're just starting out programming and want to learn algorithms and data structures, or if you're just dusting off some math skills you haven't used in a while, Brilliant is a great way to learn interactively and at your own pace. As you probably know, math is a huge part of everything that I do, so I've been using Brilliant to brush up on my calculus and linear algebra so that I can keep my programming going smoothly and don't get too confused every time I stumble on some graphics tech research paper with big fancy equations. Even if you don't know where to start, Brilliant can pick out courses for you tailored to your needs. Just take a quick quiz when you get signed up, and Brilliant will match you with lessons depending on what you want to learn and your current skill level. So try out everything that Brilliant has to offer with a free 30-day trial. You can go to brilliant.org/JDH or click the first link in the description. The first 200 people who sign up will also get 20% off an annual premium subscription. Don't hesitate to give it a try, and thanks again to Brilliant for sponsoring this video. So after perusing a couple articles about how real-time game networking is supposed to work and taking all of 3 notes on it, I found that what I wanted to implement was a system where the client and server could send packets of data to each other rather than just text. The packets look something like this. So every message that gets sent would use 1 byte to specify its type, 4 bytes to specify its size, and then some data which would be the actual payload of the packet. The problem now is that once we send the packets on one end of the connection, we need to somehow make sense of them on the other end. So we could manually specify all the serialization code, but since that sounds really time-consuming, I decided to bust out the old synchro writing skills, and, well, if you know my channel, you can imagine the monstrosity that's about to come up on the screen. So basically, if we just list out all the packet types in this macro, we can feed that macro into this macro, which uses this macro combined with this macro, again, nice of fields in each packet, which we then serialize and deserialize from the bytes we read from the network socket in a loop that kind of looks like this. Makes sense, right? Okay, actually, all of this macro stuff is just to spare us manually typing this little bit of code out for each packet, but it's kind of a pain to specify, and this is basically what it generates in the end anyway, but, you know, sometimes I just have to indulge. If you're curious, though, there's a link in the description explaining how all this macro garbage actually works. With the packet system set up, everything multi-threaded so that we can run a client and server at the same time, and those two pinging each other back and forth at the speed of light, I wrote a little more that the server had multiple connections for multiple players. And I also threw in all these functions so that we could send packets back and forth easily on both ends of the connection. And after that, it was finally time to do something else. So what exactly we're building again? Right. game. So I used STL to open up a little window here and make it show some pretty colors. And then I yoinked a sprite sheet from an old project of mine and got 10,000 random rotating sprite screen to act as a stress test, and then I called it a day. Not too bad for day one, but as there are no signs of wizardry yet, there's a little ways to go. My goal for day 2 was to get a player moving and synced between the client and server. So to start out, I added our player, which is this thing. Just imagine that it looks like a player now. And I gave it some basic input handling to start moving around. After writing out a player move packet so that the client could send it to the server to tell it when it wants player to move, here's what that looks like. The little red trailing thing is where the server thinks the client is while it's moving, and there's a tiny bit of lag to the fixed update rate, but overall, things were looking pretty good. Except when we tried to simulate lag, which unfortunately is something to deal with, as laws of physics do kind of prevent this sub 1 millisecond ping that we've been getting when we use a real network at real distances. So to illustrate what's going on here, imagine that you have 200 milliseconds or 1/5 of a second of lag. That is, these ping packets are taking 200 milliseconds to make a round trip from the client to the server and back. What's causing this bug is that if you, the client, try to move the player, you start seeing your player move as soon as you press the move key, but 100 milliseconds later, the server sees that you started moving the player, so it starts moving the player only 100 milliseconds later in time. Now that the player is moving on the server, it sends a packet back to the client saying, hey, today moved over here. Only when that packet finally hits the client, it's 2 seconds later than when the client started moving, and that's what's causing this jump. After reading some articles about how I might be able to fix this, this is where my lack of multiplayer programming experience caught up to me, and I kind of just spent the most of day 2 trying to hack around with client-side prediction and trying to fix this up without much luck, which was very good plan to get this whole thing done in 7 days. So, good planning, me, but unfortunately that was all of day 2. After a good night's sleep, though, day 3 started with an epiphany. The entire game is cooperative, that is, there's no player versus player combat, and you really don't care if your friends are hacking. It actually doesn't matter at all what the server thinks about where the players are. So I changed the network to just take whatever the client says about where it's at face value, and have to just ignore the server when it tells the player to be somewhere. And with that little hack in here, clients connect to our server, we can see that the lag gets dealt with appropriately, and things are about as smooth as they could be. So with networking finally sorted out, I got started on some graphics so that we could stop looking at these ugly little gray squares. Inspired by my old Minecraft video, I went with a system where each sprite can have up to 4 colors specified in hexadecimal as RGB tuples, where each red, green, or blue component can range from 0 to 5 for a total of 216 colors, which lets us color sprites programmatically so the same sprite can easily be reused by just recoloring things at runtime. So using the new graphic system, I cooked up some walls, lava, and new floors, and then replaced our little gray square with this cute little animated guy. After adding in some basic collision and bounding boxes for tiles and entities, and defining some packets for the server to send data about the level layout to each client, by the end of day 3, I had 2 players running around in the same level, which I would definitely consider a success compared to the disaster that was day 2. In any case, the whole game in 1 week idea was back on track. Day 4 started with me burning some precious work hours in various logs and bugs in my utilities library. The highlights being the left and right direction being swapped, the direction rotation being wrong, and the intercardinal direction to string function also being wrong, which made debugging all of this a pain. Which is, I guess, why you write tests, or you just use other people's code. With the first few hours lost of finding those bugs, I got started on building out the UI, which would be needed for the inventory and the spell selection menus. So I drew out a font, wrote some code to draw some words, added this piece of test text down here in the level that would stay there for an embarrassingly long time, got some stats rendering to the screen, got an inventory working, and a spell selection menu showing. I also decided after 4 days of work on a wizard game, it was probably a pretty good idea I got started implementing some spells, so I Fireball Sprite, Acton Particle System, our first spell implemented here. And that was all I was able to get done by the end of day 4. Day 5, I started out by trying to implement gameplay, but I got burned again by some bugs. Basically, sometimes when you try to shoot Fireball, either the client or a server or both would segfault. And I ended up tracking it down one of my many tiny networking bugs caused by the functions which had been the bane of my existence for this entire project, NHS and H2NS and all of their friends. Let me explain. Basically, when storing data on a computer, let's say a 4-byte integer, you have two options for how you store the bytes. Either you can save the least significant or the most significant byte of data at the lowest memory address. The former is called little endian, and that's probably what the machine you're on is using right now, and the latter is called big N. And big N is the network byte order. Don't ask me why, this is just how things are. So this means that when sending data out of the network from one computer to another, if we want to build a device-agnostic protocol, which we probably should use the network byte order and flip our bytes if we're sending to or receiving a little endian machine. If flipping bytes around though sounds like something that can get pretty tiresome, don't you worry, because C's got you covered. This family of functions for converting integers from host to network, or H to end order, network to host, or N to H byte order. The suffix just denotes the size of the integer, like S for short, L for long, and these functions are definitely pretty useful, except it's really easy to forget to do this in serialization, or even use the wrong function since they only differ by 1 or 2 characters, and my beloved C here doesn't warn us about this type conversion that might just chop a bit of our integer off. All that is to say that when I was writing my 3rd serialization system in the span of 5 days, and of course not writing any tests for any of it, I forgot to do this conversion somewhere, and the entire system occasionally just decided to blow up. So the first part of day 5 was spent squashing all these bugs by unifying all serialization under one big old byte buffer interface like any good programmer would have done from the start. Didn't have any time to write tests, but after plugging it in there weren't any errors, so that's good enough for me. With only about 2.5 days left, though, I had to actually implement the rest of the game, so I thought I might find a little bit time that I actually add a bit of gameplay to this, game I was trying to make. So to start, I quickly tripled the size of our spell library by throwing in ice daggers, which are basically just cooled fireballs, and magic missiles that will follow the nearest enemy until they hit them, which we'll be able to test as soon as I add enemies to the game. I also worked a bit on the networking for spells and ended up with 2 packs, one that the client sends when it starts casting, and one that the client sends when it stops casting, so duration spells can also be added later on. To a leveling system for spells where they can have level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and X for the highest level, though for some reason it's displayed 0 here. And I divided the spells up into groups based on their aspect, like fire and their category, like combat or charm. The UI also got some small updates and new icons, as you can see down here, and I added a system for tracking spells casted and leveling the player up based on the number of enemies killed, which will work as soon as the player has some enemy fight. And that was basically it for day 5. So after realizing that maybe 1 week to implement an entire multiplayer game was possibly just a tiny bit optimistic, I really had to grind out the last couple of days in order to make sure that I could actually finish something worth playing and with the appropriate amount of sorcery. So, since time was running a little thin for any good monsters, I then coloring the player sprites, gave them some A-star pathfinding, and made them damage the player with a little knockback whenever they got close. And to combat our undead friends, I also added a little status effect system so the zombies could get lit on fire or frozen. Then I made them drop coins on death. There's still an unfixed bug in there in the status effect system, though, where flaming zombies will light their coins on fire before they die, and then when you pick the coins up, they catch you on fire. So, gotta be careful about that until I get it fixed. With the defenseless little zombies to shoot spells at now, next up I added in a bunch of new ones, like duration spells, area spells, projectile bursts, traps, charms like Confuse and Lock, and buffs like shields and speed boosts. Oh, and a sound system that I forgot to mention, but I did that one a couple days ago now. Alongside with a little cooldown system that you can see in action down here, which was also networked to thwart at least a little client cheating, but to be honest, I don't really know why bother. There are probably so many holes in the protocol that I don't think this is really going to save anyone from even the most mildly determined hacker. After that, though, I added in item types with levels, item entities, let the player move them around in their inventory, and also made a way too complicated stats and property system, which can let you things like have a wand that adds extra projectile to all fire combat spells, or a helmet that makes you run faster. All of this too, of course, being networked. I also threw in some little wizard hats, hoods, and cloaks alongside with some armor to give our friend here some extra outfit options and a bit of protection. And now that the player could earn experience and level up, I hacked together a little system with some skill points and some wizardy sounding skills so players can upgrade their stats. And with day 7 wrapping up here, I had to really quickly throw together an game, so I made it that if the host's health goes below 0, then the server crashes, so I guess there's an incentive to survive as long as you can. And that's the game. At least what I was able to do in 1 week. Let's do a little post-mortem on this bad boy. Is it a game? Well, technically, yes, so we can check that one off. Mission accomplished. Good job. Is it multiplayer? Also, yes, definitely working, even though you have to connect on the command line. Is it tested, balanced, stable, bug fixed, or fun? Does it have a main menu? No. So I think I'll just save IGN the trouble and give myself a 2 out of 10 for this one. But if I just stopped there, that would have been a pretty sad end for Sorcery Squad. So allow me to fast forward to the present day and a few more days of work and rapid fire all of the post 1 week changes. The biggest change was Level Generator, which was based on this blog post about how levels are made for Interdiction, which could really be a video in and of itself, but basically it generates level layouts which look like this based on a connection graph which looks like this. The new levels needed some more things to populate them, so I also threw in enemy spawn cosmetics like torches and banners, doors between rooms, which maybe in a future version will be unlocked with keys, and I finally let the player escape their one single level and let them move between floors. I also inverted the energy system, so instead of having a limited amount of energy you could cast for, if you cast too much, you might just explode, which seemed like a little more fun. And I also took out the level system because I didn't really like how it worked. And to top it all off, I hacked together a little main menu so that you don't need to connect to just using the command line anymore. I added a little lobby level that you could start in and return to if you died. Seemed like more reasonable behavior than just crashing the server. And that's the proof of concept V1 for Sorcery Squad. Pretty fun little project to work on, and something that I'll definitely come back to and give a real release at some point. Maybe also do some, multiplayer playtesting of the multiplayer game. The good news is, though, because I spent so much of those 7 days on the engine, it's really capable, so expect big things from Sorcery Squad version 0.0.1b. I've also got a ton of extra AI behavior, enemy sprites, and spell prototypes they didn't have time to show here laying around, so hopefully building a V2 of Sorcery Squad will be pretty straightforward. For now, there are some bits of the basic networking code in the description, and I'll post the game on itch as soon as I can figure out how to build it for Windows and Linux. So thanks as always to everyone who supports me on Patreon, especially my very top supporter, Coop. You can head there if you want to download the full source code for this project. And thanks again to Brilliant for sponsoring this video. Be sure to check them out at the link in the description. And be sure to come back next time for either more FPS programming or more wizard antics. Either way, it'll probably be more Z-code. Thanks for watching.
A lot of top science outlets give a certain summary of quantum computing that I can almost guarantee leads to misconceptions. The summary goes something like this. In a school computer, data is stored with bits, some sequence of ones and zeros, but in a quantum computer, you are able to every possible sequence of bits of some fixed length all at once. One big thing known as a superposition. And sometimes the application of these summaries is that quantum computers can be fast by basically doing whatever a classical computer would do, but these sequences in parallel. Now, this does gesture at something that's kind of true, but let me see if I can prove to you why I think that this leads to misconceptions, and I'll prove it using a quiz. To set it up, I want you to imagine that I have a mystery function, and I tell you that there's a certain secret number among all the numbers from 0 up to n-1, where if you plug that value into my function, it returns true, but if you were to plug in any other value, it returns false. And let's say you can't look at the innards of the function to learn anything about it. The only thing you're allowed to do with it is just try it out on numbers. The warm-up question is, how many times on average would you have to apply this mystery function in order to find the secret key? Well, if the setup was in an ordinary classical computer, there's really nothing you can do than guess and check. You go through all the numbers, and maybe you're lucky and find it early, maybe you're unlucky and it doesn't come up until later, but on average, with a list of n possibilities, it takes 1/2 of n attempts to find the key. Now, in computer science, people care about how runtimes scale. If you had a list 10 times as big, how much longer would it take? And computer scientists have a way of characterizing runtimes. They would call this one O of n, where that big O communicates that maybe there's some constants like 1/2 or maybe some factors that grow slower than n, but the factor of n is what explains how quickly it scales as n grows. If n goes up by a factor of 10, the runtime also goes by a factor of 10. Now, here's your quiz. For the equivalent of this setup, but in a quantum computer, what's the best runtime for finding the secret key? I've asked a variant of this quiz many times in a certain lecture I've given over the years, and the options I tend to offer are O of square root of n, O of log of n, O of log of n, O of 1. Or here, O of 1 would mean that the runtime is just some constant that actually grow as n grows. Now, to be fair, I have not defined quantum computing. In fact, doing so from the ground up is going to be the goal of this video. So without showing you what this mystery function would look like in that setting, it's kind of an incoherent question. But it's not really meant as a quiz that I'm grading you on anything. It's just meant to be a gut check of intuition before we dive in. In principle, it's the same task, finding a needle in a haystack where you want to discover which value out of many options uniquely triggers some function. I asked this as a YouTube post last month, which 100,000 of you kindly answered. The most recent time I get live was to a group of Stanford students. I also posed it to those attending the International Math Olympiad, and in all of these and other instances, the distribution looks very similar. The most common answer is always O of 1, and this is wrong, and I'm pretty sure that it stems from that misleading summary. That summary implies that you would put all of the n values to search into this mysterious superposition, and then you would process them all in parallel, and then somehow the answer would be revealed. The second most common answer is typically O log of n, and this is also wrong. You would call this an exponential speedup. For example, if you increase the size of the list by factors of 10, and O of log n runtime would only tick by the same additive increment each time. Now, this wrong answer, I suspect, stems from a misconception about how much better quantum computers are in general. There are very certain special problems where you can achieve an exponential speedup. The most famous case is probably Shor's algorithm for factoring large numbers, but most problems are not like that. In this case, the correct answer is O of square root of n. And this is a lot more representative of the typical speedup that you could get with a quantum computer. In 1994, it was proven that a quantum computer could not possibly do any better than O of square root of n on this task. And then 2 years later, Law of Grover found a specific procedure that actually achieves that runtime. So searching through a bag of 1,000,000 options takes on the order of 1,000 steps. A bag of 1,000,000 options takes on the order of 1,000,000. This big O actually hides something that's pretty fun, which is the constant of pi fourths in the runtime. And that pi has its own whole fun story to tell, which I'll get to later. You might think that this puzzle with a mystery function triggered by one specific value is super contrived. But I want you to keep in mind, this is meant to be a generic stand-in for any problem where you know how to verify a solution, even if you don't know how to find that solution in the first place. This describes an enormous class of problems in computer science known as NP problems. So while a square root speedup is frankly not as earth-shattering as an exponential speed would be, and while big O runs are often a lot less important than other practical considerations, it is thought-provoking that something like Grover's algorithm is even possible at all, providing the catch method for speeding up any NP problem. My goal lesson is to build up to a step-by-step walkthrough of how that algorithm works. It's actually very GM, very beautiful, but we need to build up a lot of background in order to get there. The first 2/3 or so of the video will be spent building up the fundamental quantum computing, not with a set of analogies, which, as we've seen, can lead to misconceptions, but as a piece of math, which I think offers you a pair of glasses through which you can see a much more honest depiction of the whole field. This is one of those topics that has a few premises that are just going to feel a bit strange at first, and I should warn you they take a little getting used to. My current plan is to follow this lesson with another one about some of the underlying physics, which hopefully can help motivate a few of the odd-looking rules that you'll see here. But today, the goal is to provide the minimal viable path to seeing a genuine bona fide quantum algorithm. Let me pull up again that contrast between classical computing and quantum computing, and let's see if we can build up something of a representative mental model. It is true, of course, that data in a computer looks like a series of ones and zeros, and at a high layer of abstraction, that might represent an actual data type, like an integer or some text. And at a lower layer of abstraction, those ones and zeros represent some actual thing in the physical world, like voltages across a capacitor or something like that. Now, these same layers of abstraction provide a pretty helpful framing when we discuss quantum computing. Over there, there's also some underlying physical measurement, and again, you represent the outcome of that measurement with some sequence of 1 zeros, And again, this might implement some actual data type that you care about, like a number. This symbol that I'm showing, by the way, is called a ket. I'll explain it properly in a couple minutes. For right now, just think of it as conveying that something is coming from a quantum computer. Let's start things out with a description of quantum computing through the lens of that middle layer of abstraction, meaning we're going to postpone all of the underlying physics for now, which is a little bit like teaching computer science without discussing hardware. In a classical computer, there's no need to distinguish between the state of memory and read out from the memory. Both just look like the same sequence of bits. But it's a very different story in a quantum computer. Our main job today is going to be to understand something called the state vector. It is continuous. This is the thing the computer actually operates on, but it has a very unusual relationship with the value you actually read out, those discrete sequences of bits. Before I can define the state vector, you need to know one other key difference from classical computers, which is that this value that you read out, which again just looks like some sequence of ones and zeros, is random. Or to be a little more accurate, I should say it's typically random. The way you can think about this is that if you run a program on a quantum computer, that program doesn't necessarily determine a particular output, instead it determines a probability distribution across all possible outputs. So for the example I'm showing on screen, this would be a very small quantum computer where the thing that you read out has 4 bits, meaning that there are 2 to the 4 or 16 possible outputs. The specific program you run determines some kind of distribution across all those possible outputs. Some programs might manage to concentrate more probability onto those outputs, but other programs might give a more even spread across everything. This example, by the way, where the thing you read out has 4 bits, would be called a 4-qubit quantum computer. And more generally, if you have a k-qubit quantum computer, that means there are 2 to the k distinct possible outputs, and any program gives a distribution across all of those, and the thing that you read out has k distinct bits. That word qubit, by the way, another thing I'm going to define more precisely in just a minute. I do want to emphasize that this distribution is implicit. You never actually see it directly. You instead infer what it must be based on the program that you run. You never see all bit strings coexisting at once in some kind of way. You just see one of them drawn at random according to this distribution. At a lower layer of abstraction, what I'm describing as reading out from memory looks like a physical measurement, and the randomness stems from the laws of quantum mechanics. If you're curious about the physics, that lower layer of abstraction, that's exactly what the next video is for. Up in this layer, you just think about probability distributions over all possible bit strings. Now, one more funny rule here, which does bubble up from the underlying quantum mechanics. After you read out from memory and you see some particular value, the underlying state of the computer changes such that now all of the probability is concentrated on whatever value you read out. So if you kept reading out from memory over and over, you would just keep seeing that same value. You might imagine these programs as creating a very delicate and sensitive probability distribution, where the moment you look at it, sampling from that distribution, the whole thing collapses to one value. Now you might be wondering, where does this distribution come from? This is both the most important and the most confusing part. You think of the state of the computer as being described by a big vector. Right now, when I say the word vector, you can just think big list of numbers, although as you'll see later, it can be helpful to think of this as a direction in some superdimensional case. Each component of this vector corresponds to one of the possible values you might read out, one of those distinct strings. So, this example where what you read out has 4 bits, the state vector would have 16 distinct components. The state vector is not the same thing as the probability to distribute over all possible outputs, but it is very closely related. The fundamental rule, which I admit is going to look very strange at first, is that if you take the magnitude of each component in that state vector and you set it, that gives you the probability of seeing the corresponding output, the corresponding bit string. Let me just say up front, a lot of people learning quantum computing find this state vector a bit weird. What is it actually, and why are we squaring things to get probability? As it is, for the sake of simplicity, there's a certain important detail that I'm neglecting until the end of the video here. I just want to flag that for most people, this takes a little getting used to. And to be super clear on what I mean with the fundamental rule here, let's suppose that after this program processes this vector, maybe the component of it associated with some specific bit string, like, I don't know, 0011, happened to be 0.5. Then when you square that value, 0.5 squared is 0.25. So the observable implication of this is that when you read out from memory, you have a 25% chance of seeing that bit string, 0011. One thing I'll highlight is that it is perfectly valid for the values in the state vector to be negative And at first, you might think that has no real impact, since flipping the sign doesn't change the square, and therefore all the probabilities stay the same. It is true that the probabilities stay the same, but we absolutely consider this to be a distinct state. And as you'll see, the idea of flipping signs plays a very central role in the algorithm. Here, this example with 4 qubits has a lot on screen with not a lot of visualization to back up. So let's scale things down to the smallest possible case where the computer has just 2 possible outputs, represented with a 0 and a 1. In this simplest possible case, the state vector would only be 2-dimensional, so we can actually present it geometrically as an arrow inside a 2D space. In this case, the x-coordinate corresponds to the outcome 0, in the sense that the square of that coordinate tells you the probability that when you read out from the computer, you would read a 0. Here, maybe it's helpful if I add a little bar to show that probability. And you'll notice that as the vector more in the horizontal direction, more of that probability mass is concentrated on the 0. And then similarly, the y-coordinate corresponds to a 1, same way. A more vertical state vector means you're more likely to see a 1 when you read out from the computer. Now notice, because the 2 probabilities should add up to 1, after all, something is going to happen, x squared plus y squared should equal 1. Geometrically, this means that the state vector has a length of 1. So you could think of it as being confined to a unit circle. More generally, this vector quantum computer will always have a length of 1, and you can think of it as living on its high-dimensional unit sphere. This 2-dimensional example has a special name, which I've already mentioned. It's called a qubit, but for quantum. The analogy with a classical bit is that when you read from the computer, you see either a 0 or 1, but on that, it is a completely different animal. Mathematically, a qubit is a unit vector in a 2-dimensional space together with a coordinate where the 2 perpendicular x and y directions correspond to 2 values that you might read out measure. You should know there's that bit of complexity that I'm postponing, but this is 90% right idea. And again, you have this funny rule where when you measure the qubit, seeing either a 0 or 1, the vector then collapses to fall onto that corresponding direction. So unless something is done to prepare that qubit back into a diagonal direction, any follow-on observations that you make are always going to show the same outcome. It's very possible that at this point you're thinking something like, okay, Grant, this is a super bizarre set of premises you're asking me to accept. And if so, you are not alone. What I'm describing, as you can no doubt probably tell, are basically the postulates of quantum mechanics. There are many systems throughout physics, like the spin of an electron or the polarization of a photon, that have this property, where the outcome of a measurement is random, and our best laws of physics have us model the state of that system using a vector, just like the one I'm describing here, where squaring the vector components to the probabilities for seeing various possible outcomes. That actually has a special name. It's called the Born rule. This idea of a qubit is basically meant to be an abstraction over many possible systems like this, in just the same way that a bit is meant to be an abstraction over many systems that can toggle one of 2 directions. Now, the symbol that I've been showing, by the way, is used throughout any subject with the word quantum in its name to refer to a unit vector in this state space. And what you put aside that is often going to give some kind of readable meaning for what that vector represents. So in our example with a qubit, the unit vector to the right is often shown with a 0 inside the ket, because if that's the state vector, it means you deterministically read out a 0 from the computer. Likewise, the unit vector in the vertical direction is represented with a ket as a 1 inside of it. And if you go and read more about this, something that you'll very commonly see is that instead of writing down a general qubit with a column vector, the way I've been showing you, a lot of people like to write it as an explicit weighted sum of these 2 unit vectors in the 2 coordinate directions. That's a very physicist kind of convention. Now, classical computing has this idea of logic gates, certain basic operations like and, or, and not, that you can use to process bits and that you can string together to create arbitrarily complicated functions. Analogously, we have what are called quantum gates, which are certain fundamental operations that you can apply to a qubit or to a system of multiple qubits. And they always somehow flipping or rotating the state vector. Now, I'm not going to delve too deeply into the details of all the different quantum gates, but if you are curious, I'll show you an example of what one of them look like. Here's a very standard one known as a Hadamard gate. And what it does is it the unit vector in that horizontal direction into the diagonal northeast direction, and it maps the unit vector in the vertical 1 direction into that kind of diagonal southeast direction. You would very commonly use this to take a deterministic state, something that's either a 0 or a 1, and turn it into something with a 50-50 equal balance, or vice versa, too. This is just one example, but there are a number of others in the building blocks for quantum computing, and the art of writing an algorithm in this setting is to somehow compose a bunch of different quantum gates together that will progressively manipulate and flip and massage this vector until it points almost entirely in one particular coordinate direction, presumably one that actually answers a question you care about. Now, down the simplest example of a qubit, you only have two coordinate directions to work with, so you would be constrained to answer simple yes-no questions. And although I can't illustrate a geometric vector with more than 3 dimensions, in principle, a system with k qubits is going to have 2 to the k distinct coordinate directions, one for each bit string. So if you can somehow manage to coerce this vector to point along just one of those directions, you could potentially answer some more interesting question, carrying more information. Maybe one of them represents prime divisor in a very large number you're trying to factor, or maybe one of them represents that secret key value from the opening puzzle of this video. Even though the potential power of quantum computers has a long being greatly exaggerated, insofar as that really is potentially more there. One of the key reasons is that the size of the state vector grows exponentially. As few as 100 qubits would already imply a mind-bogglingly massive state vector. But the catch is that you have no direct access to the values inside this vector. It's effectively invisible. The only way it can be useful is if you have a way to manipulate it in such a way that all of the probability, or at least most of it, gets concentrated on one single component, and if that component corresponds to an answer to a question that you care about. Grover's algorithm offers us a really great example to actually see how this looks, and it's high time that we get there. Let me offer you a very high-level preview for how it looks. I promise I will explain all of this in more detail, but here's the bird's eye view. It initializes the state vector in such a way that there's an equal balance probability across all possible outcomes. One of those outcomes is going to be the secret key that you're searching for, and the tool that you'll have available, which I promise to motivate later, is to sign of the state vector at that coordinate. Now, this doesn't immediately affect the probability, but when you leave this with a certain other operation, and you kind of go back and forth between the two of these, what happens is that the probability mass slowly starts to get concentrated over that secret key value. And at a certain point, almost all of it will be there. So when you read it out from the computer, you will almost certainly see the secret key you're looking for. Okay, so that level, but let's unpack it in some more detail. The first thing to address is this idea of flipping the sign of the component associated with the secret key. That might feel a little bit weird. Why would we assume that that operation is available to us? Backing up, remember that Grover's algorithm is meant to apply to any problem where you can verify a solution quickly, even if finding a solution in the first place is hard. Examples here would include solving Sudokus, finding a valid coloring of a map where no two border regions share a color, or countless tasks throughout cryptography, where security often depends on a certain value being hard to find, even though for pragmatism it would be easily verifiable. We began this video with a generic stand-in for all of these problems, where you imagine a function takes in any number from 0 to n-1 and returns true on one and only one of those. In principle, we'll think of such a function as being built out of a bunch of classical logic gates. Those logic gates add some binary representation of the inputs, and the final output is either 0 or 1. Now, here, Grover knew that given any ensemble of logics like this, you can translate it into a system of quantum gates so that if in the classical case, the function takes in some binary input and returns a 1 for true, then in the quantum case, the effect of all of these gates is to flip the sign of that state, the state associated with the same bit string. And then similarly, if in the classical case, the function maps some binary input to 0 for false, then in this quantum transition, the effect on the corresponding state would be to leave it unchanged. And then more generally, because all of these quantum operations are linear, if the state is a combination of multiple coordinate directions, then the effect is to flip the sign for the component associated with whatever bit string triggers that classical function. It means that if you have any NP problem, anything where you can quickly verify solutions, you're able to create an operation on a quantum computer that flips the sign of a state vector at the position corresponding to a solution of that problem. This might feel kind of useless at first. After all, flipping signs doesn't affect the probabilities. Grover realized that this could be used in conjunction with another step that slowly amplifies the probability of that key value. And there's actually a really nice way to visualize his algorithm. To set it up, let's imagine that our state vector has only 3 dimensions, obviously it's bigger, but this lets me draw the first picture. The 3 directions here would correspond to the values 0, 1, and 2, and the whole problem statement here is that one of those values would be a secret key that we're searching for. Many different quantum algorithms will begin putting that state vector into a kind of equal balance. All of the components have the same value. And I want to give that equal balance vector a name. Let's call it B. I don't object to much me simply declaring that this is possible without dwelling on the underlying quantum gates that make it happen. In this case, it essentially looks like a big pile of Hadamard gates, but all you need to know is that this equal balance direction is abundantly accessible. So, starting from here, the goal is to somehow coerce this vector to instead point up in that secret key direction. And what's very helpful for the visualization purposes here is that throughout Grover's algorithm, the vector only ever moves inside the 2D plane that's spanned by these 2 vectors. So what I'm going to do is draw everything on that dimensional slice. And this is going to give us a faithful representation even when the full dimension is way too big for me to draw literally. The convention I'll use here in drawing that slice will be to put the secret key direction, whatever it is, along this y-axis, and then the x-axis is going to represent something that's an equal balance of all of the others, the non-key states. So in our very small 3-dimensional example, if that secret key was the 2 state up in the z direction, that would mean this perpendicular is an equal balance of 0 and 1, which sits on the xy plane perpendicular to that z-axis. Notice the fully equally balanced state, B, has some component in that secret key direction, since by its definition, it has a little bit of that secret key within it. Instead of drawing this slice from dimensions, here's what it would look like if it's taken from some larger number of dimensions. It's almost identical, but the main difference is that that equal balance state vector gets closer and closer to being perpendicular to the secret key direction. Crucially though, this angle is never quite 90 degrees, since the balance state always has a little bit of that secret key value. In fact, calculating this angle is going to be essential for understanding the runtime of Grover's algorithm. This is the main bit of math you actually have to do for it. You can find this angle by taking a dot product between the balance state and the key direction. Components of a balance state vector are all going to look like 1 divided by the square root of n. Since remember, it needs to be true that when you add the squares of all of these, it would give you 1. Since the key vector is 0 almost everywhere, but 1 in one of the components, it means that the dot product between these two is 1 divided by the square root of n. And if you know a little about products, you'll know that this is also the cosine of the angle between those 2 vectors. I'm going to translate this fact a little to make it more useful for our purposes later. This is the same as saying the sine of the complement angle down over here, which I'll call theta, is 1 over the square root of n. And for really all angles, the sine of theta and theta are approximately the same. So if n is very large, we can safely say that this angle is about 1 divided by the square root of n, as long as it's measured in radians. This value for theta is ultimately where the square root in the runtime is going to come from. So let's remember it. I'll throw it up in the corner here. Okay, having spent a while setting up the actual picture, let me show you the procedure here. It's surprisingly simple. Remember that key operation we were looking at earlier? The one where you take the verification function for whatever NP problem you're trying to solve, and you translate it into some quantum gates, and the effect is to flip the sign associated with that key value. Well, what does that look like inside our diagram? In this diagram, if you flip the sign, the component associated with the key value, but all other components stay the same, what it looks like is flip out the x-axis. And the final ingredient you need to know is that it is also possible to flip state vector around this equal balance direction. I realize it might be a little unsatisfying declaring that certain operations are available, but one thing to know is that in general, if you can clearly describe and access one of these state vectors, it's also perfectly possible to reflect around it. There are some quantum gates, they let you flip around this balance direction, but trust me that dwelling on the details of how those look isn't really going to add much clarity or into the whole algorithm. The insight really just comes from geometry. Notice how if you first flip around the x-axis and then flip around this off-diagonal direction, the state now points slightly more in the vertical direction. If you were to read out from memory now, you would have a slightly larger chance of seeing the secret key value than all the others. Here, maybe it's helpful if I show the actual coordinates in this case when equal 1, along with some probability bars based on the squares of those coordinates. Notice how each time I flip around the x-axis and then flip around this off-diagonal axis, the component associated with that secret key gets a little bit larger. So Grover's algorithm is remarkably simple. All you do is repeat this over and over until the vector points as close as it can get to the secret key direction. The final bit of reasoning you have to do is to figure out how many repetitions that should be. A wonderful from geometry is that if you successively flip about 2 different lines like this, the overall effect is the same as a rotation. More specifically, a rotation by 2 times the angle between those 2 lines. So in our case, applying the 2 operations we have available one after the other, the net effect is to rotate the state vector by 2 theta, where again, theta is that little angle that we calculated earlier, approximately 1 over the square root of n. The ultimate goal is to rotate our initial state a little under 90 degrees, or about pi halves radians. This means the optimal number of repetitions looks like pi halves divided by 2 theta, which is pi fourths times 1 over theta, and critically, because theta is about 1 divided by the square root of n, it means the total number of steps looks like pi fourths times the square root of n. So what Grover's algorithm says is, first, find whatever whole number is closest to this value, repeat the available flips that specific number of times. As a concrete example, let's say that n was 2 to the power of 20, meaning you're searching for a secret key out of about 1 million options. You would be running this on a computer with at least 20 qubits, and what the algorithm would say is first compute pi fourths times the square root of this number, which is around 804, meaning you now repeat those 2 operations you have available, the one flipping the sign of key state and the one that's flipping around the balance direction, 804 times. Now remember, this state vector is invisible to you. There's nothing that you can do that will read out the values that it has. You instead infer where it must be through reasoning. And in this case, through all the geometric reasoning, you can conclude that at a specific number of times, the vector should be pointed almost entirely in that secret key direction. So when you read out from the computer, you are almost guaranteed to see that secret key value. Now, to be clear, you're not guaranteed to see it. There's some small chance that after reading out, you would see something that's not the secret key. So to be sure, you could always quickly verify the answer, since after all, the whole premise of this situation is the quick way of verifying answers. You can do that on a classical computer. Worst case, if you got unlucky for a number, you run the whole thing again, and it becomes very unlikely that you would ever need to run this more than just a couple times. To wrap up, I want to glean about a lot that I've been telling you, and also reflect a little bit about where this speedup came from, and then highlight a surprising analogy. Before I do, now might be as good a time as any to say a thanks to the community of channel supporters on Patreon. Putting together visualized lessons like this takes an enormous amount of time. As you probably know, most YouTubers monetize their content with in-video sponsorships, but for many years now, that's something that I've opted to decline. I think it makes the videos better, and the only reason it's not a wildly costly decision is that enough viewers who agree with that directly support the channel through Patreon. In exchange, I offer supporters early views of new content, which is actually very helpful for developing it, and there's other perks in there too. In general, though, if you like this content, it would mean a lot if you consider joining. No pressure, though. One of the big values is the content can't be free. Anyway, back to the 3 finishing points. The lie is a lie by omission. I've been shown state vectors with positive and negative real number values, but more generally, these components can be complex numbers. Now, my hope is to motivate why that's the case in the follow-on video about physics. The general idea is that anytime you're working with waves, you count both amplitude and phase, and a complex number is a really elegant way to encode an amplitude and phase together. So if you look at one of the components of the state vector, the for how to think about it is that it has some magnitude and some phase. The magnitude is the thing that you square to get the probability, and the phase is essentially a more general version of our whole discussion here around positive and negative values. Phase doesn't immediately affect the probability, but it does affect the state, which in turn affects how it gets processed and how it interacts with the world. Now, needless to say, throwing in a bunch of complex numbers adds a lot of potential confusion to an already complicated topic. That's why I avoided it. But we were safe to ignore complex values for the purpose of Grover's algorithm, since very mercifully, during that algorithm, you only ever see positive and negative values. I want you to know, though, that this availability of complex values plays a crucial role in other quantum algorithms, like Shor's for factoring numbers. Next, even if you understood everything that I described with this whole algorithm, it's not easy to summarize where exactly the speedup came from. fact that you begin by applying an operation to this equal balance state makes it very tempting to say that the speed up and parallelizing the operation over all possible inputs. But like I mentioned at the step, summary, at least to me, just really doesn't feel right. And it definitely leads to misconceptions. As you now know, that step on its own does nothing to reveal the key value. I'll leave it up to your interpretation whether it feels apt to describe this first step as applying a function to many inputs in parallel, or if it feels better to say that the balance state is just its own new thing, and the function we have always applies to individual inputs one at a time, never multiple at once. It's just that those inputs are now a new kind of thing. In my view, for this algorithm, if you want the one-word summary for where the speedup comes from, I think a better choice would be Pythagoras. As a loose analogy, if you want to get from one corner of a unit square to the opposite, if you're limited to move only in the x and y directions, you have to walk 2 units. But if you're allowed to move diagonally, you can get there in the square root of 2. And more generally, if you're up in n dimensions, you would have to walk in units to get from one corner of a cube to the opposite one if you can only move along the edges. But if you can go, you can get there in the square root of n. In the worldview of quantum mechanics, different observable states all represent perpendicular directions in some state space. So viewed from this framework, what the classical deterministic world looks like is one where you only have access to these pure coordinate directions. If you think about it, anytime that you're doing computation, your computer is somehow walking through a series of different states that are available to it, and algorithmic runtime is all about understanding how many steps you have to walk in the space of all possible states. So from this quantum worldview, where classical states look like pure coordinate directions, the key difference with quantum computing is that you now also have available to you a panoply of additional diagonal directions that you can work with. Now, to be clear, the analogy is not literal. You should take it with a grain of salt. It's not like runtime necessarily looks like a distance traveled through this particular state space. But it is true that if you follow the state vector throughout Grover's algorithm, what it's doing is slowly walking along a quarter circle arc from an initial to the target condition, tracing a path that would be entirely unavailable if you were limited to move only in pure coordinate directions. And the effect is to provide this square root sized shortcut. And as the very last point before I let regular viewers will know that one of my reasons for this topic is because of a promised analogy between this algorithm and something we covered last video about 2 colliding blocks that can compute pi. In that video, we are also studying a point in a certain 2-dimensional state space bouncing around a circle. And in fact, the series of bounces that it took is essentially identical to what we just saw here with Grover's algorithm. The story here is that when a physicist friend of mine, Adam Brown, saw the first version of that video, recently been reading up on Grover's algorithm, and immediately realized that both processes were identical. Now, I had this whole cockamamie plan for this video where I was going to explain quantum computing and Grover's algorithm in the context of that analogy, but it turned out to be just a terrible idea. The whole thing only really made sense if you already understood Grover's algorithm. So instead, now that you have seen both topics in isolation, what I'll do is leave up a rough outline of how the analogy looks. Think of this as an open-ended homework puzzle, where the task is to draw the connection for yourself. As an key of sorts, I will link to the very delightful paper by Adam Brown outlining precisely what that analogy looks like. If you want to learn more of the fundamentals of quantum computing, several years ago, 2 very smart friends of mine, Andy Matuszek and Michael Nielsen, put together a really nice resource for learning the topic, offering a pretty unique approach to making sure that you actually remember it in the long term. To learn some of the fundamental quantum mechanics, Mithenio Nathan from the channel Looking Glass Universe has been putting together a very beginner-friendly course on the topic. She was actually the one to teach me how algorithm works many years ago, and honestly, I owe a lot of the content of this video to many helpful conversations with her. And as a very last note done, one of the conversations I had while making this video was with Scott Essen, a very widely respected researcher and utterly delightful author on the topic. I recorded the Zoom call for notes, and there's one little piece of it which I just wanted to share with you.
You know, I have this dream of writing a science fiction novel where I know what's going to be the climactic scene, okay, where the heroes will be, running Grover's algorithm to try to find this cryptographic key, right? The whole fate of the world will depend on whether they can find it, okay? Sure. The bad guys have surrounded their base, they're bashing down the walls, but Grover's algorithm running, and it has only like a 30% probability of giving you the solution if you measure. So the question is like, do you measure now or do you let it run for another minute? right? And if you measure now, then you don't get it, then you've lost everything, and you have to restart from the beginning, right?
Yeah.
So this is a lot that you could have with any classical algorithm, right?
Okay, so how about Zenith to Laser Storm? I think it's pretty cool.
I don't really know what that what is I don't know what it is.
Well, yeah, no, that's the point. It's kind of like if you know, kind of.
Well, I don't know. I think our name should be like something like really cool that everyone will get. Like this.
Skull?
Yeah,
Like,
it's taken.
Yeah, of course it's taken.
Well, probably because it's really good. Now they took.
Well,
it.
no, all right. I got a
early.
good idea actually.
We're busy right now.
Yeah, that your sister's boyfriend.
I don't have a sister really.
Well, no, it's not your sister. It's like it's saying to all the players that we come across. It's like yeah, we're sister's boyfriend.
Oh.
Get it? Cause,
I just don't think that's like funny, you know.
No, take my word for it. We're gonna get some really good reactions with this. What the hell? How is that one all taken?
Yeah, I think all the names are taken.
All right, you know we're getting nowhere with this. Let's just hit the random name generator option.
Oh yeah.
Oh. What the hell kind of name is this?
Yeah, I wouldn't have picked this one personally.
Can we restart or something? Is there like a way to?
Oh yeah, check it out over here. We can. We have to.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they want us to pay like real
We
money.
have to pay money to have a username. What kind of website is this? If we want to do anything, it's holding us ransom. Like it's ransomware.
We could try making another account. You know, it'll take like 2 seconds.
No, I don't care about that. I'm not playing this game on general principle now. This is why video game even like fun anymore. You know what? Let's just go outside.
Oh, what kind of stuff do you like doing outside?
Do you have like a badminton court?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, bro, what I tell you? I told you there was fine bitches on this game. Look at that. Look at that. What the fuck does that say? Blonde Baddie 69, bro, and we chatting with her, dog.
Damn, you right, man.
Damn. Okay, like now that we got a retention, like what we trying to ask next?
Yeah, bro, okay, so like ask if she likes music.
Oh yeah. That's good. That's good. What's up? You like music?
Bro, she said yes.
Bro, she said yes, bro. We are so in there, bro.
Oh shit, bro. Bro.
Bro, now what are the odds that a music fan like her is cross paths with two beautiful, genius, talented musicians like ourselves? When this bitch finds out we rap, she gon' bro.
For real, man. I can't believe the username Rap First wasn't taken already, you know?
I can't wait any longer, bro. I'm about to fucking stim my jeans. I gotta eat this hoe now.
Yeah, man.
Okay. Where was bitch? Okay.
I mean, we could just invite her over to our place.
Nah, bro. We gotta choose somewhere nice and neutral, public, lots of people.
Oh, true. Then, like, how about like Mecha Mart or something?
Perfect, bro. Mecha Mart gotta be one of the safest places on earth. Okay, me at the Mecha Mart, and I'll make all your dreams come true. Send.
Did you know that games used to not have loading screens? Because they actually, you just start it and it would go. It didn't want to waste your time. But now that's all games want to do is waste your time.
Bro, I know I talk a big game online, but like I'm feeling hella anxious, dog. Like I don't know if I mean if she's as blonde and bad as she say she is, like
Don't worry, bro. I'm confident that like once she finds out that there's two of us, she's gonna be overjoyed.
yeah, you know, I guess you're right. Bro, I've been meaning to ask, like, what's up with the little picnic basket?
Nah, man. This is a charcuterie.
What are
basket.
you, little Easter bunny? You got some
it's
eggs in there?
Nah, man, it ain't like that. You know, this here is filled with like cheeses and like dips and jams and stuff. Cause like she's and she's gonna think that we're like sophisticated. You know.
Hey, what's good, little man? You might want to skedaddle, cause we're all yo. We about to get to work, bro.
Yeah, you too young to understand what's about to happen.
Bro, you're fucking up my fit. What you want?
Wait, bro. I think he's trying to show us something.
Oh, you want me to sign? You want me to sign an autograph or something?
Oh,
wait.
Oh shit. Wait.
How you know our username, dog? What are you, a little hacker?
No,
you a
wait.
little biscuit hacker or something?
No, bro. I think that's Blonde Betty.
Wait, you're not Blonde Batty? Wait, you're some little fucking kid, bro. What, you trying to fucking play prank on us? Where's the cameras, bro? You trying to fucking fool us? Like, is this a joke? You think you're funny?
Wait,
Fuck's wrong with you, bro? I'm gonna kick your fucking ass, bro. I'm gonna fucking kick you like a fucking football, make a fucking touchdown, bro. Bro, I'm a fucking.
Nah, bro. Listen, this is really bad, man. This is like, I think this is one of them honeypots, you know, like on Dateline NBC.
Oh, this is bad. This is real bad, bro. This is bad. They trying to Chris Hansen us, bro. They trying to lock a player up and throw away the key on us, bro. We probably fucking surrounded right now, bro. God damn.
Bro, I'm too young for prison.
You ain't taking me alive, bro. You ain't got shit on me. All your little chat logs, that don't mean nothing, bro. I thought you were an adult woman and I was gonna have sex with you. Bro, what fucking step on it? Put the hyper seat on that thing. We gotta get out of here.
Yeah, man, let's bounce.
So is there like something you want to do out here?
Well, right now I'm suffering from decision paralysis because there's just like so many things to do outside that like I can't decide what would be the best thing to do.
I can't even think of like one thing to do.
But okay, maybe we can like go online and find a curated list of some of the best activities to do outside because like
yeah, that sounds pretty smart.
You know, why would you waste your time doing something that's not like the best thing?
Yeah, you get all the experts and all the best.
You know what the? Did we leave the gifts? I don't. It looking like this when we left.
Oh yeah, it looks different. Yeah, maybe Mark Anthony was playing while we were gone or something.
What? Well, he shouldn't be playing a game like this.
I don't know. You know, the boys will be boys.
Look at these chat logs. He was talking to a rapist here. Look at this. This guy was saying like, "I will show you magnificent things. Come to Mecha Mart and I'll make your dreams come true." Your little brother is like 6 years old. He shouldn't be playing a rated T game. And look what happened. He got up by pedophiles.
What should we do?
We should leave now. If we act quick enough, maybe we can intercept the predators and report them to the police. We can catch them red-handed.
Looks like no one's here yet. Like maybe we got here in time.
In scenarios such as this, the predator will arrive several hours early to wait for their prey to come to them. So based on the fact that we're the only ones here, it's pretty obvious that we were too late.
Do you think we can like figure out where they went? Like we can track them down or something?
Yeah. So basically, we should probably start looking for a sort of breadcrumb trail. Something like hair or a blood sample or semen sample.
Oh, there's like some crumbs here. Like
Well, no, it is just a saying. It's not. We're not looking for a literal breadcrumb trail. We're looking for stuff like fingerprints or
you know, like they kind of like go over there. You know, like a pretty conspicuous like trail. You know.
Well, seeing as how we've expended all our other options, I suppose that we could take this leap of faith and see where.
God damn, bro! Why's little man still following us? Kid, can you leave? Like, leave us alone, bro. We don't want to be your friend. Fuck off, little narc.
What we gonna do about this shit, bro?
Don't you know how to use your damn ears? I told you to get the fuck away from me, bro. Don't follow me.
Why didn't you just keep on leave us alone? This is so messed up.
Bro, why you eating all that bread?
I'm sorry, man. I just eat bread when I'm anxious.
Okay, bro, I got an idea. Let me see your basket real quick.
Yeah, what you doing with all my breads and cheeses, mate?
Bro, there ain't no one baddie no more. Nobody gives a fuck about these treats. Who's gonna eat the treats now, bro?
No, but come on, man. That shit was expensive.
Okay, chill, bro. Check it out. I seen this in a movie once. No, like, okay, check it. He looks like a little baby up for adoption, bro. They gonna throw his ass in the orphanage.
Oh, I see. It's like Moses from the Bible. Yeah, I got you. Oh, shit. What the hell?
God damn it. That was the smartest trick I know. How's little man's gonna outsmart us when he's 8 years old, bro? Fucking Gary Coleman ass, grown ass man looking like a kid. Leave us alone, dog.
No, it looks like the crumbs go to that dumpster.
Oh, let's take a look. It looks like your little brother has been killed and dismembered.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I've located the murder weapons and looks like what's left of Mark Anthony.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he clearly suffered in his last moments. It seems that he was tortured, probably skinned alive.
Are you sure it's him? How do you know it's
Yeah,
like...
he's been dismembered beyond all recognition, but I'm like 99% sure it's him.
Oh, my mom's gonna kill him.
Bro, I can't maintain the pace of walking no more. My legs is about to give out.
This ain't good, bro. I think I'm almost out of battery.
What the fuck is wrong with this kid?
It's like he's a ghost sent to haunt us or something.
The only way to see it, bro, we're gonna have to fucking kill this kid. I don't care who sees me. I'm gonna fucking decapitate this kid with a machete. I fuck this kid.
Oh my god. He's so cute. Oh, is that your little brother?
What? Yeah, little brother. Yeah. How do you know? He looks just like me, right?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You are just the cutest little guy ever.
Yeah, we were just playing a little game. We were playing Army Men, you know. I was having some post-traumatic stress, saying I was gonna kill him or something.
What's your name, cutie?
Yeah, my name's Mo. That's his name too, actually, Lil Mo. You know, like we Big Mo, Lil Mo. You know what I'm saying? Like on some ice climbing shit.
Yeah, and I'm all related to.
He's so tiny. Look at his little shoes. Oh my gosh, the Velcro. Do you do those yourself, buddy? Oh, you're so brave.
But we totally got this in the bag, bro. You know, they turned out the blessing in disguise.
The Lord is smiling on us today, my friend. You my little four-leaf clover, buddy. You my little four-leaf clover, because you a little good luck sign. You a little horseshoe.
So, why are we here again?
Well, I told you, we're looking for, we're going to get a replacement for Mark Anthony. Your mom won't even know the difference. And probably, frankly, she's probably going to like this new one even more.
Okay, I guess, yeah, like we can...
All right, there's bound to be a few here his parents won't missing.
What about that one over there? He's pretty, doesn't look cared after.
Oh, yeah, he looks pretty good. You should go talk to him.
Okay, yeah, I can,
Go on.
Hey, can you like your new big brother? Do you want to like live with we'll live together and stuff? Yeah, I don't think this is working. I don't know.
Well, I guess you two just weren't the right fit, you know. I
don't know.
We could keep trying. There's plenty of fish in the sea.
What about that one over there? He looks pretty similar.
What the hell? That is your little brother. Look, he's with those two assholes. Those creeps kidnapped Mark Anthony and are using him to lure in their next victims.
Oh. Whoa. Oh, yay. Good job, buddy.
Yeah, I actually taught him that trick.
You know, he takes a lot after me in that way. You know, you fall and you just get back up. You know, you don't let yourself fall. You don't let yourself...
Hey, get away from him. He's coming with me.
Oh my God, what are you doing?
Yo, he's trying to rape my little brother, bro. This kid's a fucking child. Get him, everybody.
All right, you're done, you little freak. You gross little pervert. Don't you put your hands on little kids. Pedo. Disgusting.
Hey, No, you stop hurting him. He was just trying to help me. You know, that's my little brother over there. You know, kind of look alike.
Hold on. They do kind of look alike. Yeah, I kind of see it. So what were those guys doing with the little kid?
Yeah, those two over there are they're the ones who are
So they were just lying to us? Oh, what the heck? You guys are jerks. Yeah, total jerks. Let's get out of here, girls. Bye, weirdos.
Now, ladies, come on. I'm lying about like 75% of that. You know, we do hang out with this kid a lot, you know.
But like we're kind of like adopted brothers, you know. It's
Hey, you shouldn't have done all that stuff. You know, I hope you learned your lesson about, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, let's go home.
Yeah, let's get out of here, you guys.
The fuck is wrong with you, bro? It's about to get so much laid, bro. Fuck you.
People always told me, be what you do. I'm around breaking young girls' hearts. And mother always told me, be careful who you love. Be careful what you do. Cause then I become, hey, the bitter jeans, not my love. She's just a girl who claims that I am the one. But the kid is not my son.
How do you know my name?
Hey, Sauce. Michael here. Down here. But which way is down? And how much does down weigh? Well, down weighs about 1/100 of a gram per cubic centimeter. It is a great source of insulation and buoyancy for water birds. But if you let go of down, it falls down. So that's which way down is. It's the direction gravity is pulling everything in. Now, for someone on the other side of the earth, my down's there up. But where are falling things going? Why do things fall? Are they being pushed or pulled? Or is it because of time travel? First, let's turn the sun into a black hole. We can do that using Unibox. This simulator will blow your mind. I love it. In fact, I love it so much, I put a code to get the game for free in the current Curiosity Box. If you're not subscribed to the box yet, you are missing out. Okay, look, for the purposes of this video, we want the solar system. And here it is. Notice that things moving pretty quickly around the sun. That's because we currently have the game set so that every second that passes us is 14 days almost in a game. If I change this to 1 second, looking at the solar system in real time, you'll notice that it almost looks like it's frozen. Even though the Earth is traveling around the sun at about 30 kilometers per second, it barely appears to be moving. That is how vast space is. Anyway, let's go back to 14 days. I like that motion. Now look at the sun. It is not currently a black hole. We can change that. What we need to do is compress the sun. So let's lock its mass so that it doesn't change while we make its radius smaller. Let's make its radius as small as we can. And where'd it go? Well, it's still there. It's just become a black hole. Pretty spooky. But now let's look at the rest of the solar system. All right, zooming out, and nothing's changed. I mean, something changed. It's colder and darker, but nothing's flying off into space or getting sucked in. You see, by shrinking the sun, we didn't change the direction of down for the planets. They're always being pulled by gravity towards its middle, and making it smaller didn't move where the middle was. But also, the strength of that force pulling them, the middle of the sun, stayed the same. That gives us a clue as to what down is. The clue is the other thing we didn't change: mass. Mass is a measure of how hard it is to accelerate something, to change its motion. Now, right now, these two balls have zero motion relative to me. Slapping around this hollow plastic ball is pretty easy, but doing the same to this solid steel ball is a lot harder. Now, gravity and weight have nothing to do with this. Gravity acts downward, not against my horizontal slapping. Of course, gravity does contribute friction. Friction works against me when I start the ball, but works with me when I ball. And the steel is harder to stop than the plastic ball. The difference is mass. The steel ball is more massive. It's more resistant to having its motion changed. Mass is an intrinsic property. It does depend on what's around, change place to place. It can sometimes be thought the amount of matter something has. Your mass is the same regardless of where you are, on the moon, on Earth, in the middle of intergalactic space floating around. But all of this said, mass does seem to care about what's around. Mass loves company. Things with mass and or energy are attracted together by a force that we call gravity. The feeling of gravity is just you and the Earth being attracted to one another. Now, every portion of an object with mass attracts other portions towards it. The average of all this pulling is an attraction between centers of mass. Giant things like Earth exert an obvious pull, but everything does, even a baseball. These two baseballs are attracted together by their own gravities. Except their masses are so small, the force is minuscule, and it can't overcome friction or push air out of the way. They're never going to come together. But if you put two baseballs, one apart in the middle of empty space where no other forces could act on them, they would literally fall together and collide. It would take 3 days to happen, but it would. Isaac Newton found that the strength of the force bringing two things together is equal to the product of their masses divided by the distance between their centers of mass squared times big G, the gravitational constant. If you make one of two objects more massive or move them closer together, the force will be stronger. And this force of attraction is what we call weight. So mass is intrinsic, whereas weight depends on what's around. Think when you weigh yourself on most scales. Weight is a force, but scales display pounds or kilograms, which are units of mass. What's going on is that a scale is activated by a force, any force. It doesn't have to be called gravity. The scale then what amount of mass near the surface of the Earth would be attracted to the Earth with the force it's detecting. Now, since scales tend to be used on the surface of the Earth by people on which the only force acting is gravity, they tend to not be very far off, but they can be easily tricked, and they further lead confusion between mass and weight. Notice that weight is mutual. You hold down by Earth with the same force that you pull up on Earth. According to Neil, I weigh 180 pounds on Earth, and the Earth weighs 180 pounds on me. But because the Earth's mass is so much greater than my own, and because the more massive something is, the more it resists being moved, our equal and opposite weight forces accelerate me a lot more than the Earth. If you drop a pencil from a height of 6 feet, the pencil doesn't just fall to the Earth. More precisely, they both come together. They're attracted to each other by equal forces, but the same force moves the pencil a lot more than the Earth. When you let go of the pencil, the Earth is literally pulled up to the pencil by the pencil's own gravity, a distance equal to about 9 trillionths the width of a proton. That same force moves the pencil the remaining distance, which is still pretty much 6 feet. At the International Space Station's orbit, you and Earth are attracted about 10% less than when surface, about 8.8 times your mass, but not zero. For this reason, weightless astronauts, zero gravity, are neither weightless nor in zero gravity. Their weight force fails to bring them and Earth together because they move horizontally so quickly that they fall just as fast. Earth's surface curves away from them. And even they're experiencing 90% of the gravity you and I are feeling right now, that's why I don't just fly away, there are no forces called G-forces to resist their weight, since everything around them is falling too. It's resistant to your weight force, stress, deformation, that is needed for you to feel weight. What astronauts in orbit actually lack is apparent weight. Likewise, a helium balloon has weight. I mean, it's made out of matter. It clearly has mass, so it's attracted to the Earth. Let's try to measure its weight force. Oh, hey. Okay, it has negative apparent weight. That's because its attraction to the Earth is weaker than the buoyant forces from the air around it that push up. Now, while it moves up, it pushes air molecules down, but they transfer that force widely, not just directly down onto the scale. Buoyant forces are caused by whenever you are immersed in a fluid, like water or air, molecules lower down are at great pressure. They're being pressed by the weight of all the molecules closer to Earth, so they're pulled to it with a stronger force. Now, having greater pressure means they pack a bigger punch when they collide with things. So, horizontally, those collisions cancel out, but vertically, the stronger collisions from below win out, providing lift, a buoyant force. Now, this even happens on your own body. Across its surface area, air lifts you with about 1 Newton, which is equal to the weight force of an apple. So if you think to yourself, in a vacuum, you would weigh about this much more. But that's not all. Earth's spin causes it to bulge at the equator. So the closer you are to it, the further you are from Earth's center of mass, and the less your actual gravitational weight will be. Down is always changing. I mean, where is Earth's center of mass? It would always be the same as Earth's geometric middle if Earth's composition was uniform. But Earth contains pockets of massive rock at different water, mountains. It's got moving, changing insides and air, seasonal ice. And though they're far away, gravity extends forever from everything. So the moon, the sun, the planets, all of them pull on you negligibly, but truly. You weigh about 1/millionth of your weight less when the moon is directly above you. This chunky, shifting balance of material on Earth and everywhere else in the universe means that down is always on top of Earth's spin skews what you consider the direction of down away from its center of mass, because the push you get from Earth's spin seems to slightly lift you, reducing your apparent weight and bending down towards the equator. The net result is an apparent weight reduction at the equator of about 0.5%. If a scale guesses your mass must be 200 pounds at the poles, it'll guess that you're 189 at the equator. The 9.8 multiplier used so often in physics is calculated based on how these factors affect someone at 45 degrees latitude. All of these influences on the direction of down result in a total vertical deflection that's only ever at most a few arc seconds anywhere on Earth. That's not enough to be felt, but changes in direction and strength can be used to study the shape of the seafloor, determine what's under you, or even help you discover ancient buried rooms. Point is, all of our downs aren't a bunch of radial symmetric lines. Down is an uncombed mess. Now, since solids don't flow, they can have shapes that don't pay much mind to this, but water can flow. So ignoring influences like wind and tides, the surface of oceans and lakes and puddles is always perpendicular. If water could pass through land, or if submerged in water, gravity would be the same everywhere along its bumpy surface. Such a surface is called a geoid and can be drawn at any altitude. If you wanted to build a table that completely enclosed the Earth, it would have to have rolling undulations, nearly 100 meters at some points, in order to be level. So the ball anywhere on it can roll. Here is Earth's geoid exaggerated 1,000 times. You'd weigh about 1/100% less, a few grams, here than you would say here, where gravity is a bit stronger. Point is, the strength and direction of down is variable by location and changes over time. So, down is a fluctuating vector. Easy. Why should matter attract in the first place? Isaac Newton was able to describe attraction, but not explain. Humanity got closer, however, when Albert Einstein introduced his general theory of relativity. Einstein thought a lot about the fact that everything falls to the ground at the same rate. No matter how massive something is, when dropped, it will accelerate towards the Earth down, gaining about 9.8 meters per second for every second that it falls. That means that a hammer that's quite massive and a not so massive feather dropped from the same height will hit the ground at the same time. Okay, what just happened was an error. In order to fall through air, a thing has to push air out of the way. But if it has a large surface area and a low weight force, it will have a lot of air to move, but won't be able to move that air very quickly. In a vacuum, things do fall at the same rate regardless of mass. This was famously demonstrated by Apollo 15 Commander David Scott on the moon.
And I'll drop the two of them here, and hopefully they'll hit the ground at the same time. How about that?
That's weird, right? I mean, if a more massive object is pulled with a greater force, shouldn't it fall faster? Well, Newton's explanation was simple. Larger masses are attracted with greater forces, but will also require more force to be accelerated, the same as a less massive thing. Something 100 times more massive might require 100 times the force, but it will be pulled by gravity 100 times more. So everything falls to Earth at the same rate. What a fun coincidence, right? Maybe not. Einstein realized that there's another way for things to appear to fall together regardless of their masses. Imagine a feather and a hammer floating in space, in a room. If the room is suddenly accelerated up at 9 meters per second squared, the feather and the hammer hit the floor at the same time. Furthermore, whether it's the room coming up to meet them or gravity being suddenly switched on, neither object will feel any force pushing them. There's no way to tell which of these happened. This is Einstein's famous equivalent principle. He once admitted that his greatest thought ever was that of a man falling off of a roof. While falling, the man would not feel any forces on him, even though he's speeding up. Free fall is indistinguishable from floating alone in space, from having no forces on you, from not being moved. What if gravity isn't free fall? What if things, because they're being pushed or pulled, but because they're not being pushed or pulled? To see how this could be, we need to talk about straight lines. What I have here is a retractable ID badge holder. This is a great way to test for straight paths because the string is always kept taut. The card I have behind has 2 lines drawn on it, and if, while I pull the string out, it always stays between those 2 lines, I will know that I never turned while I pulled it, because any turn will translate into a different angle between the lines on the card and the string. Now, if I put 2 of these on a flat table and pull them out, always ensuring that they go straight ahead, they will never meet. They will be forever parallel. But now, let's put them on a sphere, a curved surface. Again, I pull both strings forward, making they always are out straight, no turning. Wait, they came together. Well, they didn't turn. Look, maybe there's some kind of weird force that pulled my hands together. And just like gravity, I didn't feel it, but it happened. No. What happened was not the result of force. It was just a natural result of curvature. You might be thinking, wait a second, are those really straight lines? I mean, they don't look that straight to me. Also, what if they just moved along latitude lines? Then they'd come together and look pretty darn straight. But not. A straight line never turns. And although latitude lines look straight at first glance, following one requires turning. To find straight line paths on surfaces, whether they're flat like this or curved, I love the ribbon test. Now you can use an actual ribbon, but I have found that a strip of paper works even better. Let's look at this path right here. It's straight at first, but then now if 2 people are traveling along this curve and they want to stay together, the person on the inside will have to cover a shorter distance than the person on the outside. Since sides of the cannot change their lengths, help us find a straight path. If the strip of paper can lay flat we'll know that we have found a straight line. And as you can see, the strip can lay and follow the straight part of this path. But when it comes to the curve, in order to follow the path now, the strip, well, it has too much material on the inside, and that material bunches up and leaves the plane. Therefore, we know this part of the path is not straight. Let's use the ribbon test to find straight lines on the surface of a cone. Well, from the looks of it, a line directly from the base to the tip seems like it would be straight, and sure enough, yeah, the ribbon lays flat on that path. A ring around the cone. Nope, doesn't work. Shorter distances around the cone mean that there's too much ribbon up at the top, so it doesn't lay flat. Let's see, what else is there though besides this? Well, if I start here and just allow the ribbon to lay flat, I get a little curvy. I say curvy looking because while someone say at the base, this path might seem to go up, slow down, change direction, and then fall down faster and faster, since a ribbon on such a path is flat, it's actually, for instance, on the cone's surface, perfectly straight. If we trace the ribbon's path onto the cone, we can see this clearly because a cone can be flattened. A straight line on a curved surface is called a geodesic. Here is a geodesic on a sphere. The equator is one. Here's another. A line of latitude is not a geodesic. It's not a straight line. To see why, let's try to follow with the ribbon. You know what? I have to keep kind of lifting it. Yeah, see, distances around the sphere become shorter as we go up. So there's too much material on the ribbon up here and it leaves the surface. This path contains turns, and in order to turn, a force has to act on you. If no forces did, this is the path you would take. Notice the ribbon begins moving due east, but then falls south. Falls. Einstein realized that curvature could cause things to be seemingly attracted to one another without needing to invent the existence of forces like gravity. But attraction only have things move along the surface. If they stay still, they don't come together. So for something at rest, how does falling begin? I mean, the thing has to move in this direction, but it's at rest, right? Well, yes, but it's only at rest in space. And that's not the whole story. Up, down, forward, backward, and left, right are all you need to describe where an event occurred. But a complete description will also need to describe when. Together, these four dimensions form the setting in which everything in our universe happens. Space-time. Since we can talk about a falling pencil using just one spatial dimension, up and down, we can use a piece of paper to space-time for it. Okay, so up and down, but we have to add another direction the pencil moves in, time. Now, if no force is on the pencil, it won't move through space. It will only get older. As you can see, if all it does is get older, it won't fall. If space-time was flat, when I let go of the pencil, it wouldn't go anywhere. But now let's allow the Earth, which is massive, to manipulate space-time into, say, a cone. Now, with no force acting on it, every part of the pencil is a straight line. On a cone, as we saw earlier, such a path will look like it will fall. This is because distances around the cone are higher up. Time runs faster further from a massive object. But to go straight, not turn, every part of the pencil must cover an equal distance in space-time, like this. Only when the pencil hits the Earth does the repulsion of their mutual electrons provide a force pushing the pencil off a geodesic. For the Earth, time is a series of slices from this evolution. The pencil's force-free geodesic is why it falls, not push or pull, the pencil's tendency to follow a straight line until something acts it. Now, we only used one dimension of space and one of time because visualizing our universe's three of space and one of time would take us beyond the limits of what could be shown on paper or screens. But math can take us there. General relativity allows us to calculate how much mass and energy curve space-time and has been used to explain things that Newton's older theory of falling as the result of forces couldn't, like anomalies in the orbit of Mercury, which orbits nearest the sun and is therefore most affected by the sun's grip on space-time. Many other experiments have confirmed general relativity's picture of the universe, fitting the conclusion that there is no gravity. There's just space, its curvature, and us in it. As John Wheeler famously put it, space grips mass, telling it how to move. Mass grips space-time, telling it how to curve. Relative to the Earth, we don't move very fast. Even jet airplanes move negligibly close to the speed of light. So relative to Earth, we move almost exclusively through time. As such, we are more affected by the way time is curved by mass than how space is curved. This has led many to claim that for the most part, you feel as though you're being pushed into the ground, not because of a force called gravity, but because time is moving faster for your head than for your feet. Down is relative, and change exists because of, and is always in the direction of slower time. Bertrand Russell called this the law of cosmic laziness. Everything is naturally steered towards where time is slowest. We call this falling, going down. So you don't have to keep anything on the down low. Time will take care of that for you. And as always, thanks for watching. Remember that you can support Vsauce and Alzheimer's research by subscribing to the Vsauce Curiosity Box. The current one comes with a code to get a free copy of Universe Sandbox 2, which is amazing, and a whole host of other science toys and tools picked by myself, Jake, and Kevin. I love it. Also, I hope to see you at Brain Candy Live. We are coming to many, many cities very soon, hopefully near you. By going to the show, you can see Adam and I doing things that, well, you may not have seen us do before. We also explore the science and common misconceptions behind all things air? Maybe I've said too much, maybe not. I hope to see you there. And, as always, thanks for watching.
This will completely change how you think about game development. It's the best theory I've ever found for why my games have succeeded so far. And in the context of game development, I've never seen this discussed before. Making a game is like running a search algorithm. You're searching for the best game you can possibly make. This is your boat, you're on a massive lake, and your goal is to find the deepest as quickly as possible. You can move, measure, or teleport to an already explored position. For example, we could move for a measurement, move 9 more times, measure again, and then lock in our best result as our final answer. Have we found the deepest spot in the lake at this point? I would say fairly unlikely, right? The next captain comes along, says, I'll do better, I'll with a measurement. They keep making regular measurements, and as soon as the water gets shallower, they turn the ship. They have a look at their data points and take an educated guess for where to explore next. The ship keeps exploring with this method, and then they lock in their answer. And that's already better, but the third captain is a good brain. The third captain first explored all directions, making use of the teleport ability. From there, the two most promising measurements are at the top and at the bottom, so that's where he continues his search. From there, we can use the strategy of the second captain, search around a bit more, and find the best result. Design a search algorithm. As a game developer, you're searching for the best possibly made. If your search algorithm, you won't find it. How you search, in which order you try things, when, what you experiment with is absolutely crucial for your success. In this video, we'll talk about how you can optimize your search as a game developer and to a big brain cap. There are 7 main problems holding your search algorithm back, so let's talk about how to solve every single one of them. The first problem almost all search algorithms suffer from is the speed versus accuracy trade-off. Your search algorithm can either be fast or it can be accurate, but unfortunately it cannot be both. You can either just drive in a straight lane and make occasional measurements to see if you're still on track, very fast but not very accurate, or you can drive a zigzag lane all across the lake and map out every single inch of it, very accurate but very slow. That means both these strategies are flawed in their own way, and the sweet spot where in fairly reasonable approaches, for example, to start with a slow but accurate search in all directions, and then to transition into a less accurate but much faster search. Go wide first and narrow later. This is not the only search strategy that works, but for indie games in particular, this is a very reasonable one. You have an exploration phase in the beginning where you try to figure out the best direction for you to go in. And Paul don't find out a crap of idea. Multiplayer claims games about golfing flowers. Every experiment, every prototype essentially meant how deep the water is to see if there's potential in this direction. In the end, the prototype we found most promising was this one here by Paul, where you control a little king and have to defend your kingdom from enemies at night. The next phase would be the pre-production, where you still want to do some active search to narrow in on the exact direction you want to go in. At this stage, Paul and I prototyped a very simple economy and combat system in Unity, while simultaneously doing some very active search and experiments on our art style. In pre-production, you're still searching, just in a smaller array. And then finally in production, you sacrifice your search accuracy for speed, because you gotta finish your game someday. For Thronefall, this meant rebuilding all of our systems from scratch. I rebuilt the system, rebuilt the economy system, we put it all together in a little block out, and from there we just kept polishing until it looked like this. I think it is important to know a stop search. You still want to do your occasional measurements, you want to do your occasional play test, you still want to find the deepest spot in the lake, so every now and then you should just give yourself the opportunity to correct course if necessary. The local minimum, a very common problem in search. It basically describes the illusion of having found the deepest spot, because if you move forwards, the water gets shallower. If you move backwards, the water gets shallower. You logically conclude that you found the deepest spot already and that it doesn't make any sense to search any further. What you don't know is that there's a much deeper just a few meters down the line. There's only one way to solve for this problem, and that is to dare bigger jumps in your search tree every now and then. Your production might be moving in a trench that you can't break out of by making small adjustments, but if you make a bigger jump and dare to cross the hill, you might discover that there's an even deeper trench on the other side. Attempting this is especially worth it whenever it is cheap to do so. The game Fortnite was initially meant to be some kind of base building tower defense game. That's why you have all of these building mechanics in there. But the development team was brave enough to dare one of those big jumps and try to make a completely different game mode. And that mode became one of the most played games in history. As space is so massive, it's almost guaranteed you're stuck in some kind of local minimum, which means you might have a fort slumbering right around the corner and not even know about it. Surprisingly, there are a lot of opportunities to make big jumps in your search tree for very little effort. And when an opportunity like that presents itself to you, you should absolutely go for it. An obvious example, game modes. Game modes are often very easy to make. You have all of the game system, all of the game mechanics, all of the objects already laid out. Just change the objective, change the small thing, make it other be completely rebalancing your game. Another way to get yourself unstuck from local minimums. One very brutal thing about local minimums is that you have no way of knowing if you are in one. So typically there doesn't even have to be a feeling of being stuck or anything like it. The opposite is the case, right? You're feeling like you're optimizing to the best of your ability. That means even if you feel like things are going well, give yourself the opportunity to break out of local minimums. Do it. You're not on a lake, you're on an infinite ocean. To make matters even worse, it's not even a two-dimensional, multi-dimensional ocean. There's an infinite amount of games you can make, which raises the question, how do you search an infinite search space? Well, I have a very sophisticated answer for you. You have to take a guess. You don't have to do so blindly, you can do so using measurements from your database. Luckily for you, you're not the first person to ever make a video game. There are tons of video games out there already, and we roughly know if they succeeded or if they failed. On top of that, you have the experiences from your own past projects, and this is your personal database. I'm guessing the safest thing to do is generally to pick a direction that has worked in the past, but to then search around those data points to make sure you don't make a game that exists already. Controversial statement. Unique selling points are overrated, because when somebody tells you you need a unique selling point, what they actually mean is, don't freaking park your ship on top of another ship. Don't make a game that exists already. But worse, that is a horrible idea. On the other side of the spectrum, this ship is floating in a swirl of colors. Oh my god, it's so creative, but nobody can even tell it's a ship anymore. This is the equivalent of making a super innovative artsy game that eventually nobody's interested in. Do not make a unique game for an alien species. We have no innovation on one side, we have too much innovation on the other side. Both of them are horrible. The sweet spot is in between. In order to find that sweet spot, you want to be near other successful boats, but you do want to give them plenty of space and not really get too close to them. When somebody tells you you need a unique selling point for your game,
they really mean is you need to position yourself correctly on this innovation scale. The reason why I don't really like the unique selling point framing of this anymore is because I feel like it encourages too much innovation or sometimes also pointless innovation. So while I technically agree and I'm talking about the exact same thing, I just feel like this innovation scale is a bit of a nicer way to frame it. Nurture your database a little bit, like play other games, read the reviews, get some data from other games. You don't want to do all of the exploring yourself, and then freaking use that data to navigate this infinite search space, because the search space is massive. There are different search algorithms that make sense in different situations. For example, if you want to make a new indie game and you have no clue what to make, then go wide first and narrow later. Whereas if you're trying to search a specific corner, then go there first and then open up your search. The only thing that matters is that you open up your search eventually, because without search, you can't find a good local minimum. Chasing the wrong thing is another very common problem in search algorithms, and that's also the case in game development. You think you want to make a viral game, whereas deep down maybe you just want some recognition and love. You found the deepest spot in the ocean, but now you figure out that you're a fishing boat and that there are no fish here. Making a game that brings you joy is a very different story from making a game for your portfolio, which is a very different story from a game that is meant to commercially succeed. What you optimize for really matters. What gets measured gets improved. Most game developers try to optimize for revenue, which I guess makes sense because A, if you want to keep making games, you need revenue, and B, in the indie game scene, revenue is a very good proxy for the quality of your game anyway. That means if your game is more people enjoy your game, if people have a better time with your game, you're going to make more revenue. So it's a win-win with the players. Whatever goal you might have, you can probably split into smaller derivative goals. In order to make revenue, in my opinion, you need three things. You need fun for keeping players, you need appeal for acquiring players, and you need scope for making sure that you can actually finish your game. Very briefly, all of them, because I know a lot of you will be optimizing for these factors. The best theory of fun that exists so far is the one of flow by Mihai Csikszentmihalyi. Flow is the channel between boredom and frustration. Difficulty and skill are in a perfect equilibrium. It's honestly quite simple to wrap your head around, and the more you think about it, the more you realize that this applies to everything. Like any kind of player skill that can be tested, like comprehension, reaction times, strategic thinking, puzzle solving, is gonna create a lot of fun if you manage to put it into the flow zone. Yes, even the story of your game, like if you spell everything out, it's way too boring, and if it's way too complicated, then it's frustrating. That I think is useful to know is the Octave framework by Yu-Kai Chu. It describes a related concept, which is motivation. 8 factors that can be used to motivate. We have the intrinsic motivation sources at the top, the extrinsic motivation sources at the bottom, the creative motivation sources on the right, and the logical motivation sources on the left. So everything quite neatly. It's always allowed to do some of your own theory crafting as well, of course. I made some cool videos about the fun button video, or a much older one where I talk about how to design choices that are fun. All in all, fun is a very well covered subject in game development. It's also very easy to measure. You just do some play tests, either with yourself or with other players. Remember that what gets measured gets improved. So if you want to improve the fun, then you have to measure the fun. Moving on to the next point, appeal is essentially another word for marketability. While fun is for keeping players, appeal is for gaining players. Appeal is the quality of a game that makes you go, I have to play that immediately. To demonstrate this, I brought you 2 screenshots. One is from my game Island and one is from my game Ouroboros. You could run the exact same marketing campaign on both of those games, but one of them is significantly better. Can you guess which one? An appealing game makes marketing infinitely easier. It multiplies all of your marketing efforts. If you have a game that is 100 times more appealing, it is 100 times easier to market. Some developers only focus on the fun and forget about the appeal. And if you're trying to be commercially successful, this is crazy. You need appeal. Thronefall, so much easier to market than with your snail. Like marketing-wise, we did almost the exact same things, right? There are only a couple of standard things you can do for indie game marketing. And yet, one of them is so much easier to sell and so much easier to market, and the only difference is appeal. There's not really any good theory crafting about appeal already out there, so I had my own. This is a Jonas original formula. Appeal is presentation plus Z by readability. Let's break it down. Presentation is exactly what you would expect. It's art, it's sounds, it's visual effects, it's polish, and it's juiciness. Here illustrated with a screenshot from Baldur's Gate. Indie ways to achieve the same thing with low poly art styles, like here with our game Islanders, or you can even just go for pure juiciness, like in One Finger Death. Fantasy is a bit more difficult to explain, but I would say it's basically about the question whether it's an experience people actually crave, and more specifically, it's about role playing. A good fantasy is something that people would like to experience in real life, but can't experience in real life, either because it is too dangerous or because it is not practical. A great example for this is Superfly in a wingsuit. Flying in a wingsuit is something a lot of people would like to do, but unfortunately it is just too dangerous and not practical for most people. And guess what? That's exactly where games can help. You can really find fantasies that work in very unexpected places sometimes. The other example I brought for you is Power Wash Simulator, a game about pressure washing. What matters are positives of a fantasy, because the negatives are something you're just gonna remove from the game. In Power Wash, there are no angry customers you don't have to do any keeping. Just do the fun part. And the lesson from this, and also from games like Euro Truck Simulator, is that people are interested in real fantasies that are somehow grounded in reality. Also, all of those typical childhood fantasies, being a king, being a pirate, building a theme park, being a hero, going on some kind of epic adventure and saving the world. All in all, things we would all love to do in real life, but for one reason or another, can't. It is important to note that not all fantasies are created equal. Some fantasies attract more players than others. That's why it's important to pick your fantasy very carefully. And not only does it matter which fantasy you pick, it also matters how much you manage to live up to the fantasy. Players want to feel it. They want to be fully immersed in the fantasy you're delivering. Can you make a game with no fantasy at all? Yes, you can. It's called abstract games, but in that case, your presentation better be on point. You can, however, not make an appealing game without having readability. Readability is absolutely key. Readability means how easy is a game to understand from just seeing a screenshot or from just seeing a few seconds of gameplay. Can you tell which fantasy the game delivers just based on a screenshot? Can you tell what the gameplay is about just from few seconds of gameplay? In case you do not know about this game here, then try to guess what it is about. All right, and now we look exactly at 2 seconds of gameplay. And I think at this point, all of you will have guessed that this is indeed a game about climbing. This game is called A Difficult Game About Climbing by our fellow YouTuber Pontypants. Put it on your wish list. In my opinion, the readability is absolutely excellent. You can just have a very quick glance at this and you immediately know what the game is about. There's an intentional resemblance to Bennett Foddy's Getting Over It. Being compared to other games is not always pleasant, but if it helps your readability, it can actually be worth it. Readability is the bridge between presentation, fantasy, and gameplay. The presentation must communicate the fantasy and gameplay. This is a screenshot from Snakebirds, and just by having a glimpse at this, you immediately know that this is a puzzle game because of the blocky nature of it. You know that it's kind of a cute game, and you know that you're like to control these little sausage birds. So from one single screenshot, we could just immediately understand and grok the entire game. For our indie game Throne, the readability is good, but people sometimes think it's a classical RTS game just because it looks like that. But I'm really just get your presentation to explain the game for you, the better. That was the quick summary for how to create appeal. The only other thing you need to optimize for you is scope, because it turns out we don't just care about revenue. We care about revenue or return per investment, meaning that if there are two equally sized pools of fish, we want to go to the closer one. If you go for the pet of fish further away, you might even run out of fuel and not make it at all. The good old keep it small, keep it simple, keep it tiny. For some reason, a lot of developers still think that tiny games cannot succeed. The opposite is the case. Like in the indie arena, tiny games can do extremely well. Put quality over quantity, keep the scope small. Optimize for the wrong thing hurts a lot. So what should you optimize for? If you're going for revenue, then you should optimize fun, appeal, and scope. And that means right from the beginning, not as a thought. I have to admit, I'm a bit of formula lover. So for all of formula lovers, this is the formula you want to optimize. Problem 5, another very common problem, match algorithms, noisy measurements. You're all excited about all of the fish you found, whereas in reality, you're doting on top of a bunch of poop particles. This most commonly happens if you have only one playtester, yourself. Because all of our judgment is clouded sometimes. But even if you have more playtesters, this is a very common problem. Have noise and some impurities in your measurements. The solution is to become a scientist and to just simply measure where it matters. Let some time pass, let the feelings cool down. The poop might just float away. Exploration costs. How can you afford all of this expensive exploration? Wouldn't you arrive at your goal much faster if you left out all this unnecessary search paths? There you have the quick answer. No, You wouldn't. You wouldn't even know the best direction to go in. You might have the illusion of going fast, but you would be going in circles. You would notice your mistakes too late, and you would end up with a suboptimal design. Don't be afraid of exploration costs. The lack of exploration is far more expensive. With that out of the way, I have to agree though, you want to miss the cost of exploration as much as possible. Minimize the cost of exploration so you can explore more. Not so you can explore less, so you can explore more. Because the cheaper your exploration, the more of it you can afford to do. The cheapest form of exploration you'll use most often is prototyping. A prototype is like a tiny scouting boat. Your main boat is big, heavy, and slow, and it's not very suitable for fast exploration, but your scouting boats are. A prototype is a quick and scrappy version of whatever you want to try. So should you build perfect production-ready code when prototyping? Hell no, because I've been asked this before. The only thing you care about when sitting speedboat in a scouting boat is going fast and making a halfway decent measurement that's roughly in the correct. Those are the only two things you care about when prototyping. So take shortcuts as fast as possible. Do not focus on writing clean code. That does not matter at this point. Depending on your specific search strategy, you can scouting boats through a high process whenever you want. If you're already a bit further into the process, then it can sometimes make sense to actually scout with your main fishing boat. If whatever you want to build relies on a lot of existing systems, then obviously you prototype that right into your game. You don't start a new Unity project and make everything from scratch just to try out an idea. The rule of thumb is you do whatever is fastest. Whatever is fastest, that's what you do. And for that exact reason, you should always prototype art and gameplay separately. You want to know what happens when you build gameplay and art at the same time? It's called making the game. You're not prototyping anymore. You're just making the game. You're losing all of the speed advantages that come with prototyping. So building art and gameplay separately is crucial. It gives you a massive example. When we made our Idas, this was our visual prototype, and there's no game in this whatsoever. You can move the camera and toggle a bunch of buildings on and off, but that's it. As there was no gameplay to worry about, our artist could explore a lot more freely and a lot faster than he otherwise could have. The gameplay was prototyped separately with a bunch of blocks and boxes that looked like really ugly programmer art. That allowed us to experiment with a lot of different ideas and to iterate quickly. Rule of thumb, systems that are separate from one another should be prototyped separately from one another. That way you are much faster and you stay more agile during the process. Additional bonus, your measurements will be more precise because you're not adding any unnecessary noise to your prototypes. We did the same for Thronefall. Our gameplay prototypes did not have any art, and our art prototypes did not have any gameplay, and we were significantly faster because of that. Another thing you can do to reduce exploration costs is to parallelize, send multiple scouts at once, especially in indie teams. Only one person into a scouting boat. It's better to have more scouting boats than to have bigger scouting boats. If you ever have idle team members sitting around, put them into a scouting boat immediately. Speed up the evaluation of your prototypes. Take shortcuts wherever you can when scouting. And speed up the decision making in your team. I have this with my own eyes. A lot of teams love discussing. They love the decision making process. They're like, great. We talk, we don't have to work. And then they spend hours and hours and hours discussing where to send their scouting boats. And it would have arrived 2 days ago if they had just sent it. Perfect gateway to the next problem. Most game dev teams these days have multiple decision makers. This is the multiple captains problem. Both captains are sent on a scouting mission to find the perfect pool of fish, and they both return with great news. They both claim that they just found the perfect spot and that the ship should follow. And now we have a problem, because now they will get stuck in endless discussions and in endless arguments. And the problem is humans suffer from a lot of biases. One of them is sunk cost fallacy. So if you invest a lot of time into something, then you do not want to throw that work away. That is a very human thing to do and to want. So both of these things are simultaneously suffering from sunk cost fallacy. And this can get surprisingly emotional if you don't address it. In the subtext, there can easily appear something like, I'm the better captain. You went in the wrong direction. You are a worse captain. There are a couple of naive solutions. For example, one I can think of is, let's do both. If we can't agree, then let's just do both. Let's meet in the middle. And that is one of the worst things you can do. It clutters up your game. It leads to sleep. And in the end, nobody will be entirely happy with it anyway. You can make the entire team vote, but that does not solve the emotional aspect of this problem. I've really only come across one good solution for this problem so far. The two captains need to use the teleport ability pieces and continue the search from the other captain's position for a bit. This does two fantastic things. Firstly, it removes the emotional aspect, because now both captains have invested an equal amount of time into each idea. And secondly, it brings a new perspective to each of those search branches, making those ideas only better and better. You'll be surprised how much of a rational argument people can all of a sudden have. Before we decided on making Thronefall, I made this prototype. A cute little game about golfing flowers, and I was convinced there was a lot of potential in this idea. So we switched prototypes, and Paul kept developing the idea further, turning it into something that looks like this. And Paul reported back to me with some roadblocks he discovered that he thought would be very difficult to overcome. So even though I was very in the idea, at this point, this was not my baby anymore. This was our baby. And after talking it out, I had to agree. This was not gonna work. Another thing that can be very useful when having multiple captains is to split responsibilities a little bit. For example, you can have one captain that always has the last word on art decisions and one captain that always has the final say in gameplay decisions. In this case, both of the captains can run their own experiment, their own domain, they send out their own scouting boats, and they're not gonna get into direct conflict as much. Also, don't have so many captains. You can also have some regular crew members. Crew members kind of need to act like mini captains. They need to run a little bit of search in their own domains, but where to steer the ship as a whole, that is for the captains to decide. The decision-making process needs to be fast, and having too many decision makers to way too much friction. Here are some red flags that tell you exactly when your search algorithm is not working efficiently. Number one, you never scrap any of your work, because that means you don't even have any search branches. At this point, you're just guessing the best direction and following your nose. While this feels efficient and it feels like you're not throwing anything away, it will lead you into a very poor local minimum. I can already think cases where this happened to me. One time with Will You Snail, where I did not spend any time on the character controller. I just made one character controller for my jump and run game and just rolled with it. I did not experiment with it whatsoever. There was no search there. I just winged it and build a 4-year project on top of it. That is crazy. The other time where this happened to me is with the economy in Thronefall. I pretty much only had 1 or 2 attempts at balancing the economy Thronefall, and we pretty much ended up with an economy that is extremely snowbally. So either it will completely exponentially escape and you become way powerful, or you don't build any economy and you become way too weak. So it is extremely snowbally in both directions. And now it is too late to change it. I feel like I would step on too many players' foot if we make big changes now, because a lot of players like it the way it's now, and it's, it's kind of too late to make any adjustments. So I just wish I had run more experiments with the economy of Thronefall early on, make it less snowbally. If you never scrap any of your work, that means you're not taking full advantage of the search space available to you, and you're likely missing out on a lot of great opportunities to improve your game. Secondly, you constantly scrap your work. That means one of 3 things. Either you have commitment issues, you have decision-making problems, or your database is flawed and you are exploring in completely nonsensical directions. Thirdly, you scrap your work way too late. This is usually just a different symptom of the same problem. You keep going in one direction without any exploration, and then suddenly you realize you ended up in a dead end. Before making Thronefall, we spent 2 months making a card just scrapping the whole thing. This can also happen. You don't measure correctly, you make some noisy measurements, and you waste 2 months. 2 months is the best case scenario. If you're uncareful, you can waste years. 4th red flag, your game failed, you end up with no fish. If that ever happens to you, you should never think, oh crap, my game failed. You should think, oh crap, my search algorithm failed. What can I do to improve my search algorithm next time? There are only 3 things to remember from this video. You are running a search algorithm because design is a search algorithm. You're searching for the best game possible. If you want to delight as many players as possible or maximize your revenue, then aim for fun, appeal, and a reasonable scope. Fun is for keeping players, appeal is for gaining players, and scope is for making sure you finish the game. Optimize your search, because the success of your project depends on it. Almost every developer seems to be using this variable incorrectly. It's used in all of your favorite video games, and you'll find it in every game engine from Unity to Game Maker to Godot, which makes it even more frustrating that all most developers know about it is
I should multiply everything by delta time. Not I'm committing a crime.
Lol, if only it were so easy. One of them know it all, so if they know everything already, then grab a pen, piece of paper. I will test your knowledge. You're writing a game development test, my friend, and I will grade you at the end of the video. This is not a joke. Yeah? Well, no, videos create the illusion of by showing you a bunch of images very quickly, and games work the exact same way, but there's one important difference. In a video, all of the images have the same length. So for example, if you have a video with 25 frames per second, then one frame exactly every 1 divided by 25 seconds. For games, unfortunately, it's a mess. All of the frames just shown whenever they finished rendering, which can be whenever. In a video, if we want to create the illusion of motion, we can just move the character by the same amount every frame, and it will look like a smooth motion. In a game, because all of the frames are spaced apart differently, we cannot do that. Dear test participants, write me a line of code that makes a character move over the screen with a consistent speed. You have 3 seconds to lock in your final solution. 3, 2, 1. Here's my friend Jerry. He has a very good computer, so his game runs with 60 frames per second. And this is Betty. She just loves toasters, so she's playing this on a toaster and only has 5 frames per second. Oh, what do I see here? Is this your final answer? The update event is called every frame. This is the position of the snail. And I'm gonna go to the right. So you multiply the right vector times your movement speed, how far you want to move each frame. So that up there is your solution. Let's run it and see what happens. Jerry is zooming away and Betty is left behind. You monster, what have you done? So obviously that's because snails have the same amount each frame, but Jerry just has way more frames per second, so obviously he's gonna move fast. I'm pretty you're not a criminal though, because I'm pretty sure you remember.
I should multiply everything by delta time. If not, I am committing a crime.
Let's do that then. Multiply in this medical variable that we don't quite understand yet. And all of a sudden it works. If we keep this running forever, they will always stay next to each other. So if you're participating in the test and you got this correct, then you get 10 points. Write down your points. The question is, why is this solution correct? Let's have a look at our film strips or game strips. And for this example, we actually do have consistent time intervals between the frames. It's about 16 milliseconds between each frame, and for Betty it's 200. And what you can kind of intuitively see here is that the more time passed since the last frame, the further we have to move the character, and there is a direct correlation. So delta time is exactly that. It is the time distance between. If it's been twice as long since the last frame has been rendered, we need to move twice as far. How delta time is measured is a little different from game engine to game engine. In Unity, it's measured in seconds. So that means Jerry's delta time is 0.016 and Betty's delta time is 0.2. If we multiply that into our equation, Betty moves way more than Jerry every frame, which is exactly what we need. Real game, the frame rate will obviously vary. Sometimes you'll have 60 frames per second, sometimes you'll have 5 frames per second. So that is important to know. Delta time is automatically recalculated every frame, and it's usually different every frame. That way it's possible to go back and forth between being Betty and Jerry, and it's still gonna work out just fine. So little know-it-alls. What do you think is delta time exactly? Is A, the time elapsed between the last frame and the one preceding it? B, the time elapsed between the frame currently being processed, and C is the time since the current frame started, or is it the time since this object last accessed the delta time variable? So dear test participants, think about it, pause the video. There are some points to be earned. I will reveal the solution in 3, 2, 1. If you picked any of these two, then haha, I trolled you real bad. B is not the correct answer either, but I'll give you 10 points because it's almost correct. Why is it only almost? Let's say we're here in the timeline and we're currently running our program code to calculate the next frame. In that case, we actually do have a problem because we do not have the next frame yet, nor do we know when our calculation is gonna be finished. So really the only thing we can do is use the delta time from the last 2 frames and use that for our calculation. Is this the exact number we're looking for? Well, definitely not, but it's usually a reasonable assumption that's at least roughly in the correct ballpark, and we're still going to use this interval as the delta time in the next frame, so it's going to even itself out in the long run. So if you picked A, then I'm actually slightly impressed, and you get 20 points. Congratulations. What that means is delta time always has a 1 frame delay. Now, there's a fun little experiment you can run in your game engine. You can create an artifact. I'm probably doing that by running a bunch of unnecessary computations a bunch of times. So whenever I press X, now the game will have a huge lag spike. Here we have the 2 brothers, Jerry and Barry. Barry unfortunately suffers from lag spikes. As we're using delta time, you can always up though. Let's watch one of Barry's lag spikes frame by frame. As you can see, he's moving a little bit every frame, and all of a sudden the lag spike hits. So because of all of my unnecessary computations, the next frame takes way longer to be calculated. But what do you think will happen in the frame? Take your guess. Actually pause the video and take a guess now. You can earn 10 points if you get it right. The solution in 3, 2, 1. Here it is. I'm playing the same 2 frames over and over again, so you can see just those 2 frames. And as you can see, it's moving a tiny little bit. So if you guessed anything like it moves a completely normal amount, then you get 10 points. And only in the next frame the expected telep forward occurs. Why is it important to know that delta time always has a 1 frame delay? Well, honestly, it's only really useful for debugging and for avoiding your own confusion. So you know how it works. For our next challenge, we want to achieve the same result. We want both snails to move at a consistent speed, but this time we want to code into fixed update instead of update. Don't worry, these are still the very easy questions. For those who don't know, fixed update happens a fixed amount of times every second. The question is, what do we have to change here to make this code work? Pause the video if you want, and I expect your answer in 3, 2, 1. We, of course, need to remove the delta time. Oh, you're really racking up the points there. When we run our code in update, this is where our code is executed. Or I guess to be a little more precise, all of that is taken up by the update events. A huge portion of that is also taken up by rendering. But sometimes the irregularities called the system can be quite annoying to work around. That's why most game engines offer a separate system where you can execute code. In Unity, those are called fixed updates. And for example, say we're executing some code right here. Why would we ever want to multiply anything by this interval right here? There's no freaking way that makes sense. If anything, then we want to multiply by this interval right here, which is called fixed delta time. So that means if you answered my last question with fixed delta time in the solution, then that's obviously correct as well. Multiplying same static number that never changes into everything you do is obviously a little bit pointless, so you really don't have to. If fixed update is so much here to use and we don't have to worry about delta time, why don't we just code our entire game in there? Well, actually, that is a coding style as long as our code doesn't take too long to execute. But if it takes longer to execute than our fixed delta time, then we are in trouble, because then our starts slowing down. Also, what Emily with her high-end gaming PC? Maybe she wants to run the game at higher frame rate than the random number you decided on. So that's why usually using update and delta time is the more resilient and scalable system. But update still has a place. For example, in Unity, anything physics related, you usually want to put in the fixed update. That's because the physics engine is running in the fixed update as well. And that way your interactions with the physics engine are going to be more consistent and more reliable. To make things more confusing, you can also turn the main update into a fixed update by adding weighting to your equation. So you can essentially set a fixed frame rate and then just wait for the remainder of time. So in Unity, you limit the frame rate to 60. That's pretty much exactly how that looks like. Some game engines even work like this by default. For example, in GameMaker, this is pretty much the default way ever. And once again, the cool thing is, as now all frames are spaced apart evenly, you don't necessarily delta time anymore. The only problem is, of course, once again, there's no such thing as a negative waiting time. So if your update and rendering take too long, then you're in trouble. Take a deep breath, take a sip of water, go on a toilet break if you need to, because that was the easy part. I downgraded Betty's toaster to 2 frames per second so we can a little more easily see when something is wrong. And this is what I would like you to create. Snails start with a speed of 0, and then their speed linearly increases over time. They do not loop around. I'm just doing that for demonstration purposes. The only thing that matters is that every time Betty updates her position, she needs to be exactly next to Jerry. Just as before, we're using the same script for both snails, so you cannot write separate scripts for both of them. You have to write your code in update, and you have to use delta time. So I want them to start slow and get faster and faster. Pause the video now and try to come up with a solution. You have 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's see what you got. So you have 2 variables. That's nice. Yeah, you have an acceleration variable. You have a speed variable. Very good. So this part is the exact same thing as last time. And the only thing we added was this line here. We add something to the speed. And now here we take the acceleration and we multiply it by delta. So this is for movement. This is for increasing the speed. And both times we multiply in delta time. Okay, I loaded in your solution. Let's try it out. And Betty, hurry up. Let's check this out in slow motion where Betty updates to. Oh, she's too short. Okay, then I guess we have to move before. So first we add something to our speed and then we use that speed to accelerate ourselves forwards. Come on, stay next to each other, please, please. Go, go, go. And this time, Betty is ahead. What the hell? This time it's the other way around. But when Betty updated her position, they were definitely not next to each other. So if you got any of the solutions we just talked about, then you only get 20 points. Because this is a good approximation, but it's not incorrect. Okay, then. So what if we apply half of the acceleration before and the other half of the acceleration after we move the snails? Accelerating before the movement didn't work, accelerating after the movement didn't work. So let's try splitting 2, I guess. Will our random solution work? The tension is immeasurable. I need a little more hype here. Come on, more hype, more hype. What is perfect? There's one interesting question, and that is, why?
Why does this work? Let's graph this out. On the x-axis, we have the, and on the y-axis, we have the speed of the snail. So our snails start out with 0 speed, but they do get faster and faster over time. Luckily, for every frame, we know exactly how fast the snails are, because the speed is just increasing linearly. So now let's have a look at our first slightly incorrect solution again. The linear increase of speed is something we don't really have to worry about. That's working correctly. The more it passes, the more we increase the speed. Very straightforward. This is the part of the code that is responsible for calculating how far the snail moves. So now let's assume we're running this code right here in between those two frames. What are we multiplying? We're multiplying speed times delta time. By multiplying those two numbers, we calculate the surface area of this beautiful rectangle here. So the surface area of this rectangle represents how much we're gonna move between those two frames. So can you start to see the problem here? If our speed would look like this and was actually consistent, then that would look a lot more correct, wouldn't it? Because in that case, multiplying speed times delta time would create a rectangle that fills up the surface area under the graph perfectly. So have to take into consideration that the speed is constantly changing, and what that means is we're lacking a piece here. Or in other words, we're not moving enough. Okay, then I guess we have to move this before. So first we add something to our speed, and then we use that speed to accelerate ourselves forwards. Well, okay, so in that case, instead of using this speed, you're telling me we should use this speed, which results in this surface area, which is too much. We are moving too much. We really just want the area under the graph. So how do we get that? Well, hey, there's an entire field in math. The thing you research are integrals, or more precisely definite integrals, which have a start and an end point. Luckily for this specific case, there's an easy hack we can apply. We can chop off one corner and attach it back like so, and we have a rectangle. As you can see, the speed we want to multiply by is exactly in the middle of the start speed and the end speed. So in this case, but only because the speed is a linear function, we double it and we get away with doing any more complicated. And that is exactly why this is a correct solution. This first line here gets us the middle point, and then this last line here makes sure we add all of the speeds we need to add. So if you got this solution or any solution that effectively achieves the same result, then you get 50 points. Woo! I feel like I'm probably clapping for nobody, but still, woo! And by the way, just a little addition or correction. This calculation is obviously not happening here. It's happening here because of one frame delay on delta time. So that means we're oftentimes not the exact amount that we should, but with a 1 frame delay, we're always moving the exact amount we should. So that's actually completely. And before you go scream at everybody who makes this quote-unquote mistake, please don't, because this is a very approximation. Out of 10 times, it's gonna get the job done just fine. Betty won't like this, but I'm gonna upgrade her to 30 frames per second for this experiment. The general rule of thumb is the higher the frame rates, the better these approximations work. So this is the exact same flawed code that we already tried out earlier, but as you can see, the snails do a really good job staying in sync with each other. Let's keep this running for a little bit just to see what happens. And what you can see is it's not so flawed after all. They're starting to slightly out of sync, but it's nothing too crazy. Why is that? The reason for that is that with a higher frame rate, the speed is recalculated more often, and therefore we have a higher accuracy. Did I hear that more points for your answer then? Don't get greedy. Remember that depending on the circumstances, these inaccuracies can quickly add up and they can accumulate. So using approximations is fine. You should just be aware of the fact that you are using an approximation, which I feel like most developers aren't. And for everything where you do care about accuracy, like for example, the player movement, from now on, you know that you can probably do a little better. How can better? Well, I even made a slide for all of those rule lovers out there. Whenever a variable changes over time, then this is the mathematically perfect solution, and this is the approximation. The thing is, you obviously only need this formula if the change speed itself is changing. If the change speed is consistent, then this is a mathematically perfect solution as well. If the change speed itself is changing, then you have to figure out the average change speed over the last delta time in seconds. So let's, for example, say delta time is 0.5 seconds. You have to figure out the average change speed of that time period and multiply by that. This next mistake, however, is a really rough one, and I've seen make mistakes, so I include this in the video. All the experienced developers, look away. This might hurt. This little game called Flappy Snail, which is essentially the exact same thing we just talked about. We're accelerating in one direction, and the only difference is that now we have a jump button. So in this case, for movement, we're using the approximation, which is fine, but I might have removed something very important from the jump code down here. And if you can tell me what's missing, then you'll get some points. You have 3, 2,
1, lock in your answer. And if this is your final answer, okay, don't lie to me. What's locked in is locked in. And then you get minus 10 points, because this is so wrong. Oh my god, don't ever do this. This is horrible. You want to multiply by delta time when something happens over time. When something happens immediately, like a jump. That's a point in time. When something happens at a point in time, you never want to multiply by a period of time. That just doesn't make any sense. Unless you want to jump twice as high when the frame rate drops or something. But why would you ever want that? Why? Alright, I'm sorry for your loss if you fell for it. But if you were either confused or you were like, seems alright to me, then you get 10 points. Luckily, there's an incredibly catchy rule. Just say it with me.
I should multiply everything by delta time. But only once and not accidentally twice. And only when we're not in fixed update. And only when it's something that is really happening over a period of time. If not, I am committing a crime.
Oh yeah. And don't freaking mess up your freaking LERP functions, you OMG, just use your reign WTF. And that is exactly why rules stink. There are too many exceptions. But what was that? Don't mess up LERP functions? I think you should look into that. If you don't know what a LERP function is, this is not the best video to explain it, but I'll give it a brief shot. It allows you to interpolate between A and B with the value t. T has to be a value between 0 and 1, and the calculation happening underneath this field is just A times 1 minus t plus B times t. So let's say you have two positions on the x-axis, minus 7 and 7. So that means if you set t to 0, you'll end up with 7. If you set it to 1, you'll end up with 7. And anything in between will give you something in between. A LERP function, I would like you to create this. The snails start out fast, but they get slower and slower, and they never fully arrive at their target destination. They're just getting closer every frame, but they will never arrive there. And I'll even give you a little tip. Use this with a LERP function that can interpolate from one position to another. The only thing you have to fill in is this last parameter of the LERP function here. This is the snail's current position, this is the snail's target position, and this is what you gotta fill in. And now you know how we roll. We're looking for the mathematically perfect solution only, so no pity points for approximations this time. This is your final test. Here's once again what to create. And of course, whenever Betty updates, they need to be exactly on top of that. Pause the video, and you have 3, 2, 1. I'm actually gonna split this into 2 lines. Let's blend variable here. And I'm sure the solution most of you got is just time.delta time multiplied by LERP. Honestly, I don't even have to run this view that this can't possibly be correct. Because I told you, the snails never reach target destination. But what happens if we have the giga lag spike of doom and we have 2-second lag spike? There's nothing stopping this blend value from becoming really large, even larger than 1. And what happens if t is 1? Then we instantly jump to our target position, which is wrong. All right, so let's run the simulation and see how long it takes for those two snails to get out of sync. And they're out of sync. That's not too impressive. So these kind of scenarios, we have to realize that we are on an exponential function. In this case, on a reversed exponential function. On the x-axis, we have the time, and on the y-axis, we have the distance from the target. So you can see the distance from the target is getting lower and lower, but it's never reaching 0. As we are on an exponential function, we have to use an exponential function. Mind blown. All right, I'm just going to show you the correct solution. Here it is, and it looks a little intimidating. I admit that. 1 minus, we can remove that, but then we have to switch those two around. So let's do that to simplify that a bit. So we end up with 0.5 to the power of delta time times LERP speed, and that then is the number that we use to blend between our current position and our target position. On an exponential, what do you have to do when you want to move to the right? You have to change the exponent. And you can see the exponent is just linearly correlating with time. It's literally just counting up. And that's why you can just put our time in the exponent and call it a day. The 0.5, by the way, are completely arbitrary. You can choose pretty much any number between 0 and 1. If you got that correct, then damn, I'm impressed. And you get 50 points. And now I can hear all of the formula lovers crying, oh my, why didn't you use the formula? You can do that here as well. Instead of looking at the distance, you just have to look at the speed. And as it turns out, the speed is an exponential function as well. It starts out very fast and then gets slower, but never reaches 0. And now if you had a time interval defined by delta time, then we just once again have to calculate the area under the graph, which we can do by multiplying delta time by the average in that interval. The only problem is that the average speed is no longer just the middle point between the start and the end point, because this time we have a curved graph. So if you want to get this correct using this method, then you gotta look into integrals. If you're still confused or like, what the hell, then remember that using the much simpler approximation is usually fun. Also, I got a brilliant bonus tip for you. Test your game. One thing you can do in Unity for testing is set application.target frame rate, and I'll, for example, set that to 12 or something, which is relatively low. Feels like a slideshow. This is a little painful, but as you can see, everything's working and everything's moving at the speed supposed to and stuff like that. So just try your game at different speeds and see what happens. Most Unity you know about this, but you can actually pause the game by just setting time.timescale. And if you set up your game correctly, then nothing should move anymore. This completely pauses your game with one line of code. It's also a good line to test if you implemented delta time correctly everywhere. All in all, don't stress out about it. It's not as difficult as it seems. But also don't be naive about it. You can't just multiply delta time into everything without even thinking about it and expecting it to work. That's not how it works. But it's also not rocket science. Here are your grades. Check out your points, count your points, and see what grade you got. And I'm Jonas. I usually make game development content. This was a bit of a different video for me. I actually make a bit of a different video every once in a while. I like mixing it up, otherwise I get bored. But in general, I make videos about game development, so check out my other videos, and I'll see you in the next one. Take care, bye.
Freaking mess up your freaking lerp functions, you OMG, just use your brain, WTF.
Right now, some nation states and individual actors are intercepting and storing a lot of like passwords, bank details, and social security numbers. But they can't open these files, so why are they doing it? Well, because they believe that within the next 10 to 20 years, they will have access to a quantum computer that can break the encryption in minutes. Procedure is known as Store Now, Decrypt Later, or SNDL. And it works because there is information around today that will still be valuable in a decade. Things like industrial and pharmaceutical research and top secret government intelligence. And everyone is aware of this threat. The National Security Administration says that a large quantum computer, if built, would be capable of mining all widely deployed public key algorithms.
In a 5 to 10 year time frame, quantum computing will break encryption as we know it today.
Even though sufficiently powerful quantum computers are still years away, they are already a threat because of Store Now, Decrypt Later, which is why U.S. Congress just passed legislation stating all agencies start transitioning now to new methods of cryptography that can't be broken by quantum computers. You know, our current encryption schemes have been remarkably successful, working effectively for 40 years. Up until the 1970s, if you wanted to exchange private information with someone, you would first have to meet up in person and share a secret key. This same key would be used to encrypt and decrypt messages, so it's known as a symmetric key algorithm. As long as no one else gets their hands on the key, your messages are safe. Now, what if you want to send information to someone you've never met, and it's too hard to arrange an in-person meeting? You can't share a key over an unsecure channel like a phone line or the mail because it could be intercepted. And this is what in 1977 led 3 scientists, Revest, Shamir, and Adelman, to come up with an encryption breakthrough. Today it's known by their initials, RSA. And it works something like this. Every person has 2 really big prime numbers, all their own, which they keep secret. They multiply these numbers together to get an even bigger number, which they make public for everyone to see. Now, if I want to send someone a private message, I use their big public number to garble my message. And I garble it in such a way that it is impossible to ungarble without knowing the 2 prime factors that made that number. This is an asymmetric, since different keys are used to encrypt, decrypt the message. It's easy for my intended recipient to code, but impossible for everyone else unless they can factor that large public number. Now, someone could try to factor it using a supercomputer in the best-known factoring algorithm, the general number field sieve, but modern cryptography uses prime numbers that are around 313 digits long. Factor a product of 2 primes big, even with a supercomputer, would take around 16 million years, but not on a quantum computer.
See, in normal computers, a bit can only be in one state at a time, either a 0 or a 1. So if you had 2 bits, they could be in one of 4 possible states: 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, or 1, 1. Let's say each of these states represents a number, 1, 2, or 3. If we want to do a calculation, for example, raise the power of one of these numbers, we can only do it for one state at a time. In this case, 7 squared, and so we get the answer 49. Quantum computers consist of qubits, which also have 2 states, 0 or 1. Unlike a classical bit, a qubit doesn't have to be in just one state at a time. It can be an arbitrary combination of those states, a superposition, if you will, of 0 and 1. So if you have 2 qubits, they can exist simultaneously in a superposition of 0, 1, 2, and 3. Now, when we repeat the same calculation, it will actually perform the calculation for all of those numbers at the same time. And what we're left with is a superposition of the different answers: 1, 7, 49, and 343. If we add another qubit, we double the number of possible states. So with qubits, we can present 8 states, and thus form 8 calculations all at once. Increase that number to just 20 qubits, and you already represent over 1 million different states, meaning you can simultaneously compute over 1 million different answers. With 300 qubits, you can represent states, and there are particles in the observable universe. This sounds incredibly powerful, and it is, but there is one very big catch. All of the answers to the computation are embedded in a superposition of states, but you can't simply read out this superposition. When you measure it, you only get a single value from the superposition, basically at random, and all the other information is lost. So in order to harness the power of a quantum computer, you need a smart way to convert a superposition of states into one that contains only the information you want.
This is an incredibly difficult task, which is why for most applications, quantum computers are useless. So far, we've only identified a few problems where we can actually do this. But as luck would have it, these are precisely the problems that form the foundation of nearly all the public cryptography we use today.
In 1994, Peter Shor and Don Coppersmith figured out how to take a quantum Fourier transform. It works just like a normal Fourier transform, apply it to some periodic signal, and returns the frequencies that are in that signal. Now, this may not seem particularly interesting, but consider this. If we have a superposition of states that is periodic, that is, the terms in the superposition are separated by some regular amount, but we can apply the quantum Fourier transform, and we'll be left with states that contain the frequency of the signal. So this we can measure. The quantum Fourier transform allows us to extract frequency information from a periodic superposition, and that is going to come in.
So how does a quantum computer factor the product of 2 primes much faster than a conventional computer? I want to explain this by first walking through a simple example with no quantum computer required, and then I'll show how a quantum computer could execute this method even for a very in a short period of time.
So let's say we have a number n, which is the product of 2 primes, p and q. For the sake of this example, let's set n equal to 77. Now, I bet you can guess the prime factors, but let's pretend for the moment that we don't know them, because with a product of really big primes, we wouldn't. Now I want to use a fact about numbers that feels like magic. A number g that doesn't share any factors with n. If you multiply g by itself over and over and over, you will always, eventually, reach a multiple of n plus 1. In other words, you can always find some exponent r, such that g power of r is a multiple of n plus 1. Let's see how this works. Pick any number that is smaller than 77. I'll pick the number 8. This number doesn't share factors with 77, 77. And if you were doing this big primes, it would also be extremely unlikely that you just happen to pick a number that shares factors with n. Now, multiply 8 by itself once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and so on, raising 8 to ever higher powers. And then divide each of these numbers by 77. We're not interested in how many times 77 goes into the number, just the remainder, what's over. Because at some point, 77 should divide one of these numbers with a remainder of exactly 1. So divided by 77 is 0 with a remainder 8. 64 divided by 77 is 0, remainder 64. 512 divided by 77 is 6, remainder 50. And as we keep going, we get remainders of 15, 43, 36, 57, 71, 29, and finally 1. So there we have it. 8 to the power of 10 is 1 more than a multiple of 77. So we've found the exponent r that satisfies this equation. But how does this help find the factors of n? Well, we rearrange the equation to bring 1 over to the left-hand side, and then we can split it into 2 terms, like so. And now, as long as r even, we have one integer times another integer is equal to a multiple of n. This looks remarkably similar to p times q equals n. I mean, since we know that p and q are on the right-hand side of this equation, they must also be on the left-hand side, just multiplied by some additional factors. So one way to think about what we've done is we've taken a bad guess for vectors g, and by finding the exponent r, we've turned it to much better guesses that probably do share factors with n. Since r was 10, the 2 terms on the left-hand side are 8 to the power of 5 plus 1, 32,769, and 8 to the power of 5 minus 1, 32,767. These 2 numbers probably share factors with n. So how do we find them? Use Euclid's algorithm. If you want to find the greatest common divisor of 2 numbers, say 32,769 and 77, divide the bigger number by the smaller one and record the remainder. In this case, 32,769 divided by 77 gives a remainder of 44. Then shift the numbers 1 position left and repeat. So now we divide 77 by 44 and we get a remainder of 33. Repeat the process again. 44 divided by 33 gives a remainder of 11. And again, 33 divided by 11 equals 3, remainder 0. When the remainder is 0, the divisor is the greatest common factor between the 2 numbers you started with. In this case, it's 11, which is indeed a factor of 77 and 32,769. You could do the same procedure with the other number, or just divide 77 by 11 to get 7, its other prime factor. So to recap, if you want to find the prime factors p and q of a number n, first, make a bad guess g. Second, find out how many times r you have to multiply g by itself to reach 1 more than a multiple of n. Third, use that exponent to calculate 2 new numbers that they do share factors with n. And finally, use Euclid's algorithm to find the shared factors between those numbers and n, which should give you p and q. Now, you don't need a quantum computer to run any of these steps, but on a classical computer, this method wouldn't be any faster than other methods. The key process that a quantum computer speeds up is step 2, finding the exponent you raise g to equal 1 more than a multiple of n. To see why, let's go back to our example where 8 to the power of 10 is 1 more than a multiple of 77. Watch what happens to the remainders if we keep going past 8 to the power of 10 to 8 to the 11 to the 12 and so on. Well, we get remainders of 8, 64, 50, 15, 43, 36, 57, 7, 29, and again 1. The remainders cycle, and they will just keep cycling. Notice how the exponent that yields a remainder of 1 is 20, which is 10 more than the first exponent that the remainder of 1. So 40 and 8 to the 40, 8 raised to any power divisible by 10 will also be 1 more than a multiple of 77. It's also worth noting that if you pick any remainder, say Next time you find that same remainder, the exponent will have increased by 10. So you find the exponent gets us to 1 more than a multiple of n by looking at the spacing of any remainder, not just 1. Remember that. Here I'm plotting out the remainders on a log scale so you can see they are periodic with a period of 10. If I had made a different guess, say I had picked g equals 15 instead of 8, well then the period would be different and the remainders would be different, but there would always be a remainder of 1. Why is this? Well, now that you can see this is a repeating pattern, we can go back to the beginning. And any number raised to the power of 0 is 1. So that is actually the first remainder, also appear when the cycle starts again. Now we are ready to use a quantum computer to factor any large product of 2 primes. First, we split up the qubits into 2 sets. The first set we prepare in a superposition 0 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and 9, all the way up to 10 to the power of 1,234. Yeah, this is a huge superposition. But if we had perfect qubits, it would require only around 4,100. The other set contains a similar number of qubits, all left in the 0 state for now. Now we make our guess g, which most likely doesn't share factors with n. We raise g to the power of the first set of qubits, and then we divide by n and remainder in the second set of qubits, leaving the first set of qubits as it was. Now we have a superposition of all the numbers we started with, and the remainder of raising g to the power of those numbers divided by n. And through this operation, we have entangled our 2 sets of qubits. But we can't just measure this superposition. If we did, we would get a random value and learn nothing. But there is a trick we can use. If we don't measure the entire superposition, but only the remainder part, we will obtain some random remainder. But this remainder won't occur just once. It will occur multiple times, every time it comes up in the cycle. Imagine we were doing this with the example from before, with n equals 77 and g equals 8. If the remainder we had was, say, 15, then there would be multiple terms in our superposition, because there are multiple exponents you can raise g to that give this same remainder. 4, 14, 24, 34, and so on. They are each separated by 10. And that value is the exponent that satisfies our equation. So more generally, after measuring the remainder, we will be left with a superposition of states that all share the same remainder, and the exponents will all be separated by the same amount r. This is the number we are looking for. Since the remainder is now the same for all states, we can put to the side, and we now have a superposition that is periodic. Each term is separated from its neighbors by an amount r. If we now apply the quantum Fourier transform to this superposition of states, I'm simplifying a little here, we will be left with states containing 1 over r. So all that's left to do now is perform a measurement and find r by inverting it. And that's the part. Now, as long as r turns out to be even, we can use r to turn our bad guess g into 2 numbers that likely share factors with n. And as long as these terms themselves are not a multiple of n, we can use Euclid's algorithm to find the factors of n and break the encryption. This would only take several thousand perfect qubits. The qubits we have today are imperfect, so we need additional qubits to act as redundant information. In 2012, it was estimated that it would take 1 billion physical qubits to break RSA encryption. By 5 years later, that number had dropped to 230 million. And in 2019, after more technological breakthroughs, that estimate plummeted to just 20 million physical qubits. So how many qubits do we have today? Well, if we look at the state of IBM's quantum computers, we are nowhere near that number of qubits, but progress looks to be exponential. So now it's just a question of when these 2 curves will collide before all our existing public key encryption can be broken. Because we've long known this threat is coming, scientists have been looking for new ways to encrypt data which can withstand attacks from both normal and quantum computers.
In 2016, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, launched a competition to find new encryption algorithms that aren't vulnerable to quantum computers. Cryptographers from all over the world submitted 2 different proposals, which were rigorously tested. Some were broken. And then on July 5th, 2022, NIST selected 4 of the algorithms to be part of their post-quantum cryptographic standard. So how do they work? Well, 3 of the algorithms are based on the mathematics of lattices. So let's do a simple example in the 2D plane.
2 vectors, R1 and R2. By adding together different integer combinations of these vectors, say 3 times R1 and 1 times R2, you can get 2 different points. And all the points you can get to by combining these 2 vectors in different ways is what is called a lattice. Now, I will also give you the point C, and your task is to tell me which combination of R1 and R2 will bring me to the lattice point closest to C. It's pretty easy to see that we get there by going in the direction of R2 twice and in the negative direction of R1 twice. Simple enough. But those vectors R1 and R2 are not the only vectors that can give you this lattice. Take B1 and B2, for example. These vectors also build up the same lattice. And now, if I ask you the same question again, can you tell me the combination of B1 and B2 that gets you to the lattice point closest to C? This has become a lot harder. But why is that? Each time we're taking a step, we're trying to get closer in either the X or Y direction. But with the B's, each time we take a step in the right direction with one vector, it puts us off in the other direction. And that's why these vectors are a lot harder to work with. In the end, it takes a combination of 8 times 1 and -6 times B2 to get to the closest lattice point. That is a lot harder than before, but it's still a relatively easy problem to solve. But if we extend it 3 dimensions, this becomes a lot harder, especially because you're not given the collection of all lattice points. You're only given the vectors that make it up. So when you find a lattice point close to the target, you must still find all the other lattice points near it to make sure yours is indeed closest. Let's take a circle of radius r in 2 dimensions. The number of lattices inside the circle is proportional to r squared. At the 3rd dimension, and the number of points in the sphere is proportional to r cubed. So just watch how the number of lattice points grows as we increase the number of dimensions. Solving the closest vector problem is a piece of cake for your computer in 3 dimensions. Even 100 dimensions should be manageable. In proposed future encryption schemes, we'll use around 1,000 dimensions. Take 1 step in the right direction on one of those dimensions, and you could potentially be taking a wrong step in the other 999 dimensions. You win them, you lose everything else. With that many dimensions, it becomes extremely hard to find the closest point, even for the most powerful computers. That is, unless you know a good set of vectors. So how do we use that to encrypt data? Well, let's go back to our 2-dimensional example. Each person has a good set of vectors that describes a lattice, but they keep these vectors secret, and they only share their lattice publicly using a set of vectors that is hard to work with. Now, if I want to send someone a message, I pick a point on their lattice. For example, say this point corresponds to number 7. So if I want to send the number 7, I take that point, but then add some random noise to it. So the message I send is not precisely at that point, but close to it. Now, to decode the message, my recipient must figure out which lattice point is closest to the message point. In 1,000 dimensions, this will be extremely hard to do unless you have the nice set of vectors, which my recipient does. So it's easy for the recipient, who has the good vectors, but hard for everyone else. And as far as we know, this problem is extremely difficult to solve for both normal and quantum computers.
Behind the scenes, there's an army of researchers, mathematicians, and cryptographers who make sure your secret data stays secret. These are some of the unsung heroes that will keep us safe moving forward, avoiding mass surveillance, keeping critical infrastructure protected, and allowing you to live as if quantum computers were never invented in the first place. Something that fascinates me is being able to see where the world is headed. And now it's clear that computers and AI chatbots are going to play bigger and bigger in our lives in the coming decades. Even if we don't know exactly how they'll be implemented, I think it's important to learn how they work right now. And you can do that with this video's sponsor, Brilliant. Brilliant has an incredible course on quantum algorithms. This one was co-developed with Microsoft and AlphaX. I love that you can simulate quantum gates and write and execute real quantum algorithms right in the lesson. No need to set up your own development environment. And want to dive deeper into cryptography? Making and breaking codes is really a matter of statistics. Strong statistical reasoning skills help us find patterns in data and make sense of them, which is crucial to mastering just about any topic in math and computer science. Brilliant's course on data analysis will help you ramp up fast. It uses everyday situations like business results to illustrate key concepts in statistics, and is interactive, so you can get hands-on with data visualizations and develop a real intuition for interpreting them. You know, the thing that sets Brilliant apart is know how to break fundamentals down into the core building blocks. We're learning math, science, or data analysis. Brilliant's thousands of bite-sized interactive lessons help you master key concepts and build to more advanced topics. You can try everything Brilliant has to offer for free for a full 30 days. Just go to brilliant.org/Veritasium. I will put the link down in the description. And for viewers of this video, Brilliant is offering 20% off their annual premium subscription to the first 200 people to sign up. So I want to thank Brilliant for sponsoring this video, and I want to thank you for watching.
When I started out, the math involved in the game development felt really intimidating. It wasn't just me, many of my colleagues felt the same way. But the truth is that a lot of the math that game developers use is a lot simpler than it looks. So let's break down the core concepts that game devs use the most and see why they're nowhere near as scary as Wikipedia makes them look. Let's start with the biggest bang for your buck technique, linear integration. This simple little equation, a plus b minus a times t, is deceptively powerful. The power comes from the fact that a and b can be anything. I can fade something in using lerp. Then I can move this guy to another spot on the screen and shrink it, lerping the position and scale. And what we lerp can be virtually anything. In this case, we've got a health, and we can interpolate the amount. We can interpolate the color as the health ups. It's really ended. A straight lerp may not be exactly what you need. You can see that the movement here isn't awesome. So a powerful tool to change this is shaping functions. In the middle, we can apply a smooth step shaping function to the T, or optionally apply a more exotic shaping function like bounce that you're seeing here. More advanced users can even transfer. So if we're looking at this gradient here, you can see some sort of reddish hues right in the middle because we're interpolating RGB colors. But we don't have to interpolate strict RGB. We can say change to another color space like HSV, which gives us a different look, a different gradient. If we try another color space, OK Lab, you end up with a gradient that is, in my opinion, more aesthetically pleasing. But not everything can be interpolated easily. If you're in a game and you've got this little turret here and you want to swing it between two different directions, in the naive case, that works. But in other cases, you can see that it fails to take the shortest path. To understand that better, you, as a game developer, should know what angles are. Let's begin with the two lines. So here they are, and this opening here is called the angle between them. So angles are a unit of measurement for how big this opening is. Now, in most daily life settings that you run into angles, it's expressed in degrees from 0 to 360 because reasons. But in math settings, you'll use a different unit called a radian. If we take this unit circle, which is a circle radius 1, and start from here on the x-axis, and we walk 1 unit of distance around the circle, it forms an angle of 1 radian. Angles by themselves are useful, but even more so, we can do math with them. So this brings us to trigonometry, and it's nowhere near as complex as you might think it is. So to start, trigonometry is the study of triangles and the relationship between the sides of those triangles and the angles in between. For me personally, I find it easiest to start with what's called the unit circle. That's a circle with a radius of 1. And it's pretty insane the mileage you can get by just knowing a few simple relationships. If we take something on the circle, it forms this angle here called this angle triangle. You already know the radius is 1, so the hypotenuse is length 1. Then sine of theta is this vertical distance here, and cos of theta is just this distance here on the horizontal. Finally, tan theta is, well, if you extend the line from x equals 1 upwards, and the line forming your hypotenuse, they meet up here, and tan is this distance here. As you move this point around the circle, we obviously expect cos theta, sine theta, and tan theta to change, and we can graph those changes. So sine theta kind of bounces back and forth between 1 and -1 as the vector rotates around the circle, and cos theta does pretty much the same thing, just slightly offset from sine theta. Tan is kind of neat. You can see at pi over 2 and negative pi over 2, tan theta is undefined, kind of flies off the screen. And now that you know what tan is, well, that freakout makes perfect sense since you can't compute those values. Amazingly enough, just these few simple relationships cover a shocking amount of what game developers typically need from trigonometry. Look at this frog here. We can animate various properties of it trivially with trig functions. Modulating the scale by the sine of the time gives you this pulsating effect, while adding an offset to its height, which is the sum of the time, gives you a hovering effect. Spiraling and orbiting type of movement is achieved easily by calculating the x and y coordinates on the circle, which, as you saw earlier, is super easy with cosine and sine. Once you combine trigonometry with a basic understanding of vectors, it becomes an even more potent tool. And vectors aren't too difficult to understand either. You have your little dude, and he's located at some coordinate. Well, that coordinate, his position, that's a point or position vector. Let's call it P, which in this 2D case is simply an xy coordinate. This little dude might also have a velocity, which is just another vector. But in code, we'd be careful to use from a position since they have different lying meanings. It kind of helps to distinguish between position vectors, which represent a point in space, and vectors that represent a direction and magnitude. These tend to just be called vectors. So you got these two distinct sort of usages, but they're really easy to work with. Add a position to a vector to get an updated position, useful for moving things around. Add or subtract two vectors together to get an updated vector. This could be force or velocity or whatever, useful for accumulating forces. Subtract a position from another position to get basically a vector telling you how far away one is from the other and in what direction. Multiply by a scalar value to make it longer or shorter, useful for scaling things like velocity by time. Add two functions together to get nonsense. This isn't a thing that makes sense. So let's see it in action. If I wanted to displace this point, let's say it's heading in this direction and the total velocity is this vector. And we'll scale that velocity with the time passed to get where to move. And that gives us where the point should move to. So the new position of the player is this velocity vector multiplied by the time and then added to the position to get a new position. Now the velocity, that also needs to be updated. So here's the velocity of the object. And this velocity vector, maybe there's an accelerating force or gravity, call this A, which we multiply by the delta time, and that's the new velocity. And just like that, we have Euler integration, an imperfect but super simple and easy way to compute movement. Look up for that integration if you want a more stable way. Among the many advantages, in fact, one of the most powerful for us game developers is the dot product. So given two vectors, and we're going to use unit vectors, which are just vectors length of 1. So if I have two vectors and we draw the unit circle on top, then we just chop the vectors off so that their length is exactly. We know that if one of those vectors, B, is on the x-axis, then this distance on the horizontal here is simply cos theta, or basically cos theta equals a dot x. We expand this out further in terms of the full vector A, then theta is equal to a dot x times 1 plus a dot y times 0, or cos theta is equal to a dot x times b dot x plus a dot y times b dot y. This is called the dot product. So in any two unit vectors, computing the dot product gives you cos theta, the cosine of the angle between them. Seeing it with b on the x-axis is just easy to visualize. And the dot product is friggin' awesome because it gives you this simple way of determining how long as they go a certain direction, cos theta approaches 1. whereas when they're perpendicular, cos theta is 0, and when they face in the opposite direction, you get 1. So the math is neat, but what exactly does this buy us as game developers? Let's imagine a turret, which shoots at stuff. Pow, 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 pow. Some box in front of the turret. We need to figure out whether this is in front or behind it. You have the turret's forward direction, which is this A hat forward. And you have this vector to the guy, which is B hat to guy. A simple dot product and check the sign, and voila, definitely in front. But if we move this guy behind the turret, so he kind of moves over here, you can see at some point the arrow goes red. Or more advanced, let's narrow the field of view of the turret to 60 degrees. Well, cosine half of that, 30 degrees, is roughly 0.866. So we calculate a normalized vector from the turret to the player, compute the dot product between the turret's forward and that direction, and compare that to our cutoff. And we can figure out whether it's visible or not. Of course, now that this dude is fair game to shoot, we might need to rotate the turret. You'll need to be familiar with these. Matrices are big blocks of seemingly random numbers that you somehow do math with. But what do they mean exactly? And is there any way to understand them better beyond just blind trust? So the first thing to do is to start seeing matrices as linear transformations. Imagine a grid with an x-axis as 1, 0, and a y-axis as 0, 1. Those two vectors, or basis vectors, define the space. Now, if we wanted to, say, stretch out this grid, making it wider and taller, how do we do that? The stretched version of this space has x at 3 and 0, and y at 0 and 2. So we'll take those vectors and just dump them into the matrix as columns, this. Now, when you multiply vectors by this matrix, you'll find that they get stretched out horizontally by 3 units and vertically by 2. And we can define other matrices similarly. Let's say that I mix here, like 0, 1, and y is negative 1, 0. What does this do? Well, we can see that the matrix is just 0, 1, negative 1, 0, which is just those two basis vectors, which, when applied to any vector, does a 90-degree rotation. So let's draw our unit circle again. And we know that if we have a point here, we can easily define it as cos theta, sine theta. Let's make that our x-axis. Then our y-axis is just theta plus 90 degrees, which is over here. Well, then magically, we just figured out how to make a rotation matrix. You're probably more familiar with this version, which is what you get when you simplify it. They're not really all that mysterious at all. And to cap things off, what if the two axes aren't at 9? Well, I can define x and y along in this direction. In this slanty effect you get, this is what's called a shear. And why am I talking about shears? Well, we already know that our 2 by 2 matrix can rotate and scale just fine. Yeah, that's super easy. But how do we translate? None of these operations map to a position. Well, we can kind of cheat by using another dimension. If we have a secret third dimension, z, and any point we define, like say this point here, is actually located at x, y, and 1. So by adding this new dimension, we are now working with what's called homogeneous coordinates. Then we can define our rotations and scales as normal. And in this z column here, we can tuck our translation in. What happens now is when we apply this matrix, look what happens. The origin moves. This trend, which looked like a shear earlier, is kind of being abused to handle translation instead. This extra dimension lets us use a single matrix to handle everything, scales, and even translations all at once. This gets us into the topic of representing rotations, which is something you, as a game developer, should familiarize yourself with. The problem with storing your rotation as matrices, though, is that, well, first of all, if it's a 3D rotation, that's 9 values, which is just a lot of data. But more than that, if you try interpolating between 2 matrices, that's going to get you into world trouble. You can see here, as we try to interpolate this monkey from start to end position, it kind of freaks out it. People have made stabs at this in the past, but it's difficult to get right and just really complex. I remember when this was posted and the pretty significant criticism of the article. Another common way to represent rotations is Euler angles, and many games will expose these in UI. They're basically yaw or rotations around each axis, applied in a fixed order. They're awesome. They're compact, having only 3 components. They're intuitive since they align closely with, say, how an airplane works, and you can quickly get a feel for what they mean. That's where the advantages end. You can't interpolate them easily. If you do a naive interpolation, like seeing here, you can kind of see that this gives results that are really ideal. More than that, unfortunately, they suffer from something called gimbal lock. Now, gimbal lock is easy to understand once you see it in action. So you've got these 3 rotation axes, and they have to be applied in a fixed order. To visualize, we have this object, 3 rings around them. They're the rotation axes, or gimbals. So we rotate around one, we're doing the blue one. You can see that's the model and nothing else. We follow that with a rotation of the green ring, and both the model and the interior gimbal, the blue one, they both rotate. Finally, the outer ring rotates, and it brings everything with it. The problem arises when you use this ordered method of applying rotations and accidentally line up 2 of the gimbals. If we rotate the green by 90 degrees, look what happens. The red and blue gimbals are aligned now, and no matter how you rotate either of them, you've lost a degree of freedom in your rotations, which sucks. That's not to imply that games don't use them. They totally do, because they're simple and easy to understand. So any EU-facing stuff will probably be using Euler angles. But deep in the darkest part of code, ideally you have a representation that's compact, intuitive, immune to gimbal lock, and interpret smoothly. Fortunately, the solution. Unfortunately, they're called quaternions, and they give you 3 out of 4 of those things, which is about as good as 6. They're compact, requiring only 4 values. They're immune to gimbal, assuming you don't build them from an Euler angle and expect magic, and they interpolate smoothly, as you can see here. We have the original matrix and Euler angle interpolation, and to compare, here's the Quaternion version called spherical linear interpolation. As you can see, it's much more what you expect. Quaternions are these mathematical objects that we can use to describe rotation in 3D space. They consist of a scalar or real value and 3 imaginary values. From that description, you probably get the feeling that these are going to suck to understand. And you'd be right, they're hard. A lot of people have tried to simplify them, make them intuitive, or give you ways of visualizing them, but at the end, they're just hard to understand. If you're one of the chosen who gets them, awesome. If it's any consolation, even as a graphics programmer, I've only had to know how quaternions actually precise once in my career, and predictably it was an idiot. But just because they're hard to get any intuition, it doesn't mean that you can't sort of understand why they work. Let's backtrack a bit and start with complex numbers, those weird things you learned in high school. You know, square root of -1, I squared equals -1, etc. So start with that, because in math, you can invent your own rules and find it be useful. So we'll consider a number line and extend it with a second set of imaginary numbers. So you've basically got these 2 axes now. Under normal circumstances, we'd call this x and y, but for now we're using real and imaginary. So then every number has 2 components, 1 real, 1 imaginary. So 1, 0 would be written as 1 plus 0i. And of course, if we plot a point up here at 0, 1, that's written as 0 plus 1i, or realistically just I. Now you can do some interesting stuff. Let's bring back our point at 1, 0. Like, what happens if you take this point here, 1, 0, and multiply it by I? Well, that results in I times 1 plus 0i, and that equals to I plus 0i squared, or 0 plus I. Or in other words, we just did 90-degree rotation in this 2-dimensional real imaginary coordinate system. What if I multiply by I again? Well, then you end -1 plus 0i, or -1, this point over here. So at this point, it should be somewhat evident that multiplications are kind of like rotations. So we'll bring back our unit circle, and if I pick a point on it, and we know that's cos theta, sine theta, then this point up here is represented by the complex number 1 plus 1i. So we'll multiply these 2 complex numbers together. So 1 plus I times cos theta plus I sine theta. And that's equal to, well, you can read all of that, but the final result should be cos theta minus sine theta plus I cos theta plus I sine theta. Now we compare that to a matrix multiplication. Well, you know the matrix, that's cos sine negative sine cos times 1, 1. And what you end up with is cos minus sine for x and sine plus cos for y. You get basically the same thing, right? So back to quaternions then. They're pretty similar, but extended with 3 imaginaries and a bunch of crazy rules surrounding how you simplify the terms if, say, you multiply I by j, for example. Okay, this one is just needlessly complicated. Here's a version that's a lot simpler. I said simpler, not simple. This isn't a rigorous explanation, but hopefully you at least feel like, yeah, I kind of feel like I could understand this given deeper study. And that's really the point of this video, that math can, on the surface, be a little scary at times. But in reality, most of the concepts aren't super hard to understand or work your way through. If you find yourself wanting to take that next step, I've packaged up all math a game developer might need into an easy-to-follow course. It's designed to make these concepts simple and approachable so you can start applying them right away. It's nowhere near as hard to think, and with time, many people can master these mathematical tools, which may be all you need to build a fun and interesting game. At the end of the day, that's what many of us are trying to do. What you may find is that once you have a basic understanding, confidence that you could advance, suddenly topics that seemed out of reach can become accessible to you. And if courses aren't your thing, no worries. There's plenty of resources online. You can kind of piece together a lot of this information from various sources. Personally, I like 3 Brown, 1 Blue, Freya Holmer, and George Rodriguez's stuff. They're all great starting points. Cheers.
Hello, game development is hard, and this is to create a long and complex. So we need a plan, and maybe something like a roadmap we can outline every way. Now, I've been developing within Godot for 6 years now, and over this time, I've been working to perfect the perfect development for myself as a solo developer. And I want to share it with you. My goal for this video isn't just to lay out the roadmap, but to also get down and explain in detail each step of the way, along with providing you with the most important advice, which I learned the time I've spent developing games. So subscribe to help you to push this video to other developers. Let's begin. So the first stage is the concept stage. This is the very beginning, easy, truly a very fulfilling development journey in which you're about to embark on. It all starts with an idea, but once you have an idea pop into your head that you can't stop thinking about, or maybe you've even started planning out the entire future of the game in your head, you know you have begun this wonderful journey. But it is very important we don't just start developing the project now, since we have this great idea. We need creation for our game. Just like you can't build more without foundation, it'll be really hard to build a game without foundation. But how do we get this foundation? Well, in my opinion, the best way is really simple. Just grab a paper, and on this paper list that the core feature game is 100% going to need. Take your time and don't rush this part, because soon you'll see why it is so important. Then create some very simple and reasonable goals, like filling a prototype or crap launcher. But you may ask, why such simple goals? Well, because our mindset going into this project should be to focus on the simplest final game we can think of. Basically, those extra features add to the game aren't too important until we have created the core of our game. Trying to create a perfect full project from the start is going to be overwhelming for any developer, so it is best to create the must needs of your project and after work on implementing all those extra features which are going to make your game unique in such a special way. So how do you decide the simplest final product for your game? Well, just look at the core features you listed out on that paper, and that is your simplest final product. But be sure to note this down, because we will come back to this concept a bit later in the roadmap. Lots of people try to overcome the concept stage, but the concept in your mind is going to change. So in my personal experience, it has been best for me to keep the concept things extremely simple. But with that being said, another thing a digital organization system is going to be throughout this entire process. I recommend either Notion or Trello, as I have had experiences with them, and they're both completely free. But for now, you can start by organizing what we just wrote out on that paper, then maybe a place to organize other things, like a place to take notes and whatever else it may be. But that's basically it for the concepting stage. I know it seems very simple, but once you've got your concept and a plan, we can move to the prototyping stage. I like to think of it as a blueprint stage. Why the blueprint stage? Well, because during the prototype stage, we are creating many base projects, in which we will come back to all throughout development. Why do I say mini projects? Well, when prototyping, we aren't working within one project, and that is a huge mistake I see developers make. But we are actually creating a new project for each different core mechanic. So for example, you'll need a separate project for the inventory prototype, then a separate one for the combat prototype. So take each core feature you listed on that paper and work to create a separate prototype project for each feature. This stage here, in my opinion, will be the hardest stage on the entire map. And the best piece of advice I give for this is to think of each as a whole different thing. You're best not to relate them. Don't think to yourself, how is the inventory system going to work
with combat systems. Just create a separate project with a working inventory system and a separate project with a working combat system. Then once you've created a separate prototype project for each feature you listed, create a prototype project. And this may sound like a lot, but we will be coming back to these projects all the time throughout the development stage, so it's very important. But back to what I was saying. In this new project, basically take all the different prototype projects and use them to recreate each core feature within this new project to create kind of like a final prototype project, which will consist of all the core features together in a single project. So back to the example from earlier, this is where you would learn to make the inventory and the combat system work together. Another thing to keep in mind as you recreate each, to look at them in depth and see what you can improve about them. Because remember, we aren't developing for perfection, but it is that we're always looking to improve things as we go. So now that we have our prototypes, it is very important to cover this weird looking stage at the bottom. The reason it is so long, spans across so many different stages, is because it is the feedback stage. And as soon as you have completed a prototype, feedback starts to become really important. And you should seek as much feedback as possible throughout the rest of the game development. Now, I'm sure we all know what feedback is, but there are some things that I think you should keep in mind while processing feedback. Firstly, good feedback and bad feedback are both really good, as long as they're honest feedback. Because good feedback is obviously good, and bad feedback is going to help improve the game where maybe you can or can't see an issue. For example, if 5 different people make a bad comment about an aspect, you may be upset, but now you're really in a better position than you were before, since you are aware and know where the project can be improved. But following up with that, just taking the feedback blindly and making changes because someone said something isn't good. If someone tells you they don't like an aspect, don't just go and change it, but think about it. And if you really like the aspect and think it fits, keep it. Just because it tells you something doesn't make them right. It's your game, so the aspects you wanted. What I'm trying to say is just think about what others are telling you, because it can be a very helpful insight into how the game is being received. And in my opinion, the best places to see feedback are Discord and Reddit. Trust me, Reddit is great because they'll give you true, honest feedback, which is the official feedback. So yeah, basically just know that you should be getting feedback consistently throughout the rest of this process. But now that we've and built the prototypes, we are able to actually start the construction stage. I like to think of the development stage as the construction stage. It is the stage where we are actually going to bring our project to life. And since we already have our foundation and blueprints, it is time to start the construction. Now, don't get overwhelmed, because honestly, in my opinion, the development stage is the most fun, especially since we've got the hardest part out of the way when creating types. But when you first move into the development stage, it is important to focus on creating what we went over earlier, the simplest final product. So once again, we can recreate our final prototype project while looking for ways to improve each feature. But since we are now in the true development stages, we need to start integrating the art and audio for each feature. So as you implement each feature into your project, focus on creating art and audio for that feature as well. So we should end up with a project that looks like an improved version final prototype project, along with having art and audio. But this project is what you call your simplest final product, because it is your game, but in its simplest form. I like to call it our base project. Now, I know throughout this entire process, you have daydreamed about all the fun little features you want to add, and well, now it is actually that time. Since we have our base project, we need to work on implementing all that features, which are going to make our game into the game we have dreamed about it being. And to be honest, there isn't any special process. It is basically just picking a feature you want to add and implementing it. But there are some things I can tell you which should really help you with this process. Firstly, like I've mentioned before, don't try and make things perfect. It is usually impossible, and even if somehow it is possible, it'll take way too long and lead you to literally hating game development. So just try and make it work, and you can always come back and fix things up in the future. Secondly, be sure to create copies of your project consistently and keep them organized. I would usually say after each feature, make a copy of the project before you start working on the next, just so in case something terrible happens, you don't lose all the progress you've made. Now, during development, there will be tasks which you will enjoy much more than others. And you've worked so hard to get to this point in the journey, so you don't want to just fall into the trap of finishing all those tasks that you enjoy and leaving yourself with only the tasks you don't enjoy to look forward to. Because in most cases, this will lead you to burnout. So in a sense, you really need to try and spread out the tasks you enjoy at the development, so you always have tasks coming up which you're looking forward to. A task can help motivate you through those tasks. Only work one task at a time. And this is actually a big downfall for so many developers, because when you get to this part of the development journey, you are so excited. But it is very important to not get ahead of yourself. So pick one and implement it before moving on to the next feature. Don't ever work on 2 features at the same time, because trust me, it'll just cause trouble. And something to help with all of this a lot is something we went over earlier in the concepting stage, an online organization tool. For example, let's look at this Trello board. I can create a card for each task, and within that card, break it down to help my mind simplify that task. Then I can separate those tasks into different sections like the backlog, currently working on, and the completed task. And if you ever randomly come up with a feature you may want to add, just add it to the board and expand on it later. But remember to only work task at a time and try to spread those fun tasks out. Okay, moving on from that and talking about errors. When you're developing, you are going to 1000% come across errors and you may get confused or even be so lost on how to go about something. But when you can't see and understand that there's no shame to an online tutorial for help. At least there isn't if you do it the right way. Now, I've mentioned this, but tutorials can either be detrimental or so beneficial. It really just depends on how you use them. If you watch a tutorial and blatantly copy the code to your own project, then it'll be detrimental to your journey, since it will lead you to almost relying on tutorials for everything. But if you truly watch a tutorial, take notes, ask questions, create sample projects to try and implement the idea yourself, and really try and understand why things work the way they work, then tutorials may just be the best way for you to learn. But again, there is absolutely no shame in turning to a tutorial. I will sit here and openly tell you that there are many times where I need to look up how to do something, and that is the beauty of the internet. But I always make sure I am understanding the concept and why things work before I implement the concept into my own projects. Now, lastly, for the development stage, be sure to focus on all aspects of development evenly because they are all equal. For example, don't get away developing that you just completely forget about the audio because you'll end up finishing a game, then realizing, oh wait, now I need to make audio for every aspect of this game. You'll be very disappointed and very overwhelmed and most likely try and rush. This happened to me plenty with artwork. I would get carried away developing, then I would have all this pixel art to create, and getting behind in a major aspect makes things 10 times harder, especially when you get behind in an aspect you aren't very good at. But there is a good side to this story because recently I stumbled across Skillshare, and for the past 2 months I've been taking these 2 pixel art classes which are really helping me to improve in my art and actually enjoy the art process much more. This video is sponsored by Skillshare, but a true believer in the work Skillshare is doing. I mean, they're the largest online learning community for anybody, as they have thousands of classes led by industry experts in basically every industry, from things like drumming or photography, or maybe you even need to learn engineering mechanics for some reason. Skillshare for sure has it, but Skillshare is especially useful for learning each aspect of game development, from programming, design, art, animation, audio, productivity, and much more. And by more, I mean, if you can name it, then Skillshare probably has an expert in said industry who created a top-notch class for you. So like I said, I was making my way through 2 different classes, one of those being the Master Pixel A-Sprite class by Incomass, and the other one being Pixel Perfection by Mostafa. They both provide to be extremely helpful, and I am so grateful for it. And honestly, if you are struggling with pixel art, then I hands down recommend those 2 classes for you. But Skillshare also has learning paths, which are perfect. Learning paths are an organized consecutive class collection to help you with a specific skill. For example, want to become a freelancer? Well, there's a nicely built learning path for that. Again, whatever skill you may be looking for, I am more than positive a talented expert has created a class covering it. And do you want to hear the best part about all of this? Well, the first 500 people to use my link in the description and pinned comment will receive 1 month free trial of Skillshare. So join Skillshare and get started today, and trust me, you won't regret it. So once the development of your game is finished, congrats, you have completed your game, and this is a massive achievement, so be sure to celebrate. But you actually haven't completed the full process yet. For the longest time, I believed once I finished developing the game, I was done. But no, the polishing stage is so important. With the polish stage, you will go back through the entire project and try to improve whatever you can. And this isn't just going through the project, breaking every line of code down, just looking for anything and everything that can be improved. You also need to try and find as many bugs as you can and receive as much feedback as possible. The best to truly understand how others feel about the game is to watch others play it. See how they interact with the environment. Is there anything that is using to them? Do they understand the UI? Do they see any bugs? And so an aspect, something that multiple people act weird or confused around, then maybe you should think about going back and fixing it to make it easier for the player to understand to do. I know this sounds so simple, but doing this can save you so much trouble for when you release the game. Because always remember, the first impression to a player is important. And the more bugs you can find, the less confusing you can make the game before it is released, the better you'll make that first impression for those players. So if you're a newer developer, I wouldn't be worried about this. So for this video, I'll keep it really brief because as a new developer, you can't worry about the results of a launch. Instead, you should be so proud of yourself for completing a game. Did you know that a majority of game developers never finish a single game? So you are now a minority and you've done something that most don't do. So no matter the outcome of the launch, continue to learn and improve. Maybe take a bit of time off. And when that next great idea comes to you, start work on another project. But remember to never, ever try and rush it. Now, I have yet to mention marketing in this video since I this video towards newer developers. And I think it is important to focus on completing projects and learning the process than to try and sell projects. But if you do decide to try and market the game, get creative with it. And the only thing I'll tell you now is to create a professional aesthetic Steam page for the game and gain as many wish lists as you possibly can. And you can do this by starting to market the game early in its development stages. Market for free on social media. YouTube would be a place to start. And doing this will help you to do two things. It'll give you access to feedback all throughout the game's development, and it'll also help you to start building a fan base for the game. But again, remember not to worry about the result of a launch, because all indie developers who have hit big don't ever hit big on their first few games. But they do hit big on their 7th game after they've shown that consistency to keep on and keep getting creative, and the results weren't there. The most important thing to succeed in game development is a passion for it, combined with consistency to improve at it. But there we are. We have made it to the end of the road. Congratulations. When you get to this point, you'll look back and be so happy and proud that you finished the game. But at the same time, that the journey has come to an end. It all started with us getting a concept, turning that concept into a prototype, then us making that prototype come to a simple final product, developing the final product, something that has so much life, then polishing everything up a bit and publishing our game for everyone to see. A very condensed version of what we covered today, but it is the route that I think all developers should take. If you are thinking about starting this journey or have already started, then I wish you the best of luck, and remember to never give up. If things get hard, just work to improve and improve and improve, and soon you'll be creating things you've never even imagined. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know in the comments. I'd love to help support you in your game development journey, because I know how rewarding it can be. And I want everyone to feel the same joy game development has brought me for the past 6 years. But thank you so much for watching. Subscribe to help YouTube push this video to other aspiring game developers. And until next time, stay safe and have a wonderful rest of your day. God bless and bye-bye.
Have you ever dreamed of creating your own video game but thought it was too hard, too expensive, or too impossible? What if I told you that right now, today, you can start making your first game without knowing how to code, without spending a fortune, without waiting years to learn the skills? Hi, here I'm Rafał Bramki, and I've been a professional game developer for about 9 years. I've worked AAA titles, released my own indie games, and throughout my career, I've made every remake in the book. And I'm gonna share them with you so you don't have to make those mistakes as well. In this video, I'm going to show you exactly how to game developer, step by step. Whether you are a complete beginner or just looking to sharpen your skill, by the end of this video, you will know how to start making games and maybe even turn it into a full-blown career. One crucial thing I wish I would know when I was starting out is that you don't need to know how to program or create assets like 3D models or 2D art to start making games. Today, the barrier to entry creating games is lower than ever. Tools like Unreal Engine, Unity, and Doe, along with various asset creation tools, enable complete beginners to dive into game development without spending years learning programming or obtaining a degree in art or design. If you're aiming to work for a game development studio, university degree might seem helpful, but is often not required. Throughout my career, I've never encountered a situation where a degree was mandatory to apply for a job. For those interested in studio positions, I've created a separate video on my channel that you can check out after this one. Here can also enhance your prospects of working in a company, as solo game development helps a personal portfolio, which is the best way to break into the industry. Before diving into creating your game, you need to decide on the platform you're targeting. For your first solo project, releasing on Steam or mobile platforms is generally the idea. While developing for circles like the announced Switch 2 is an option, it involves a lengthy application process and acquiring specific hardware called deficit testing. Defining your platform early is crucial, as it will influence game design, especially regarding user input. Playing with a controller or mouse and keyboard makes for completely different experience, as well as using touchscreen is completely different experience to those two. Once you have chosen your platform, decide on the type of game you want to create. This can sometimes be trickier than you might think. New developers often design games that are fun to make rather than fun to play. I made the same mistake when I was starting out with some of my mobile projects. For example, one of the games I made was Christmas Factory, an idle game in which you manage a toy-making factory, employ elves, and manage the toys production pipeline. It was a game that was very entertaining to make. Thinking of how to implement a system for managing AI systems for my workers was something that gave me a lot of fun. It was a puzzle for me as a developer, but turned out to be not so fun to play when I eventually released the game. Me as a developer had all the fun with not much entertainment left for the players. And that led to very poor reception and low sales of the game. In my other project, Starway Deadly Atmosphere, I took a different approach. I analyzed popular mobile games and incorporated engaging mechanics suited for mobile devices. Once I knew what things players like, I used it as a main design mechanic in my game. This time, I still had a ton of fun making the game, but that flipped my upside down and taught me that when thinking of a new project, you should always start with what your end user will like to play. Start with the player, not with what you want to do as a developer. Another important aspect when thinking of a project you want to make is market saturation. From a business perspective, there are two main strategies, red ocean and blue ocean. Red ocean refers to markets crowded with similar games, come for an already established audience. These games often stick to well-known genres and mechanics. For example, titles like Fortnite and Apex Legends both target fans of battle royale games. So the Elden Ring and Lies of P appeal to those who enjoy challenging action RPGs. Blue Ocean, on the other hand, describes markets with little or no competition. Games in this space offer unique experiences, creating new demand rather than competing for existing players. Minecraft, for example, introduced a completely new genre of survival crafting, and Undertale brought non-violent mechanics into traditional RPG gameplay. As an indie developer, aiming for the blue ocean is often the best way to go. Without the vast resources of major studios, offering a fresh perspective or a unique twist can set your game apart. Luckily, there are specific tools and techniques to come up with innovative ideas for a game. I've made a separate video on this topic, so be sure to check it out. For a solo developer, it is also extremely crucial to keep your project scope manageable. As a solo developer, consider creating a game that players can complete in 3 to 5 hours, or a game with replayable elements like a roguelike or some endless mechanics. Starting with a massive 20 hours narrative epic can be overwhelming and may not be feasible for your first solo project. Look at what other solo developers have accomplished with their initial projects and adjust your game's scale accordingly. Now let's talk about the Game Design Document, or the GDD. This document outlines your game's vision, mechanics, story, and the development plan. Even as a solo developer, writing down your ideas helps clarify your vision and serves as a reference throughout development. Remember, the GDD is a living document, meaning it will evolve as your project progresses. Initially, focus on the core concepts and avoid going super deep into every aspect upfront, especially about the gameplay of your game. Many of those specifics will come clearer during prototyping and testing, and it's generally advised they emerge from your iteration on a living thing rather than being decided upfront in the GDD. Maintaining a game design document is crucial, especially if you plan to expand your team and project. A well-structured GDD effectively communicates your ideas. Whether you are bringing someone new onto your team or presenting your game to a publisher, for creating your GDD, there are several tools that can enhance collaboration and organization. Confluence offers organized with collaboration features. Notion provides flexibility and a visual approach. Miro is an online whiteboard tool that allows teams to brainstorm, plan projects, and collaborate visually. These tools can help you create a dynamic and collaborative GDD, ensuring that your game's vision is clearly communicated and easily accessible to all people involved. If you're working on a game during personal time, after work, school, or on the weekends, aim to complete your first solo project within a year. Once you know what type of game you want to make, it is time to pick the engine you will use to make it happen. There are a few alternatives out there, and to be completely honest, for indie development, it doesn't really matter which one you'll choose. Although there are certain things that you can consider that can help you pick the engine that will be the most convenient for you. If you are aiming at a 2D game, I would strongly recommend going with Unity or Go, as in my experience, those engines offer an easier way of producing 2D content. Unreal Engine will come handy if you're thinking of down first or third-person perspective 3D projects with custom cinematics and systemic gameplay. But Unity will be a good choice for such project as well. Once you finish your first project in one of the engines and you'll know a little bit more about the technicalities of making games, you'll realize some of the things that the engine you picked does better for the projects you want to make, such as the rendering pipeline or memory management. But in my opinion, at the beginning of your journey, you should rather focus on which tool is easier to learn for you. The main difference between those engines is the way you develop your game. Unreal Engine is famous for its visual scripting tool, Blueprints, while Unity utilizes C# as its scripting language. Do not get scared about any of these tools. Scripting in Unreal's Blueprints or C# for Unity doesn't mean you will have to spend money to learn how to code. I'm planning on a separate series on this channel in which I will teach you how to start making games in Unreal Engine and Unity from scratch. So make sure to subscribe not to miss out. But if you don't want to wait on that and you want to jump into learning right now, my friend Devin is one of the best Unreal Engine developers I've ever met. And he actually streams content from which you can learn a lot. So I'll put a link in the description. Be sure to check him out. Once you know which engine you'll be working in, it's generally a good idea to create a few small prototypes that align with your game's design. For example, if you're developing a 2D platformer, start with a simple project where the basic shape jumps between platforms. This practice helps you familiarize yourself with the engine and develop scripting skills, making the main project less scary. When you are ready to begin your primary project, start. Even if you're building upon previous prototypes or game jam projects, creating a new project ensures a clean structure and organized code, which is crucial for larger projects. This is also a very good moment to hook version control project. Version control acts as a safety net, checking every change you make, so you can revert to earlier versions if needed. For solo developers, Git is a free and popular option. However, if you're working with large files, especially in Unreal Engine, might be suitable due to its handling of big assets, like textures and models. Version control is invaluable. For instance, if you accidentally break your character animations or corrupt a level file, you can easily restore the previous working version. And if you decide to make your project with other people, version control is the to exchange project files and add new content to the game. So make sure you set up version control for your project before you go deeper into it. Now it is time to discuss one of the biggest and most expensive parts of your project, the game assets. People come to game development with various backgrounds. I have seen 3D artists, animators, and even architects or doctors start their game dev journey with specific set of skills.
But what I do have are a very particular
set of skills that they can utilize when working on a game. If you already have some experience creating assets like 2D art, 3D models, animations, music, or anything else that your project will need, you will be able to utilize your skills when making the project. But for everything else, you will most likely use assets from other people. Don't be afraid to use assets from various sources. As long as it fits the design of your game and you are not breaking any copyrights, you should utilize assets created by specialists in that field, rather than spending weeks on learning how to do it yourself. Making games requires a ton of various skills, and you shouldn't expect to fit all the necessary asset creation needs in a project. Most of solo developers that succeed with a title use assets from various sources. And remember that even if you are using an asset that you got from an external source, you can still tweak it or change how it looks visually to fit your project better. Here are some of the sources where you can find assets for your game. If you're using Unreal Engine, you should check out Fab. It is Epic Games' unified marketplace that together a massive library of assets for game development. You will find everything from 3D models and textures to animations, sounds, and effects. If you're using Unity, you can also access Fab, but you've got the Unity Asset Store as well, which has a huge selection of assets made specifically for Unity projects. If you need 3D models outside of those, sites like TurboSquid, Sketchfab, and ArtStation have plenty to choose from. For 3D animations, Mixamo is a great free tool that provides rigged character models and animations ready to use in your game. If you're looking for sound effects or music, Pond5 and Epidemic Sound are solid options. And if you need UI elements like icons, Noun Project is a good place to look. If you ever find yourself stuck with coding or need some assets, you can hire free on Fiverr to help out. If you know some other sources for assets that I didn't list here, please put them in the comments and I'll be very grateful to put them on my personal list. I also really recommend using AI tools to speed up programming or even generate assets. Just keep in mind that AI-generated assets are best used on the prototype phase rather than final game. If you want to dive deeper into how AI can help you in game development, I made few videos on that. Links are in. If you're curious about releasing your game as part of your business strategy, an interesting thing is to start with a small but highly polished initial showcase demo that shows off your game's core appeal. That might be unique art style, an engaging mechanic, or interesting story hook. In this approach, instead of building complex systems from the start, you should focus on making a short, controlled experience that highlights the best parts of your idea. If you're making a horror game, for example, your demo doesn't need a full AI system or fully developed gameplay mechanics. A single movie with flickering lights, a shadow passing, and one well-timed scary event can be enough to sell the vision. The goal of this first showcase demo is to create a high-quality video showing your game in action. You can then test the market by sharing it with your friends, posting it on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, or YouTube, and seeing how people react to it. If you get a strong response, it's a good sign that your game has a lot of potential. Another thing to consider at this point is starting a YouTube channel early in your development. Posting devlogs about your progress can help to build a community around your game from the very start. And who knows, YouTube could end up being an extra source of income along the way. And extra money in game development is never a bad thing. Regardless of whether you will decide to build this initial showcase or not, one of the most valuable things you can do is talk about your game idea with as many people as possible. A lot of developers keep their ideas secret, afraid that someone might steal them. But in reality, ideas are cheap. It's the execution of the ideas that matters. Someone will make your game exactly the way you envision it. Well, only you can do it. Getting feedback on will improve your idea, and you can do this by discussing it with friends, family, or game dev communities online. Once you start turning your idea into something playable, the next milestone is a vertical slice. This is a fully playable chunk of your game that shows its core mechanics, its visuals, overall feel of the game. It's like a mini version of your final game. In this demo, there are no shortcuts like in the first initial showcase. The goal is to have something that others can play and give feedback on. This is also when you should look in your core mechanics. After this stage, you don't want to be making huge changes to the gameplay loop. Instead, you'll be focusing on adding new levels and content that build on what's already there. One of the best things you can do at this stage is playtest as much as possible. Companies like Valve rely heavily on playtesting throughout the development, and you should do it too. Share your game with friends, your community, or other developers. Many game developers hesitate to show their work before it's perfect, but trust me, you need that feedback way before that point. Watching someone else play your game will reveal problems you might never notice yourself. Speaking of playtesting your game, there is also a trick that some professional user experience labs use. It boils down to starting feedback sessions with questions about aspects you are almost sure are done in a good way. For instance, if you're looking for an input on your game's combat system, begin by asking about the obviously pretty character design or another aspect of the game you know your testers will like. This initial positive feedback makes testers more comfortable sharing honest thoughts on other areas of the game. If you are keen to dive deep to how studios gather feedback, I've got another video planned on this topic. If your game has RPG elements, the vertical slice stage can be tricky. RPG mechanics are often tweaked right up until launch, and they don't all shine in a small demo. A good approach is to isolate specific RPG systems and test them separately. Then use that data to assess how well they will work when everything is combined. Once you have a solid and polished vertical slice that you have refined with feedback, it is time to start promoting your game. If you're launching on PC, set up a Steam page with eye-catching screenshots and a good gameplay video. Use your vertical slice as a demo to attract players and start building your wishlists count. But also, you will use this demo to gather more feedback on things to and bugs to fix. By now, you'd have some kind of audience through your social media or devlogs, so make sure they know that they can now wishlist your game on Steam. A really smart move at this point is to submit your game to events like Steam's Next Fest or the Independent Games Festival. Many indie games have blown up thanks to these events, so they are worth looking into. This is also when you might want to think about funding. Crowdfunding on platforms like Kickstarter can be a great way to raise money while also marketing your game. Another option is pitching to publishers, and having a solid and polished vertical slice demo makes a huge difference in those conversations. Nowadays, publishers don't really want to discuss game ideas if there's no demo on the table, but I'll be making a separate video about setting up your own indie studio, where I will dive deeper into preparing to pitch to your game publisher. Showcasing your game at events can be a good move, but there are a few things to watch out for. I do not recommend getting a booth at a major gaming expos. It is expensive, and the exposure isn't always fit for a solo developer. Instead, consider smaller local events. These are often much cheaper, and sometimes they are even free, and they will give you the chance to watch people play your game in real time. One thing to be careful about at events is giving away or selling your game codes. Game selling pages like Steam have some policies that sometimes make it hard for people to leave reviews on games they got codes. So it's usually better to encourage people to buy the game directly and leave a review after the release. You really don't want to miss out on that initial boost of reviews when you're launching. From here until launch, your main focus should be gathering continuous feedback and growing your wishlist count. At some point, you might consider early access. Remember, your game only gets one launch. If you go into early access, make sure the game is in a state that will keep players engaged and excited for what is coming next. Once your game is out, it doesn't mean you are done with the developer. Continuous patching and improvements is something that you need to plan out as indie. After release, you will most likely be flooded with comments about bugs you never caught in the development phase. Building on your game's content will also greatly benefit its lifetime sales. So make sure you don't abandon your project the moment you click that release button and pop up a champagne. Hopefully, this video helped you understand how to go from an idea to a finished game. If you found it useful, leave a like and share it with your friend who knows someone that also considers a career as a solo developer. I've got more videos planned to go deeper into solo game development, so make sure to subscribe. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye!
In the last video, we talked about the best AI tools for game dev in 2024 and why it's better to embrace this new miraculous technology instead of being afraid of it. And today, I'm going to show you these tools for making a simple game jam style game with the help of AI. The first thing we need is an idea, and fully expecting me to immediately start conversing with ChatGPT about this. But no, this is where it's better to be a human with a brain. You are still the game developer, and if you don't love the game you're trying to make, then it won't be fun to make or play. After a little brainstorming session, I came up with, I'm going to make a 3D platformer rage game. All the surfaces are frictionless, and you move by shooting a shotgun and being pushed by the recoil. After a few levels, the player will also get a grappling gun, which can let them swing and build momentum. First things first, I made a new Unity project and made our player. Because of the frictionless surface stuff, we can skip traditional WASD movement, but we still need to make them look around. So I give this job to my good friend ChatGPT. After tweaking it a bit and copying and pasting it back into Unity, things were initially great. However, I had this small little inkling that something wasn't right. The rotation didn't feel as smooth as I was expecting. Without getting too deep into it, ChatGPT decided to multiply the input.getAxis function by time.delta time to make the rotation frame rate independent. But for some reason, input.getAxis is like the only function in Unity that already did that for you. If I was coding myself, I would have made exact mistake. Heck, even Brackeys, one of the best Unity tutorial YouTubers, made this mistake in a video that got 3.2 million views, and no one seems to be commenting about it. And who knows, maybe the information from that very video influenced ChatGPT's answer. So it's a very understandable mistake, but be better next time, ChatGPT. You're making me. Next, I had ChatGPT make the player jump, which it did perfectly on the first try. Cool. Now it's time to get this gun made. In case you didn't see the last video, the tool I like the most for 3D modeling is 3D AI Studio. Now, they are sponsoring this video, but I would still be talking about them even if they didn't. I first used the image generator to get a cartoony-looking shotgun, then an image in their image to 3D generator to get the model. I then hit the little refine button to improve the textures and brought it into Unity super easily. Modeling is one of those things that can straight up stop you from making a 3D game you don't know how to do. And you just saw how easy that was with 3D AI Studio. So if you ever wanted to make a 3D game but didn't know how to use Blender, you've got no excuses now. Next time, ChatGPT code the shotgun's shooting and recoil. So now he can shoot, glide forever. Oh, and I also made the player able to point the shotgun behind him so he can propel forwards. And for those of you who think moving like this is a horrible idea and very annoying and frustrating, well, that's kind of the point. The game is designed to be very hard, kind of like getting over it for Geometry Dash. Next up is making the grappling gun. So I went back into 3D AI Studio and generated some images. I like this one except for the little extension thing at the bottom. I easily got rid of it in GIMP and then used that new picture in the 3D generator. Oh, and you can always use the 3D generator too, but I personally like the image to 3D generator a bit more. Instead of just bringing this model into Unity, I decided to use 3D AI Studio's new texture AI. Now you're probably thinking, Will, there's already a texture, so what the heck is that even for? Well, viewer, texture AI lets you input a new prompt and use AI to retexture the model from your view. You can then paint on the new parts of the texture that you like. I like the initial texture for the most part, so I didn't go too crazy here. But you can easily completely change the look of your model with this tool. If you want to try 3D AI Studio out, use the link in the description and code WillHess at checkout for 10% off your monthly subscription or one-time credit purchase. Thanks again 3D AI Studio for sponsoring the video. Making the model with 3D AI Studio was super easy. If only I could say the same for the coding. GPT wasn't a big help here because it didn't quite understand exactly what I wanted it to do. So this part was mainly me. I looked into some tutorials, but at least the ones I looked at weren't physically accurate and treated the rope like it was a big spring. I'm not going to get into the details on how I made this physically accurate because I'm planning on making a video specifically dedicated to this topic. So subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss that. As annoying as this was to make, it handles really well and it's a lot of fun to mess around with. Before I started on making levels, I wanted to do a quick touch-up to what we have so far. I started by making a procedural ice material. That looks pretty mid if I'm being honest. And I also used 3D AI Studio once again to make this cool little ice chunk. Using Microsoft Copilot, I generated an image of a little reticle and replaced the O in the middle of the screen with that. I then made some particle effects for when you shoot. But what's a particle effect without a big boom sound effect with it? So I loaded up 11 Labs sound effect generator and generated some sound effects for a shotgun blast for a video game. I really like the last one, so I downloaded it and hooked it up to the shotgun in Unity. I also did the same with some sound effects for grappling gun.
Nice.
11 Labs will let you create about 200 sound effects a month before you need to pay, so try the link in the description. Now it's time to make some levels. 7 levels in total, each progressively getting harder in difficulty. No AI was used here because I've yet to find a good text to 3D game generator. But seriously, this creative aspect is where it's better to be a human. An AI most likely make levels that are pretty random and not fun to play. Granted, these levels are not fun, but that's because it's an intentionally frustrating game. Next, I whipped up a quick level select UI in main menu as well. Make the border for the buttons, used Microsoft Copilot, and generated some images, found one I liked, and just tried part in GIMP. Super easy. I also did the same with these star badges for the main menu. Now, the star is like the game's achievements. You can beat all the levels and be done with it, or and try and get all 3 stars. The first one you get by doing all the levels in a row without dying. The second star by finishing all the levels and under, and you get the last one by getting a score below 200 in all the levels. Final thing our game needs is some music. I know I used Udio in the last video, but I found a tool I like even better called Mix Audio. Mix Audio not only lets quickly generate music from text, images, and other songs, but also customize the songs it generates for you. First, I generated for some background music that's fast-paced for a video game. I also let it know that the game was icing very difficult. In less than 6 seconds, gave me 4 songs. I liked the second one, but wasn't completely sold on it. So I hit the little lightning bolt button to generate similar songs. The last song here was my favorite, but I didn't quite love the ending. So I customized and very easily changed up the blocks a bit until I had something I was happy with. After that, I simply downloaded the MP3 file and hooked it up into Unity. As a game developer, this whole process was easy and convenient. The most unique part about Mix Audio is how they approach the whole copyright issue. Most generative AI is trained from copyright material, which basically means artists and musicians don't consent about the thing that's replacing them. Mix Audio does the opposite. It encourages musicians to provide their music for training and will compensate, meaning you can be sure that whenever using Mix Audio, you're also supporting the humans behind it. Although they aren't sponsoring the video, there's an affiliate link to Mix Audio in the description, which you should check out if you're a game dev in need of some music. You'll also get 30% off your first payment too. Just after putting the music in the game and having ChatGPT make the song persist between scenes, the game was done. You can play it on itch.io in your computer's browser from the link in the description. Hopefully you saw in this video that it can make game development a lot more efficient. There are some parts of AI that still have a ways to go, but definitely make some of the more specific tasks like music, sound effects, and modeling a lot more approachable for interns. If you haven't seen the last video, I went over how to use these tools and some of the best practices for them, which you can watch right here. Thanks for watching. See you soon.
Go 125 is set to release in August with some cool features that may make the language faster to use. If you're new to my channel, my name is Melky. I'm a senior backend engineer at Twitch, where we use Go for everything. And today we're going to look at the official release notes for Go 125 and see what we think of our favorite features by the end of the video. So like I said, here are the release notes. Link will be in the description down below if you can check them out yourself. And if you try to go and download this, you can see that at the time of this recording, the most recent version is Go 124 because this is still, as it says here, draft release notes. Go 125 is not released yet. These are work in progress release notes and expected to release August of 2025, so later this year. But what we can do is look at the notes and check out our favorite features and specifically the ones that are going to make the back. And to start, there's a note here that there's no changes to the language. So nothing changes to Go programs in 125. However, there's kind of this footnote that says there's a notion of core types being removed. So there's a blog post here. You can check it out if you want. Leave a comment on what you think of that. Okay, but the main feature I'm most excited for in Go 125 is the new experimental garbage collector called Green Tea. As it says here, a new garbage collector is now available as an experiment. This garbage collector design improves the performance of marking and scanning small objects through better locality and CPU scalability. Benchmark results may vary, but we expect between a 10 and 40%, that's massive, reduction in garbage collection overhead in real-world programs that heavily use a garbage collector. So obviously, this is going to be a huge performance for apps that have frequent allocators, so like web servers, background workers, anything like that. But anytime you see something claiming a 10 to 40% reduction in overhead and applications, I mean, that's literally massive. That's fucking crazy, if I'm being honest. It's an experiment, so you have to use the Go experiment equals Green Tea GC at build time. So that's the name of it, Green Tea. I think it's kind of cool, I guess. But I mean, this is pretty ridiculous. I will say, I wish the benchmarks were a little bit more specific. Like, what is a real world program? Or what is a real world program that heavily uses the current garbage collector? So any application that is, you know, a Go app is going to rely on the GC heavily, but what is an app that heavily uses GC, right? Like, are apps that have the Arena package that is handling memory allocation themselves not going to benefit from this? Probably. But I think any improvement on the garbage collector, which is such a important part of Go, is going to be a huge benefit to the language. Okay, so the second feature I'm most excited for is the Go build AI, which now defaults to doing leak detections at program exits. So this doesn't mean to speed up your program. Actually, when you use it, it's actually going to make your program a little bit slower because it does a runtime instrumentation check on your program. It's mostly used for debugging, definitely not used really a cool feature to check the sanity of your program. And for Go especially, apps depend on C libraries like C Go. So this is going to be like really impressive to catch real world leaks, see if there's any other bottlenecks in your application code. And overall, I think this is just a nice quality life feature to have in Go. It's pretty good. All right, and the third feature I'm excited for, going back to improving the speed of the language, is the compiler and linker in Go 125 now generate debug information using Dwarf version 5. The newer Dwarf version reduces the space required for debug information in Go binaries and reduces time for linking, especially for large Go binaries. So when you run the go build-o command or build your binary for your Go app, it's going to be a little bit faster. You might notice it's snappier. It's going to basically reduce any space for debugging, and the time to link your application is going to be faster. So overall, you may or may not notice this, but anything go faster is going to be a win across compiling or at runtime. Okay, and the fourth thing that I'm excited for, and this is probably the one that has the most bang for its buck for maybe just casual Go developers, maybe people who are more deep into it, but the new experimental JSON v2 package. Now, I want to say I don't like Go has this like v1, v2 thing. I think eventually, right now in Go 125, it's going to be v2 because you can opt in or opt out of it. And I do believe eventually in a future major release of Go, this one will replace the existing JSON library. But let's kind of dive into what this is. So 125 includes a new experimental JSON implementation, which can be enabled by setting the environmental variable Go experiment equals JSON v2 at build time. And when it's enabled, these two packages are available. So you have JSON v2 and JSON text. And basically, the new implementation performs substantially better than the existing one under many scenarios. And there's a link here to this JSON repository here, and there's a huge amount of benchmarks. These are the benchmarks I really like to see because it gives you like different types of scenarios that use it for like unmarshalling at runtime, or concrete types, marshalling performance values, whatever it is, interface types. It gives you a proper breakdown. And in all of these, I mean, this graph could be kind of hard to see, but it compares the JSON v1 into and JSON v2 version, and you can see significantly across the board JSON v2 is much faster compared to JSON v1. And you can even see here, relative to JSON v1, JSON v2 is 5.x 2 times faster in raw value types when it comes to there's this subsection here in terms of for marshal performance. And even in unmarshalling performance, like this is also significantly improved. Like on relative to JSON v1, it's 2.7 to 10.2 times faster. So there's a huge variance, obviously depending on the object and what the types are. But I mean, this is like, you can't argue this. JSON v2, a super improvement in performance and speed. Like, look at this. Like, this is not even comparable. Look how crazy this is. 10.2 to 21.1 times faster relative to JSON v1. So, I mean, this is incredibly cool. Love it for the library. JSON is something that we always use in Go. So casual or not, this is awesome. Okay, and there's a bunch of other cool things and changes that Go 125 is introducing, like this bug fix. The compiler has been fixed to ensure that nil pointer checks are performed promptly. Programs like the following, which used to execute successfully, would now panic with the nil pointer exception here. We'll open something that exists. You can name function on F. And you can see here this program is incorrect in that it uses the result of os.open before checking the error. And it's pretty cool because this was a compiler bug, and it ran successfully from Go version 121 to 124. So I think they're correcting this in the newest version. And there's a bunch of other things I didn't get to, but let me know in the comment section below what you like about 125. All right, cool. So Go 125 brings kind of targeted performance across the board for heavy garbage collected applications, whatever that means. I still have yet to really find out what's a heavy GCU's application versus a light GCU's application. Maybe maybe you don't. There's clearly benefits for JSON applications, right? If you use JSON v1, I mean, using JSON v2 is probably going to be the standard. We're going to have significant improvements there. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different cool things here. A bunch of new experimental features that are probably going to roll out in 125, get feedback from the community, and maybe do a full release in 126, 127. But the Go team, the Go language moves pretty slow, so I won't get our hopes up too high yet. That's it for this video. Hope you guys enjoy. Let me know in the comment section below which feature you are most excited for, and we'll see you in the next video. Peace.
Hi everyone. If you didn't know, last August was the 2024 GTK Game Jam. It was the biggest game jams of all time. Over 32,000 developers competed, submitting over 7,600 games. One of those developers was me. And this year, the entire jam. The story of how that happened. Oh, wait. If you don't know what a game jam is, it's an event where lots of game developers gather to make games around a theme in a really short time span. Usually, afterwards, everyone plays and rates each other's games. For the GMTK Jam, the top 1 games are played by Mark Brown from GMTK, from which he picks 20 winners of the Jam. It's a great time every year and a great way to get better at game dev. I have a bit of a history with the GMTK game. The first game jam I ever joined was GMTK 2020, which was only a week after I'd released Learning Unity. The theme that year was out of control, so I made a simple puzzle platformer where you could run your control. It actually did really well during the jam, placing 151st. I had learned a lot, I had a great time making the game, and I appreciated all the feedback I'd gotten, so I kept doing game jams of that. But every year after that first jam, whenever I joined GMTK, I kept doing worse and worse than the year before. In 2021, the theme was Join Together. I made another puzzle platformer, this one where you're chained to a giant ball, but I ran out of time to play test and make more mechanics, so it ended up pretty flawed. It placed 546, which is still pretty good, but a little disappointing after the year before. In the 2022 jam, the theme was Roll the Dice. The idea for this one was way too big for the time I had. I ended up having to work everything at the last minute to get label in time, and I submitted a really boring game about pushing dice around the 2,718th, which honestly was way better than it deserved. 3 years in, I felt like I'd learned and improved a lot, but it hurt a ton to see my ratings getting worse and worse every year. It almost felt like I had peaked a week into Learning Unity, and I would. In 2023, I was actually busy at the jam, but if you thought it, not submitting anything basically means I came in last place, so I did even more that year. What the hell? Now, winning or even rating well really isn't the point of game jams. They're meant for fun, to challenge yourself, and to learn along the way. More than that, experts in any field will tell you that success is not a linear path. It's a dance of failure and growth and change, and you just have to keep on trying, keeping forward to achieve your goals. For me, I was on a linear path. It was a linear path downwards. Here's the graph. Numbers get scary. Oh god, what's happening? This year, GMTK Game Jam 24, I wanted things to change. I've been making games as a hobby for a long time, but for the past year, I've devoted myself to one huge project I'm trying to release on Steam. A puzzle platformer called Inverted Journey, which you should wish is on Steam, by the way. It's going to be great, trust me. Working on such a huge project has dramatically improved my game dev skills, and I feel a need to prove it. I know I've gotten better than I once was, and I know I could do better too. Looking back on that first game ranking, I knew I had a target to beat. So, this year, I joined the GMTK Game Jam again. The jam this year was 4 days long, and I also had work on Monday and Tuesday. I'm going to be tight. The jam started, everyone crowded around the reveal video, eager to learn the start development, except for me. When I got up at 5, I checked the video, and this year was built to scale. My first idea was for a platform where you play as a character and change size. In my head, I got stuck on this image of a pufferfish character that could puff up. Maybe the force puff up could launch around, stuck in places. Maybe the push could fizz it or an equal against you, so if we put it against around to left you away instead, kind of base jump or wall jump. As I some level ideas, the game headed towards puzzle platformer territory. Right, which I made a couple of those in the past, and I've been making one in the past year, which was on by the way. And I just like making puzzle platformers. Okay, so I don't know. There was a nid with this idea though. I was planning on making this game Unity. Well, Unity's the system, like resize objects, it can't do it in a way that my idea would want to. In Unity, fitting the scale of these objects just a series like normal object around it. When this happens, Unity tries to push things around so they stop intersecting, but the results look terrible. So hard a notable forces like my Unity one, and they break all the time. The problem here is that Unity uses what's called rigid bugs, which every object is a static that but can't change its size or shape as per the calculation. This is good for instance, and for the most games, but my idea just wasn't compatible. But years ago, I watched this really great YouTube video from the creator of the game Jellycar about how he got the physics working in his game. Car uses what's called a soft physics system. It has physics objects that can deform and change shape based on my forces. But it has a power rest to grow your car to make it bigger in a way that's entirely physics-based. Of course, all the years to watch that video, I felt really fired and wanted my own soft auto game. I tried making one in Unity at the time, and it failed horribly, didn't work at all, and I gave up. But it's been a while since I tried that. A lot, and I think this time I have some ideas on how I can make it work. I didn't do it. Mostly because I still sure this work at all, and I need to figure that out right away. I spent a while diving into our video. And I also found tutorials. Software was great. Explains the system from the ground up. use soft. And Unity not want soft tutorials like integrate with Unity physics, but they mentioned that things were inconsistent, might break in any time. But combining ideas from these videos and experimental methods, I actually landed on this. It doesn't look, but trust me, this is great. You can indeed move around, and when you press space, the player will blow and grow big. If I fit object, I can put it around the growth process. If I grow on the ground, it'll push instead. If I grow in a tight space, the player will even grow around in a form in a way. Wait, here's how this is the hood. When the game starts, the player responds to 10 patterns, each being normal rigid circles using Unity physics, so they're set to ignore collisions with each other. In order to make sure these points stay together more or less the same throughout the game, I then add these springs between the points. Springs are essentially just forces that want objects a certain distance apart. By adding springs between all these points, you'll constantly have forces pushing them back to the shape they set as, giving the illusion of one order shape. What's even better, any force that pushes on one of the points in the shape will move it, and can spring heading to every point in the shape, meaning any forces applied to any of the points you distribute across the whole shape. This looks great, but now we need it to grow. Luckily, this part is pretty simple. Player hold spacebar are really big forces at every point in the shape, pointing from the center. This all the words up until they get far enough that the springs will now grow. This part static outward force. That keeping outwards is what keeps the growth so it sends all the forces and boxes in the ground with force. And because of Newton's law, anytime you put against something, an equal force will play in the opposite direction, laying on yourself and next you need to move around with the aim piece. This part in most where you just accelerate the player's horizontal velocity according to inputs. The only difference being that for my game, I accelerate all 10 of the points simultaneously because players 10 kilometers and not just mine. With this, we have most of me, but there's a few issues. The springs are a bit of maintaining a circle shape, but they can feel pretty hard in some cases. If I fall against the floor, the player goes flat, and never until it's pretty funny looking, but not great since it's the problem here is springs only push the points to be closer for the other points. So when they're all like this, it's impossible for the springs to push any points back upwards out of the floor. To solve this problem, I added a very custom spring force that keeps track where each point's on the of the shape. As the force point back towards that position, relative to the player center every step. Now the player can still splat, but then they'll get back up in a way that looks pretty good. After that, I spent a good amount of time tuning all the numbers for the spring forces and movement acceleration to make sure that all the movement is responsive. Probably my favorite change during this time was make gravity longer, but only when we're moving downwards. This is a trick that a lot of players do. The controls are more responsive, and it works well here. Still, it's worth noting the solution in perfect means. Probably the biggest issue is that the